against all of them, including the doctor who didn't treated the patient nor they had this their test done in time.
Okay,
So we are taking a strict action against them, and then I have issued instructions throughout Maharashtra what precautions the schools have to take, because the CCTV of the particular school was not working. At the same time, we have established committees to protect child from such crimes. Wherever such committees are not formed, we are taking action against our officials as well.
okay, so you are talking about action which is being taken now. Uh, but
No,
reports are
no, it is
suggesting that.
not now. Let me explain. 8 months back, I have issued all the instructions, and in spite of me speaking to them personally, if some officers have not acted upon it, because it is not the action I am taking now, it was taken 8 months back about the safety of the child.
So the reports that are coming in is that the sexual assault happened on August 13th and the police filed the case only on August 16th, 3 days late, in a POXO case, never heard of.
No, there I will have to mention that it was a fault on part of the management as well, because the FIR was not filed by the management because it was their duty as well to file the FIR, and there was delay from the police department as well as the medical education. Maybe could be medical education or health department. So we are initiating action against all of them.
Okay, let me ask you my last question. Has there been some assurance that have been given by the government to the family, the parents of these two minors?
I was supposed to meet them today because they are not in a state of mind of speaking, because I was supposed to meet them elsewhere because the identity of the student should not be disclosed. That's why I'm meeting them either tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm taking the meeting of Parent Teachers Association in the same school, so that those parents who have any grievances against the school as well as their difficulties, they can speak to me directly. So 4 o'clock in the evening, that meeting will take place.
Okay, and what action are you looking at against the management and the principal of the school?
We are tomorrow issuing them a notice. The initial inquiry is over. I had gone there personally, but it should be impartial. So the Deputy Director of Education and the Chairperson of Child Right Commission, they conducted the inquiry. The report should reach me by today night, and we'll be issuing them a notice why an administrator should not be imposed on the same school, because it is an aided school.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Education Minister of Maharashtra, Deepak Kersekar, there giving us the details of investigation so far in this case. Shifting focus to another story now, the government today requested the Union Public Service Commission to withdraw its advertisement for lateral entry into bureaucracy. In fact, in a letter, Dr. Jitendra Singh has said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi believes that the move should be aligned with social justice. Government allies welcomed the move, and the opposition allies, in fact, the opposition has claimed victory. Let's listen in to all the reactions that have come in today.
From advertising 45 senior positions for lateral entry into Government of India on the 17th of August to the UPSC withdrawing the advertisement 3 days later, Union Minister Jitendra Singh, who has been in charge of the Department of Personnel, shot off a letter to the UPSC chairperson on the important issue of lateral entry into the Government of India. The minister wrote and said the Prime Minister is of the firm belief that the lateral entry must be aligned with constitutional principles of equity and social justice. He said that deserving candidates from marginalized communities must get rightful representation in government services. The rationale given by the government for the withdrawal is the lateral entry positions are treated as specialized single cadre posts, and so currently there is no provision for quota, forcing a review. The Congress claimed victory and the government hit back, accusing the party of duplicity.
यूपीएससी में लेटरल एंट्री एक बहुत ही ट्रांसपेरेंट मेथड जो लिया था उसमें रिजर्वेशन के प्रिंसिपल्स लगे, ऐसा निर्णय लिया है। आपने देखा प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमेशा सामाजिक न्याय के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता दिखाई है। हमें ये भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए 2014 से पहले किस तरह से यूपीए की सरकार कांग्रेस के जो निर्णय होते थे उनमें रिजर्वेशन के प्रिंसिपल्स का कोई ध्यान नहीं रखा जाता था।
जो लेटरल एंट्री का एडवर्टाइजमेंट थी, यूपीएससी ने जो विज्ञापन निकाला था उसको वापस लेने के, उसको विड्रॉ करने के निर्देश दिए हैं। हम इसका स्वागत भी करते हैं और प्रधानमंत्री को एक सलाह भी देते हैं कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि देश के मन की बात सुनना शुरू कीजिए। और देश अपने मन की बात विपक्ष के माध्यम से बोलता है, देश अपने मन की बात आपके अलाइज के माध्यम से बोलता है।
LJP and JDU, two NDA allies with socialist roots, have been the most vociferous in opposing the lateral entry bid, one that the government maintained was a transformative move.
कि लेटरल एंट्री में आरक्षण के प्रावधानों का ध्यान नहीं रखा गया है। उस वक्त साथ ही में मैंने इस बात को भी कहा था कि मजबूती से सरकार के समक्ष, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष मैं इस बात को रखने का काम करूंगा।
Rahul Gandhi has also termed the lateral entry as an attack on Dalits, OBCs and Adivasis. He positioned the government's rethink as a win for his party's bid to protect reservations and the constitution. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, with the third largest number in the Lok Sabha, credited the People Democratic Alliance for defeating the government's conspiracy of making appointments through the back door and denying reservation.
The lateral entry debate is the first indication that the changed numbers in the Lok Sabha have a bearing on governance. From an absolute majority, now the government, under pressure from its alliances as well as the opposition, has made Prime Minister Narendra Modi to have a relook at the entire reservation policy, especially for lateral entry, and to ensure that there is equitable justice for them. In New Delhi, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Joining me now on the show is Rajiv Kumar, former Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. We have Mr. Nayak, who is the Lok Sabha MP of the Congress Party, A.K. Bajpai, Chief Spokesperson of LJP, Sajjan Kumar, Political Analyst, and Ajay Dua, former Secretary, Government of India. I'm going to begin with you, Rajiv Kumar. Of course, many are welcoming it. Many say that there is politics at play. But the fact here is that the larger intent of the government is about, as it has been said in this letter by Dr. Jitendra Singh, that the Prime Minister believes in social justice and equity, and which is enshrined in our constitution. So if anything, this will ensure more inclusivity when the new advertisements are put out.
Yeah, hi Myra, and glad to be here. And I think that's the correct interpretation, which is that the Prime Minister has insisted on both things, I think, which is that there will continue to be lateral entry into the government, as opposed to some people demanding that there should be no lateral entry, because I think that's required to improve the governance capacity. But at the same time, the constitutional provisions will be taken care of as they must be. And I think it's not, is nothing very sort of, either difficult in this or, out of the way. That's the way it works. And even in, so I'm just trying to distinguish between the two things, which is that the importance of lateral entry and as it were a revolving door policy where the private sector, the academia, etc., can get into the government on short-term assignments, and the provision of social justice and equity as mandated by the constitution. The both can be achieved. When I was in Niti Aayog, we had lots of lateral entry, but we always kept in mind, there was always a view the administration would tell you that there is a quota reservation for those marginalized.
The point that has been made here also in this letter, Mr. Dua, is that pre-2014, the lateral entries were about ad hoc manner. There were cases of alleged favoritism as well. And post-2014, the government has been trying to ensure that there is transparency, openness, and the institutionally driven system is in place.
Yeah, you see, there's a big difference here, which is that all lateral entries after 2014 and to the best, I'm sure about that, have taken place through the UPSC with a very transparent, open selection system.
Okay.
And prior to that, there have been many cases where people were appointed, if you like, in an ad hoc manner, or in what is sometimes called the person-specific manner, and for which there was no such criteria. But
Okay.
there are lateral entries in different ways. I mean, you need a very important expert for some particular reason, and that can only be filled by some domain expert, and you'll have to do that.
Okay.
But overall, in the entire in sort of spectrum of things, you have to take care that the marginalized communities are equally represented as they should be according to the
All right.
Constitution.
Rajiv Kumar, thank you so much for joining us on the show. Ajay Dua, the same question to you, sir, that does it actually mean what the opposition is saying? The opposition says that there was the larger conspiracy to do away with reservation. And of course, they are claiming victory.
I don't think so.
Yes, please, go ahead, sir.
Maria, thank you for having me. I don't think that there is a conspiracy, but the fact of the matter is that this was a large-scale recruitment on for lateral entry of as many as 45 persons in different ranks, joint secretaries, directors, and deputy secretaries. But it has never been done in such large numbers earlier. Though it was for a period of 3 to 5, it's for a period of 3 to 5 years, I think it was necessary, not necessarily legally, because the government seems to have taken care, because it's advertised for each of the 24 ministries where these 45 persons are to be put somewhat separately, and till the number is at least 4 in each ministry, the reservation doesn't kick in, because for OBCs the maximum reservation is for them 27%, then 5% for SCs, 4% for STs, and then for backward class, another 4% adds up to about 40. But for none of the ministries, the number was more than 4. So legally, it may not have kicked in, but I think with such a large amount of people being taken, even on short-term basis, the government should have provided for reservation as per the scheme of things. And today's letter from the minister to the chairperson of the thing, correcting something which could perhaps have been done ab initio.
All right. Let me bring in the politicians now. Mr. Naik, the question here is that, the lateral entry idea actually began during the Congress regime. And this entire narrative, of course, Samvidhan Khatre mein, our constitution is in danger, may have yielded political dividends for you. But the larger question is also why, spread misinformation as the government is saying, because, lateral entry is not something that has been done during, post 2014.
Thank you very much for having me here. But however, I take objection to many points that you made just now. As the speaker prior to me was mentioning very correctly, that this has been a large-scale recruitment advertisement. And this is for almost 40 to 50 posts across departments. And you are recruiting officers of the rank of joint secretary, deputy secretary, and director. So this is a large-scale recruitment which would have changed the nature of the bureaucracy itself. You can always say that the steel frame of India is being attacked and the constitution is being attacked by not providing reservation. That was the crux of the opposition by the Congress party, and which was supported by all the allies of the India bloc. And there was internal contradiction within the NDA alliance, which has come to the fore. People have objected. It very clearly shows that there is no consultation, not only with the opposition parties or with the people in general. There is no consultation within the government.
I'll ask Mr. Bajpai to respond to that. Mr. Bajpai?
First of all, I welcome the decision taken by the Honorable Prime Minister. I am thankful to Chirag Paswan, who took one step ahead and strongly opposed this decision of the Government of India and immediately approached the Prime Minister. So ultimately, the mandate of the Constitution is prevailing now. But the opposition is trying to just make an allegation against the present government or Narendra Modi ji. Although the system was created by the Congress itself in 1968, long back. 2005, Birappa Moili committee is there who recommended all these things, and they were doing it. And now they say it's our victory. Once you did not follow the constitutional mandate when you were in power, now you are alleging when we have already decided to go with the reservation policy, even in lateral entries. So I don't think the people of this country is going to appreciate all these things. It is a right time, right decision taken by the Prime Minister, which clearly shows the commitment of this government towards the social justice, towards the reservation policies, and all the entire provision of the Constitution of India. And this is not the first time it is happening. When respected Paswanji was alive, there was an occasion when SC/ST Atrocities Act was diluted by the Supreme Court of India. He immediately approached the Prime Minister, and the same Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, immediately restored the position of the Act by bringing a new amendment in the law. So what I say, rumors can be spared by these opposition parties, but the reality is they are completely supporting.
Sajjan, I have just enough time for you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, see, the context is the second Administrative Reform Commission, which was in 2005 during UPA day, chaired by Virappa Moili. Mind it, he was an OBC from South India, Karnataka. The recommendation for lateral entry got a shape, and therein it is clearly mandated that we need experts rather than the generalists who are the civil servant. And since it would be the domain of domain experts, technocrats, scientists, economists, etc., therefore it is categorically mentioned that there won't be any provision of reservation. That was the original mandate. But since our needs are changing and policies are also evolving, so I think this decision, lateral entry, do we need it? Yes, we need, because India's needs are changing. We need domain expert. But do we also bring certain change? Yes. So that is why government decision to roll it back and bring it later, which may be the case with the provision of social justice and equity, is a part of the evolving policies. We need experts rather than the generalist civil servants who do not have the competency. So therefore, I think there is nothing unprecedented. There is nothing kind of thing. It is just a part of the evolving policy as per the need and the feedback.
Policy, perhaps the government recalibrating the lateral entry process. Yes, Mr. Nayak.
Exactly.
30 seconds to you.
It's basically that not only about the reservation, now the transparency aspect would also come. This is an environment of crony capitalism as well as the saffronization of the bureaucracy. Under these circumstances, it is always a suspect that we resort to anything which mandates against what is provided in the Constitution. Don't give the reservation. We don't know how the recruitment is being done. No competitive examinations are conducted the way the UPSC does. All these point to a possible recruitment which is non-transparent and opaque.
All right. In fact, the government says that this will ensure transparency. And what happened before 2014 was rather ad hoc. This is the point that is being made by the government here. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Nayak, A.K. Bajpai, Sajjan Kumar and Ajay Dua. Of course, this is a discussion which is bound to continue for the next few days. Thanks so much for watching. We are putting that entire discussion on NDTV.com.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Hello and good morning. You're watching NDTV. I am Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking at this hour. Now, NDTV is running Stop the Shame campaign where we demand justice for women and women's safety is of the utmost need. CJI also comes down heavily on the Kolkata case where he says time for national catharsis. Now, in Thane, minors molestation horror, anger spills to streets, several people protest. Meanwhile, in Kerala, CM vows action post Justice Hema report on the Mollywood. Despite Supreme Court's order, doctors will continue strike. Doctors' body says SC order well-intentioned, but core issues in healthcare still remain. They will continue to protest as CBI and state submit report. Another shocking hit-and-run case surfaces in Thane. SUV rams into car with children inside. Pedestrian hit and dragged by the SUV. And Congress brass heads to Jammu and Kashmir for poll preparation. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge to meet Congress party leaders in Jammu today. BJP also names RSS veteran Ram Madhav as the Jammu and Kashmir polls in charge. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to embark on one-day visit to Poland today. First visit by an Indian Prime Minister in over 4 decades. The Prime Minister will also mark his visit to war-torn Ukraine. viewers, from West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala, women's safety has become the need of the hour, and now it is the time to act. Join the NDTV's Stop This Shame campaign, where we demand end this crime against women, end crime against society. Join us and raise your voice against any injustice. CBI to submit status report in the 31-year-old doctor's rape and murder case in Kolkata. 2 minors allegedly sexually assaulted in Thane, and Justice Hema's report highlights how women actors are being exploited in the Malayalam industry. Hence, we demand act now to ensure that all women are safe in the country. Meanwhile, let's shift our focus with the very first story that we are tracking here at NDTV. It is the horrific rape and murder case of the 31-year-old doctor in the RG Medical College in Kolkata, where doctors will continue strike despite SC urging them to resume work, as they say that this is the time to protest and demand action immediately in the case. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court yesterday came down heavily on the state government as well as the centre. The Supreme Court said that there is a need for national catharsis. Women's safety is a big issue, and if we cannot guarantee women's safety at their workplace, then we are denying them equality. Then the Supreme Court has also ordered the setting up of a national task force. Now, the CBI and the state government will submit their report on Thursday on what progress they have made in the case related to the Bengal rape and murder case. Supreme Court also questioned the action of RG Medical College, Hospital and Administration. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court also slammed the Kolkata police in delaying to register an FIR. The Supreme Court also questioned that there should be no delay in the probe in investigation in the case, while it also asked that the CISF be deployed at the RG Medical Hospital, as despite increasing the security, a mob vandalized on the eve of Independence Day the hospital. Now, after this, several notifications have been issued. The state government has swung into action. Meanwhile, the CBI will also submit its report on Thursday.
Protests on the streets of Kolkata continuing against the rape and murder of a postgraduate medical students in Kolkata's RG Medical College and Hospital. As the ABVP hit the streets, a scuffle with the police broke out and cops had to use mild force to tackle the situation.
While several citizens' protests are taking place peacefully, there are political protests as well that tend to get confrontational with the police. Here you can see the ABVP cadres which are holding a protest, also trying to break down the police barricades at Salt Lake while they protest against the RG Medical College and Hospital, and the police also using force to disperse them.
They are still resisting the peaceful protest of the students. We are doing a peaceful protest because we want justice, sir.
This on a day the matter reached the Supreme Court. The court set up a national task force and appealed to doctors to return to work. It also had some strong observations for the state government and the police. The court questioned the delay in registering an FIR when the incident was discovered in the morning. It also questioned why the hospital authorities did not complain to the police. The court questioned why the police could not prevent vandals from entering the hospital where the crime had taken place. The court deployed CISF personnel on campus to prevent a repeat of the situation and ensure security. The Kolkata police has admitted to an assessment failure. The Supreme Court also questioned the role of the former principal and RG administration for not filing a complaint with the police. Sandeep Ghosh was questioned by the CBI for the 5th consecutive day. This as the Kolkata police registered a corruption case and the West Bengal government set up a special investigation team to probe the allegations against Sandeep Ghosh. As the Trinamool Congress comes under fire for its handling of the situation, the tide seems to be turning against Sandeep Ghosh.
Now, after the present case, when more and more allegations poured in, plethora of allegations of corruption, I'm talking about his administrative role, plethora of allegations and poured in during last few days, then government obviously and suitably thought that this is a very palpable case of deeper investigation.
Supreme Court has asked the CBI to file in a status report of the progress into the investigation of the case. Meanwhile, the protesting students at Arjikor Medical College and Hospital will watch the situation until Thursday, and only after that will they make their final action call. With camera person Ashwini Mehra, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Now let's shift our focus to another story and the second case on women's safety. Well, it will be shocking if you'll know that 2 minors were allegedly sexually assaulted in Maharashtra's Thane. There were 2 4-year-old girls at a school. They were allegedly sexually assaulted by the janitor at the school. Now, various protests were held yesterday. Even the railway tracks were closed by parents and protesters demanding immediate action in the case and also demanding capital punishment for the accused. Meanwhile, to disperse the crowds, the police also had to resort to lathi charge. But the question remains, how can 2 4-year-olds can be sexually assaulted and then there is no answer and no accountability by the administration? There were also lapses that were highlighted by the parents of the minors, saying that there was a delay in registering FIR among others. Take a look at this report.
Thousands of angry citizens descended on the Badlapur railway station, blocking tracks, trains, pelting stones and vandalism on the streets. And on the premises of the school where 2 4-year-old girls were allegedly raped. The accused, a contractual cleaner, has been arrested under the POCSO Act. But the residents of Thane were enraged over the delay in filing of the FIR. They want accountability and safety and security for women and children.
Hopeless government.
Parents have raised serious concerns. They allege that the school where the incident took place did not have a female attendant and the CCTV cameras did not work. The school administration has also come under scrutiny for allowing a male sweeper who was hired on the 1st of August to accompany the young girls to the washroom where they were allegedly sexually assaulted. Parents have also accused the school of initially ignoring the complaint and failing to take responsibility for the incident. The Maharashtra state government swung into action only after the protests. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister announced an SIT and fast-tracking of the trial. The police station in charge who delayed the FIR has been transferred. In addition, the school principal, class teacher and a staffer have been suspended by the school.
हमारा ये प्रयास है कि इस मामले की तुरंत जांच होकर और चार्जशीट भी जाए और फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में इसको हम चलाने की कोशिश करेंगे.
Shiv Sena UBT chief Uddhav Thackeray demanded answers from the government over the incident and took a dig at the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin scheme of the government, which has failed to protect its sisters and daughters. The opposition, while raising concerns on law and order in the state, has also called for the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Education Minister Deepak Kesarkar.
इस राज्य के जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर है, शिक्षा मंत्री और गृह मंत्री माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उनका इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए.
The protesters here at the Badlapur railway station who had occupied these tracks for more than 8 hours were lathi charged by the police not more than half an hour ago. It resulted in the stations being protester free at the moment, but will their demands be paid attention to by the government, and how effective will be this entire process of fast tracking the case will only be known as the time passes by. With video journalist Hemant, this is Anuj Raite with inputs from Radhika Ramaswamy from NDTV 24/7 in Badlapur.
What is the government planning to do against these cops? The sheer insensitivity and the delay which has been caused and the pain that the parents have to undergo because of the delay in filing an FIR. They had to wait for 11 hours.
The concerned senior PI, she is transferred, but I have requested the Honorable Home Minister to suspend her because that delay. I inquired. I had been to the school today. I spoke to the management committee. The Child Right Commission chairman was also accompanying me, and we have done a proper inquiry into the entire matter, and whosoever responsible, including the school management, we are taking action against all of them, including the doctor who didn't treated the patient, nor they had this their test done in time. So we are taking a strict action against them, and then I have issued instructions throughout Maharashtra what precautions the schools have to take, because the CCTV of the particular school was not working. At the same time, we have established committees to protect child from such crimes. Wherever such committees are not formed, we are taking action against our officials as well.
Now let's look at the third case, where after Justice Hema Committee's report came out in Kerala that has made some scathing remarks on the lack of safety and dignity for women in the film industry in Kerala. The report highlights there are no proper changing rooms for women on the sets. There are no basic facilities available for women actors like washrooms on the sets. They have also detailed how women are being asked for sex on demand or compromise, or the so-called compromise that the film industry asks for them. It also highlights that there is a mafia that includes top actors, directors and producers that run the industry, and in which if any actor tries to cross that line, then there will be a hostile environment for them. Hence, there is a problem with the with the Mollywood industry, and things need to be fixed. Take a look at this report.
Casting couch is a reality, and sexual intimidation is widely prevalent in the Malayalam film industry. The Justice Hema Commission that probed sexual harassment and gender inequality in Malayalam cinema was made public nearly 5 years after it was completed.
പോലീസിനെ അറിയിക്കാതെ ഒരു നടപടി എടുക്കാതെ ഞാനത് ഒളിപ്പിച്ചു വെച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാണ്. സർക്കാർ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാണ്. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാണ്. സാംസ്കാരിക വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാണ്. അവരുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇതുപോലത്തെ ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് കിട്ടിയിട്ട് 4.5 കൊല്ലം അത് ഇവർക്ക് ഇഷ്ടക്കാരെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്, ഇവർക്ക് താല്പര്യമുള്ള ആരാണ് അതിൻ്റെ അകത്തുള്ളത്, ആരെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്തത്? ഇത് മറുപടി പറയാതെ പോകാൻ പറ്റില്ലത്. ഇത് ഗുരുതരമായ കുറ്റകൃത്യമാണ്.
The probe panel, headed by retired Kerala High Court Judge Justice K. Hema, with members veteran actor Sharda and retired IAS officer KB Valsalakumari, was set up months after an actress was molested for 2 hours in a moving car in February 2017. The incident involved actor Dilip, who also went to jail in the case. 18 women who stood in solidarity with the survivor formed the Women in Cinema Collective and had asked CM Pinarayi Vijayan for the probe.
This Hema Committee report as such, we see that there are about 17 observations, and she has gone very deep into all these 17 observations. Among these 17 observations, there are about 7, or I think about 10 of them itself. They are about body of women and how the bodies are being treated.
The Justice Hema Commission report says the Malayalam film industry is controlled by a mafia of about 15 individuals, actors, producers and directors, all male. And what has been exposed in the Malayalam film industry with the testimonies of the women is likely to be the untold truth across industries. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And now the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Poland and Ukraine will be high on symbolism, even as geopolitical issues, trade and defense aspects will be discussed at the highest levels. Mr. Modi is scheduled to be in Warsaw today, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited the country in 1979. and the shared cultural ties will be in focus. Poland can be a gateway to India, to Europe, and there is a lot of potential to expand trade. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Poland and Ukraine this week marks the continuation of an underappreciated effort in Delhi to raise Europe's profile in India's foreign policy over the last decade. Modi's visit will plug a missing link, Central Europe, in India's European policy at a time when has returned to the center stage of great conflict. The Prime Minister will also be visiting Ukraine, and this will be a first visit by the Prime Minister since the war began in Ukraine. Take a look.
The train en route to Kiev in Ukraine. We are still in Poland. We get off in a station called Kelm. We then transfer on to a train by the Ukrainian railways, and then it's a straight 16-hour journey. It's a journey throughout the night. But this is in fact the most efficient way of actually getting into Ukraine. It's been very, very difficult in the past. I've covered the war on 2 occasions. On each occasion in the past, I've had to get onto buses and on the way back with refugees looking to get out of Ukraine and into Poland. Very, very difficult border crossings, but I believe the situation has become more regulated right now. But for India, the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Ukraine is of huge import. It comes at a time when India has made it absolutely clear that our interests lie in being entirely independent in our foreign policy. That while we talk about the territorial sanctity of countries including Ukraine and the need for a negotiated settlement to the crisis, we do continue to maintain very close relations with Russia. But the visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, the first time an Indian Prime Minister is visiting this country, very, very important, because India in the process, and the Prime Minister in a sense, is establishing himself as an important global leader, certainly a leader of the G20, certainly a leader of the Global South, in sending an important message that the war must come to an end. He will of course be meeting President Zelensky as well and continue conversations across a range of issues. Not least of all the defense relationship between India and Ukraine. It's something not spoken about very much, but it's a relationship that's important. Remember, the Indian Navy's destroyers and frigates are powered by gas turbine engines provided by Ukraine. The Indian Air Force uses AN-32 transport aircraft for decades. These are manufactured by Ukraine, the company Antonov. These are just some aspects of what is an important relationship between India and Ukraine. Certainly students and their welfare. There were thousands studying in this country, something that the Prime Minister may be talking about as well. But for now, it's a very long journey all the way to Kiev, a journey which will take us close to 20 odd hours by the time we are there tomorrow. For the moment, this is Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
And now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi will begin their 2-day visit to Jammu and Srinagar today to take stock of party's preparation for the upcoming assembly elections in the Union Territory. The 2 Congress leaders are also expected to explore possibilities of alliances with the regional parties like the National Conference and the People's Democratic Party. The 2 parties are part of India bloc but are rivals in Jammu and Kashmir. Voting will be held in 3 phases, with first round on September 18. The next 2 phases will be held on September 25 and October 1. The results will be announced on October 4. As many as 24 seats will vote in first phase on September 18. Meanwhile, the BJP has also appointed former party General Secretary Ram Madhav as election in charge for the coming assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir. A return to the state for him, as he had handled the state in the past on behalf of the BJP and was instrumental in the BJP forming a coalition government there in 2015 along with the People's Democratic Party. And now take a look at these shocking visuals that we have from Maharashtra's Thane, where a SUV rammed into a car. The vehicle was seen taking a U-turn and then ramming into a pedestrian as well before hitting the car again, which also had a child inside. A case has been registered in the matter and the probe is underway. Take a look at the visuals on your screens and this report. Now shifting our focus to another worrying case of mpox that is emerging from Africa and is making its way to India. Health Ministry's top official confirms that no mpox case has been reported in India so far. NCDC's DGHS director Dr. Atul Goyal said that there is no reason to panic and don't think that there will be many cases. India is fully prepared to deal with mpox virus. Testing facilities have been set up in 32 labs of ICMR and isolation wards have been set up in 3 hospitals of Delhi.
Monkeypox is a zoonotic disease which generally is restricted to the continent of Africa in the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, this year it has moved out of Africa and case has been detected in Sweden, due to which WHO has declared a public health emergency of international importance on 14th August 2024. This disease spreads from skin to skin contact and also through sexual exposure. Exposure to the bed sheets of the infected patient could also be a problem. Incubation period is generally 5 to 21 days.
Now, a decision on reducing the policy rate will depend on keeping inflation in check, Reserve Bank of India Governor Shaktikanta Das told NDTV in an exclusive interview. Now, speaking to NDTV's editor-in-chief, Sanjay Pugalia, he explained any reduction in the policy rate will also depend on future data, with inflation being the biggest influencer. Take a look.
इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में जैसा आपने कहा है, तो उसमें एक तो यह है कि आप कहते हैं कि आप फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग गाइडेंस नहीं देंगे, लेकिन मैं जैसे रीड करता हूं, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जब तक 4% के नीचे सस्टेन्ड बेसिस पे नहीं रहता इन्फ्लेशन, जो एक्चुअली वेजिटेबल्स को छोड़ दें तो सर 3.3% है सीपीआई के लेवल पे, तो आप कब तक इंतजार करेंगे कि ग्रोथ का नुकसान किए बगैर इन्फ्लेशन पर आपकी कड़ी नजर है कि रेट कट के लिए वो कौन से नेसेसरी कंडीशंस होंगे जिसमें आप कंसीडर करेंगे?
इससे पहले तो ये है कि 4% के नीचे हम जाएंगे, वो हमने कभी नहीं कहा। आप अगर केयरफुली देखेंगे हमारा मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ड्यूरेबल अलाइनमेंट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन टू द टारगेट। अलाइनमेंट मतलब वो 4% के आसपास रहे और उसमें एक ड्यूरेबल बेसिस में, ये नहीं कि वन ऑफ, मतलब आप देखिए पिछले जुलाई का इन्फ्लेशन 3.5% आ गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मतलब प्रॉब्लम ओवर हो गया है, क्योंकि दैट इज प्राइमरीली बिकॉज ऑफ बेस इफेक्ट, सॉलिड बेस इफेक्ट एडवांटेज था। तो आवर टारगेट, आवर अप्रोच जो है 4% के आसपास रहे और उसमें थोड़ा ड्यूरेबिलिटी, हमको कॉन्फिडेंस आए कि हाँ अभी 4% के आसपास रहेगा। एक वन ऑफ 4% के नीचे चला जाए फिर हम इंटरेस्ट रेट को ये कर देंगे, वो बहुत बड़ा सीरियस पॉलिसी मिस्टेक होगा। वी हैव टू बी पेशेंट, बहुत पेशेंट रहना, और भी थोड़ा डिस्टेंस अभी कवर करना है। और जहां तक ग्रोथ की सवाल है, ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस, अभी तक जो ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस है वो बहुत ही मतलब मिनिमल है, बिल्कुल ना होने की बराबर है। क्योंकि इस साल आप देखिए 7.2% हम प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं और इंडिया विल रिमेन द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी 24-25 में। तो इसीलिए ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस जो है, या तो उसको आप मिनिमल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हिसाब से कोई मेजर, कोई ज्यादा मतलब ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस नहीं हुआ है। ग्रोथ रिमेन्स इंटैक्ट, ग्रोथ इज स्टेबल एंड रेसिलियंट, और इन्फ्लेशन को हमको कम करना चाहिए। देखिए वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस या फूड आइटम्स को अगर आप निकाल देंगे और फिर आप कहेंगे कि नहीं इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, फिर आप एक आम जनता के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप सोचिए, अगर फूड प्राइसेस ज्यादा है, हम सिर्फ जिसको कहते हैं कि कोर इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, ठीक है इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, अगर वो कहेंगे वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा। वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा, लोगों के, आम जनता के माइंड में ये रहेगा कैसे आप कह रहे हैं मेरा तो इतना खर्चा हो रहा है, मेरा सैलरी इतना है और उसमें से इतना परसेंटेज जा रहा है फूड कॉस्ट में, फूड इन्फ्लेशन, कैसे सरकार कह रही है, कैसे आरबीआई कह रही है कि इन्फ्लेशन जो है कम हो गया। इसीलिए फूड इन्फ्लेशन, हमारा जो हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन जो टारगेट है, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। उसका कारण ये है क्योंकि अभी जिस सर्वे के आधार पर हमारा कंज्यूमर जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है, जिसके ऊपर टारगेट इन्फ्लेशन नंबर कैलकुलेट करते हैं, जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है उसमें फूड इन्फ्लेशन का शेयर 46% है। तो मान लीजिए एक साधारण परिवार में 50% ऑफ कंजम्पशन, जितना खर्चा हो रहा है 50% खाने के चीज में फूड कॉस्ट में जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये बहुत ही जरूरी है कि हम फूड इन्फ्लेशन को मन में रखें और रेट कब हम कम करेंगे या कब पॉलिसी चेंज करेंगे वो फ्यूचर डेटा के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। लेकिन फिलहाल हमको ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इन्फ्लेशन कम हो रहा है और 4% के आसपास पहुंच जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इस साल का एवरेज हमने 4.5% दिया है। बहुत सारे अनसर्टेनिटीज है, आगे जाके हम देखेंगे कैसे इनकमिंग डेटा स्टडी करेंगे, उसके आधार पर आउटलुक क्या बन रहा है।
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan.
You are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will make official visits to Poland and Ukraine starting today. He is the first Indian Prime Minister after Morarji Desai to travel to the European country in 45 years. This year also marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and Poland. US political power couple Barack and Michelle Obama will make their pitch for Kamala Harris during the Democratic National Convention's second night. Many say the former US president is still a North Star in the party. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken sought during a worldwide trip to West Asia to inject urgency into efforts to broker a Gaza ceasefire deal, but departed the region on Tuesday with an agreement between Israel and Hamas still elusive. Rescue teams and divers are searching for 6 missing people, including a British tech magnate and a Morgan Stanley boss, after a luxury super yacht sank in a storm off Sicily. Gold prices have hit a fresh high as increasing hopes of US interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve prompted investors to buy more of the precious metal. Well, our big focus, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Poland and Ukraine will be high on symbolism, even as geopolitical issues, trade and defense aspects will be discussed at the highest levels. Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to be in Warsaw today, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years, after Morarji Desai visited the country in 1979, and the shared cultural ties will be in focus. Poland can be a gateway to India to Europe, and there is a lot of potential to expand trade, experts have highlighted. But our Prime Minister's visit to Poland and Ukraine this week marks the continuation of an underappreciated effort in Delhi to raise Europe's profile in India's foreign policy over the last decade. Mr. Modi's visit will plug a missing link, Central Europe, in India's European policy at a time when Middle Europe has returned to the center stage of great power conflict. My colleague Vishnu Shom is tracking the finer details for you. Listen in to his report.
The train en route to Kiev in Ukraine. We are still in Poland. We get off in a station called Kelm. We then transfer on to a train by the Ukrainian railways, and then it's a straight 16-hour journey. It's a journey throughout the night. But this is in fact the most efficient way of actually getting into Ukraine. It's been very, very difficult in the past. I've covered the war on 2 occasions. On each occasion in the past, I've had to get onto buses and on the way back with refugees looking to get out of Ukraine and into Poland. Very, very difficult border crossings, but I believe the situation has become more regulated right now. But for India, the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Ukraine is of huge import. It comes at a time when India has made it absolutely clear that our interests lie in being entirely independent in our foreign policy. That while we talk about the territorial sanctity of countries including Ukraine and the need for a negotiated settlement to the crisis, we do continue to maintain very close relations with Russia. But the visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, the first time an Indian Prime Minister is visiting this country, very, very important, because India in the process, and the Prime Minister in a sense, is establishing himself as an important global leader, certainly a leader of the G20, certainly a leader of the Global South, in sending an important message that the war must come to an end. He will of course be meeting President Zelensky as well and continue conversations across a range of issues. Not least of all the defense relationship between India and Ukraine. It's something not spoken about very much, but it's a relationship that's important. Remember, the Indian Navy's destroyers and frigates are powered by gas turbine engines provided by Ukraine. The Indian Air Force uses AN-32 transport aircraft for decades. These are manufactured by Ukraine, the company Antonov. These are just some aspects of what is an important relationship between India and Ukraine. Certainly students and their welfare. There were thousands studying in this country. That's something that the Prime Minister may be talking about as well. But for now, it's a very long journey all the way to Kiev, a journey which will take us close to 20 odd hours by the time we are there tomorrow. For the moment, this is Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Meanwhile, the Israeli military recovered the bodies of 6 more hostages who were being held captive by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. This is what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed. But in an overnight operation, the Israel Defense Forces said it recovered the bodies from the Khan Yunis area in southern Gaza.
In a new development in the now 10-month-long war on Gaza, the Israeli military says it has recovered the bodies of 6 hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th. The IDF claims the bodies were recovered in an overnight operation in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. However, they did not detail how or when the 6 Israeli hostages died. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised the recovery effort, expressing his distress at the loss of lives. Netanyahu also assured that the state of Israel will continue to make every effort to return all of the remaining hostages. Hamas is still believed to be holding around 110 Israeli hostages captured in the October 7th attack, a third of which Israeli authorities estimate are already dead. The rescue came as the United States, Egypt, and Qatar are trying to mediate a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas that would end the war on Gaza and release the Israeli hostages still held by Hamas. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says its troops continue its operation throughout the Gaza Strip. With the death toll having reached over 40,000 in Gaza and with scores of hostages still unaccounted for, all eyes are on the international mediators to finalize a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Samia Afsar for NDTV World.
Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken sought during his trip to the Middle East to inject urgency into efforts to broker a Gaza ceasefire deal, but departed the region on Tuesday with an agreement between Israel and Hamas still elusive. Blinken and mediators from Egypt and Qatar have pinned their hopes on a US bridging proposal aimed at narrowing the gaps between the two sides in the 10-month-old war, after negotiations last week paused without a breakthrough. The deal needs to get done, and it needs to get done in the days ahead, and we will do everything possible to get it across the finish line. This is what Blinken had told reporters in Doha before heading back to Washington. But a senior Biden administration official traveling with Blinken has also added that the US expects the ceasefire talks to continue this week as well. Meanwhile, the India-Japan partnership is set against a larger context of a free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific and will continue to grow. This is what our External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has emphasized as the two sides held a fresh edition of the 2+2 dialogue amid China's increasing military muscle flexing in the region. The Japanese delegation at the talks in Delhi was headed by Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa and Defence Minister Kihara Minoru. Dr. Jaishankar and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh headed the Indian team. In fact, the External Affairs Minister said the strategic partnership between India and Japan will continue to grow as we embrace mutuality and display sensitivity. We have a common strategic vision for a free Indo-Pacific, and there's cooperation as far as the Quad and bilateral security and defense is concerned as well. There was an emphasis on the people-to-people connect during these 2+2 dialogue discussions as well. And embracing mutuality and displaying sensitivity was highlighted. India is also expected to establish a new consulate, is what has been disclosed in this 2+2 dialogues as well. But the India-Japan partnership is set against a larger context of a free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific, and it will continue to grow. These are the words of the External Affairs Minister at the 2+2 dialogues between India and Japan. The Japanese delegation at the talks in Delhi was headed by the Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa and the Defence Minister Kihara Minoru. Our side was represented by Dr. Jaishankar as well as our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Well, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. We're slipping into a very short break for now.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega.
Well, the US political power couple, the Obamas, will make their pitch for Kamala Harris during the Democratic National Convention's second night. The former US president is still a North Star in the party. Illinois' lieutenant governor has told the press, and his voice will be integral to rallying Democrats, independents, and moderate Republicans behind Kamala Harris. In fact, the former First Lady Michelle Obama's speech, meanwhile, will give the crowd a glimpse of the party's fantasy candidate many believe. It remains to be seen if she will repeat her now famous convention speech approach of taking the high road when talking about Donald Trump. But we actually spoke to Ranjiv Puri, who was at the DNC. Listen in to what he told NDTV.
There are two questions I want to ask you. One is about the caucuses, the specific messaging for each of the caucuses. And second, of course, is the state that you're representing, which itself is a swing state. What do you think could work in the Democrats' favor?
So Michigan is trending blue. I think there's a lot of excitement with Vice President Harris now being the presumptive nominee to be carrying us forward to November. We are starting to see that coalition from 2008 getting excited again. Volunteers are asking to door knock and make phone calls and talk to their friends. Things are very exciting in Michigan. If we talk about polling, the same polling that showed a very close race, or maybe even Trump leading a month ago, now has switched kind of in full form, has Kamala Harris rising above in the polling. We are very excited with the work that's happening in Michigan and the infrastructure that's been built in Michigan to make sure that our voters are coming out. I'm obviously biased, but I think Michigan is probably the most important state in the country this election. There's 15 electoral votes. There's hardly any path to winning the presidency without winning Michigan this year.
Right. And as far as your task is also cut out, talk to us about what would you and, of course, the Democrats in some of these swing states be really focused on in terms of messaging?
Well, like I said, it's really about what can you do for me, right? As you mentioned earlier, and a lot of voters want to know how their
but inflation is an issue that Donald Trump's campaign talks about many times. They've picked on inflation specifically. How will the Kamala campaign or Harris campaign respond to that?
So they just put out the campaign just put out a plan to tackle economic issues. The first is kind of going after artificial price gouging that's happening. We are seeing businesses inflate prices just to increase their profits. Now we have a plan to tackle that very directly. And so the key here is to obviously bring down inflation while continuing to invest in our communities to make sure that everyone here can reach their potential. As was mentioned in President Biden's speech last year, America is the greatest country in the world, and people want to live and move here to work for that American dream, for that social mobility. And so it's restoring the ability for people to reach their potential in this great country.
We also have a live update from Voice of America's Kane at the moment. He joins us live from Chicago. Thanks so much, Kane, for joining us on the World 24/7. Take our viewers through how Obama's DNC speech is likely to inject some hope into Kamala Harris's campaign.
Well, it actually comes on the 20th anniversary of President Barack Obama, then candidate Barack Obama's ascendancy onto the national political stage. 20 years ago, in 2004, Barack Obama was a state senator here in Illinois. He was running for a U.S. Senate seat in Illinois, and he gave a speech at the Democratic National Convention that year that was an energized, energetic speech that wound up becoming a defining moment in his career. It is the thing that launched him onto the national stage. It gave him prominence, and it actually gave him the springboard by which he could seek the presidency. So Barack Obama, as he comes here to Chicago tonight, he is going to speak about that 20th anniversary, that moment 20 years ago, and the bridge from him to Kamala Harris here in Chicago in 2024. So for the Democrats and the delegates that have gathered here at the United Center, you can see it behind me, they're here to listen to what some people have referred to as the rock stars, the current rock stars of the Democratic Party. Not just Barack Obama, but Barack Obama himself makes jokes that his wife, former First Lady Michelle Obama, sells out auditoriums better than him and sells more books than him. She will speak before President Obama does tonight, and there's a lot of people here eager to hear what she has to say.
But many argue that Obama is actually in a position to do for Kamala Harris what former President Bill Clinton did for him at the 2012 Democratic Convention, which was to essentially lay out the rationale for a second Obama term and explain Obama's economic program to voters who were skeptical of the pace of recovery after the recession we saw that in 2008, 2009. Is this considered a sort of turning point tonight?
Well, inflation has been very high here in the United States for a while. It is definitely the economic policy of the Biden administration, in which Vice President Kamala Harris has been a part of. And so it is a moment for Barack Obama to perhaps help Kamala Harris differentiate how she will create her own administration's policies that will combat some of these things that are concerning voters. But it's also a moment really to create party unity. There are still factions of the Democratic Party that are concerned about the war in Gaza and other issues. And so this is the moment, perhaps, for Barack Obama not to really talk about his past, not for him to sort of dwell on what happened during his administration. This is a moment for Barack Obama to sort of be the standard bearer of unity in the Democratic Party. And that's the message that perhaps he's going to deliver tonight to these delegates here in Chicago.
Kane, you just briefly touched upon Gaza. We're also hearing that thousands of people have actually converged in Chicago to voice their concerns about Biden administration's stance on the Israel-Gaza war. But have the protests been smaller than expected so far?
The size of the protests wasn't necessarily determined before this event happened here. There were thousands of people that protested yesterday. The protests here, they're still continuing today, but there doesn't seem to be as many people. The motions on the floor. The interesting thing about tonight, it really was the focus or the showcase of the Democratic Party. And tonight was the roll call vote. And so there were a lot of delegates, a lot of people here that came to the United Center to participate in the roll call. We heard a lot about the protests yesterday. We've heard less about it today. But there's still 2 more days left of this convention here in Chicago.
Right. Also, just a little over 4 weeks ago, Republicans were confidently eyeing victory in this upcoming election. Is it fairly safe to say that now it's Democrats' turn to take an early victory lap, or too early?
So this is the convention for Democrats. And typically, as it was for the Republicans in Milwaukee, this is the moment in which they're able to be in prime time on television here in the United States. They're able to reach voters. They're able to send their message out. And so there's always a bump in polling. There's always a sort of momentum that each party carries when they leave these conventions and head back on the campaign trail. So not only has the Democratic Party benefited from there being a change in the top of the ticket, as Joe Biden has agreed to step down and Kamala Harris is now the nominee, that momentum that she had coming into this could be buffered by even more momentum heading out of this week of this convention as she heads out onto the campaign trail. Something to keep in mind here, too. We're less than 80 days away from Election Day, November 5th here in the United States. But the interesting part about this is that early ballots and mail-in ballots, they actually begin in September, in the middle of September, in some of the states here in the United States. So the momentum that this ticket carries out of this convention could translate into votes in just as little as 3 weeks from now, as people start to cast ballots. And so it shouldn't really be understated, the sort of polling numbers that you'll see in the coming days after this convention. And if they show an increasing margin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, that could be good news for the Democrats in November.
Right, Kane, as we wrap, I just want to ask, is it all that rosy for Kamala Harris? Because an ABC Washington Post survey actually published on the eve of the convention put Trump 9 points ahead of Kamala Harris when asked who they trust more to handle the economy and inflation. But you're on the ground. What are you picking up on?
Yes, the economy right now is definitely a primary issue for voters that are independent or voters that, each of these parties need to turn out. People are having kitchen table issues here in the United States in which they're concerned about the price of groceries. They're concerned about the cost of gasoline, petroleum. They're concerned about all of these costs that they need to pay for to live day to day. And so that is going to be a challenge for Kamala Harris to address because she will be carrying on the Biden administration. And so these are things that will have to be addressed on the campaign trail, at least to satisfy those voters whom each of these parties is going to need to turn out to vote for them when they do actually cast those ballots. Because Republicans, they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Democrats, they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. Who each of these candidates needs to reach is the independent voter or the non-aligned voters in this country that haven't necessarily chosen their candidate yet. Those are the people that these candidates are trying to sell their message to.
Kane, thank you so much for joining us with that detailed update from the DNC. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from Chicago. Thanks so much. Well, let's turn our attention to Malaysia for now. Well, the Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, he has indicated that his government may consider India's request to extradite controversial Islamic preacher Zakir Naik if evidence is provided against him. At an interactive session at the Indian Council of World Affairs, Mr. Ibrahim also said that the issue should not deter the two countries from enhancing bilateral relations. In fact, to a specific question, he said the issue was not raised by the Indian side during Tuesday's talks. Zakir Naik, as you're well aware, is wanted by the Indian authorities for alleged money laundering and inciting extremism through hate speeches. And he actually left India back in 2016. With that, let's turn our attention to the other big story. Well, gold prices, they have reached a record high. They've hit a fresh high as increasing hopes of US interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve prompted investors to buy more of the precious metal. The spot price of gold rose to a record $2,531.6 an ounce on Tuesday afternoon. That was up over 1% on the day. But analysts have ascribed much of the rally to the prospect of interest rate cuts by central banks led by the US Federal Reserve. Lower interest rates tend to diminish the lure of bonds and shares because it diminishes the likely returns. That has prompted many investors to place their bets on gold increases and gold's practical uses. They are mainly limited to jewelry and some electronics, and it does not offer anything in the way of returns except the possibility of future price rises. However, it is viewed by investors as a safe haven during turbulent economic and geopolitical times. A reaction to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza appears to have been a factor behind the increase in its value over the past 2 years, especially even as US interest rates rose from historic lows to the highest in 23 years. In other news, a suspect who police said confessed to killing 42 women and was being detained over the discovery of dismembered bodies in Kenya's capital has escaped from police custody. Collins Kalusha, who's 33 years old, was being detained at a police station after the court allowed detectives 7 more days to investigate his alleged crimes before charging him. We are now told that the serial killer has escaped police custody. In other news, Jennifer Lopez has done what seemed absolutely inevitable. She's filed for divorce from Ben Affleck, as per reports. There are major twists, including the symbolism of when she finally decided to do it. JLo has filed legal documents in the LA County Superior Court, but they were not filed by a lawyer. She actually filed them herself without an attorney, is what we're being told by initial reports. And finally, a rare spectacle began as an August supermoon, blue moon, rose into the sky. The first of 2024's 4 consecutive supermoons, the blue moon, also known as the sturgeon moon. It was expected to reach peak illumination on Monday and shine brightly through today as well. Here are the mesmerizing photos of the rare phenomenon from around the world. Well, thank you for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
From Maharashtra to Kolkata to Kerala, the safety of women has become a major issue. And here at NDTV, we're asking you to join our campaign, Stop This Shame. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. You can join NDTV's Stop This Shame campaign, where we demand end to the crime against women, the crime against society. You can join us and raise your voices against any kind of injustice. Now, it is the CBI that submitted its status report. As far as the CBI has been asked to submit that report in the case of the trainee doctor who was raped and murdered, while 2 minor girls have been allegedly sexually assaulted in Thane, which has resulted in a major protest, while the Justice Hema's report highlights how women actors are being exploited in the Malayalam film industry. Hence, we demand action that needs to be taken in order to ensure that all women are safe. You can join our campaign, Stop This Shame. There are massive protests in Maharashtra that took place on Tuesday. This was in Thane over the sexual assault of 2 4-year-old girls at a school, which saw a real roko for several hours at the Badlapur train station. It was finally quelled in the evening with a lathi charge. the sexual assault that has, this is when switching tracks to Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, that both of them will be in Jammu and Kashmir today. So they will be landing in Jammu at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And from there, they are expected to also be meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. And let's get you the latest when it comes to the Prime Minister, who's going to be taking off. He's going to be going to Warsaw at 9:30 this morning is when the Prime Minister is going to be taking off for Poland. And from there, he's going to be going to Ukraine. He will be taking a train from Poland to Kiev. And that train journey is going to be 10 hours long. We'll get you all the details. And the RBI governor talks about inflation coming under control. So this is in an exclusive interview to NDTV Sanjay Pugalia, where the RBI director has spoken about the fall in food prices not being enough to cut rates. Morning is regarding the safety of women, whether it's the case in Kolkata or the case coming up in Maharashtra regarding two minor girls or to the Malayalam film industry in Kerala. The safety of women has become the need of the hour, and now it's time to act. You can join NDTV's Stop This Shame campaign, where we demand an end to this crime against women and crime against society. You can join us, you can raise your voices against any sort of injustice. This is our campaign here at NDTV, Stop This Shame campaign that we have started. You can raise your voice, you can join our campaign, you can join NDTV's voice against crime, against society, against women, voices that matter. Well, as far as that massive protest is concerned, which took place on Tuesday in Maharashtra's Thane over the alleged sexual assault of two 4-year-old girls at a school, which saw a rail roko for several hours at the Badlapur train station. This was finally quelled in the evening with a lathi charge and tear gas. The two young girls were allegedly sexually assaulted in their school's bathroom by the janitor, who has now been arrested. But what enraged the protesters is the claim that the parents of the girls that have gone on to make, that they were made to wait for hours altogether at the local police station to register an FIR. So it is that complaint that has in fact got people agitated, and also the muted response when it comes to the school. So that is why people collected in large number at that very crucial railway station in Thane's Badlapur, and it was the people who were then made to move, and it was a lathi charge that they retorted to as far as the police is concerned, as well as tear gas was used in order to disperse the crowds. Now, there were about close to 300 protesters, and 28 protesters out of those 300 have so far been arrested. So, the sexual assault apparently took place on the 13th of August. The police only filed the case on the 16th of August. To top that, they were made to wait for 11 hours. And so far, from what we are hearing, is the man had been allowed to take these little girls. They were accompanied by this man to the restroom, and that is where the assault took place. He has allegedly sexually assaulted these two 4-year-olds while they were being taken to the restroom. We have Radhika joining us. Radhika, take us through the kind of action that's been taken so far. I mean, we do know there were, people who had gathered in large number at this very crucial, a very major railway station in Thane district, the main line of the Central Railway that operates more than 1,800 suburban services on a daily basis. Take us through what really happened, that got these people so agitated. It was that delay in FIR. It was also the response of the school. How did the school respond to this incident?
That's right. Badlapur erupted in protest yesterday post the sexual assault allegation against this particular cleaner. Two children were sexually assaulted in their own schools by a cleaner. This happening on August 13th, FIR getting registered much later. In fact, the school not taking any accountability and responsibility for the incident. And of course, the police also delaying the FIR, which is what agitated the parents, the citizens, residents of Badlapur and across Thane, who went ahead and blocked the trains, blocked the railway tracks, resorted to vandalism of the school, and generally protested across the city. Of course, the police had to resort to lathi charge, post which all of these protesters were, in fact, dispersed from there. But it took almost 8 to 9 hours for the protests to end. Of course, there was a lot of anger and outrage on the streets of Thane. As far as this entire incident is concerned, what really irked the people of Thane, the people of Badlapur, is the fact that the school did not come out with a statement. The school did not have enough provisions to ensure safety and security of its children. The CCTV cameras were not functioning properly. It did not have a female attendant whatsoever. And it was a male attendant who was hired very recently, who escorted these two little children to the washroom where this crime was committed. After which, of course, the school did not take any responsibility, did not come up with a statement, nor did it apologize for this particular incident. It was after the protest that the school decided to dismiss its teachers, its principal, as well as other staffers. Post that, of course, the state government also swung into action, transferring that particular police station in charge for delaying the FIR. And also multiple other measures were taken, including fast tracking of the case, appointing a special public prosecutor, and ensuring the strictest punishment to the accused. But all these actions by the state government and by the school administration forced the outrage and anger. So therefore, the parents, the residents, they feel that only through anger, protest, and violence will there be any action taken, will there be any sort of security and safety ensured to women of the city, and which is what we saw yesterday. Very, very disturbing incident that led to violence spilling on the street.
We also have with us Anuj, who is joining us to get us more on this. So, of course, Radhika, the Chief Minister stepped in. The Deputy Chief Minister, we heard Devendra Fadnavis also speak on the matter, saying that it will be fast track as far as the case is concerned. We also heard the Education Minister speak on the matter. So, what kind of changes are we expecting going forward regarding the schools, particularly in Maharashtra?
Well, as far as the assurances given by Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, or the Education Minister are concerned, yes, they have said they will fast track this case. A special public prosecutor, Ujjwal Nikam, has been appointed to look into the case, one. And secondly, Vishaka Commission is something that will be prevalent across schools in the state, is something that Deepak Kesarkar, the Education Minister, has also said. So multiple assurances and promises given. There will be a monitoring of schools. They will ensure that all the complaint boxes in schools are checked, CCTVs are functional, and there will be committees formed in order to ensure that safety, security of children are not under risk. This is something that the Education Minister has assured. Of course, all this coming out, all this being told post the protest. Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, as well as Education Minister did address the media yesterday with all these assurances being given and strictest punishment. However, this has taken a political turn, with the opposition demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister. Opposition also questioning the Ladli Bahan scheme of the state government. There are multiple schemes for women in the state that has been announced by the state government recently. The opposition asking if they cannot ensure the safety and security and justice for its women and children. What is the point of all these schemes, which are, of course, targeted to woo the voters just ahead of assembly elections? So therefore, it is targeting the schemes for women, which has not ensured any sort of safety for its women, and also demanding the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister, considering the deteriorating law and order situation in the state. Of course, this is not an isolated incident. Besides these two children being sexually assaulted, which is the latest case, there was just a few days back a resident doctor being attacked in her own workplace. Before that, a 20-year-old woman was allegedly murdered. She was thrown, her body was dumped in the bushes, and then, of course, her jilted boyfriend or lover was in fact arrested in connection to that case as well. So in the last few days, we saw multiple cases of attacks against women happening in Maharashtra. Mumbai and surrounding areas considered to be a safe space for women, but the ground reality is seeming different.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. And another shocking incident that is coming to light is of a teacher in Akola Zilla Parishad Higher Secondary School accused of molesting girl students. The accused teacher, Pramod Sardar, has now been arrested. While the case of sexual exploitation of small girls is going on in a school, this that Radhika has highlighted, as far as that allegation against the janitor at the Badlapur school of Thane. So this an incident of molestation of 6 girls by a Zilla Parishad teacher has come to light in this area of the Akola district. Now, a case has been registered against the accused teacher. The allegation is that he has been harassing the girls studying in the school for the last 4 months. And let's just get you the details as far as the Supreme Court is concerned that heard the Kolkata rape and murder incident. This case that came up, the suo motu cognizance that the Supreme Court took as of Tuesday. Now, the Supreme Court went on to say that the nation cannot wait for another rape for changes to take place on the ground. It is the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, that has expressed strong dissatisfaction when it comes to West Bengal's government and the authorities at the hospital over the delay as far as filing of the FIR and other procedural lapses as far as handling of the case is concerned. The Supreme Court's directive for increased security at the hospitals, while well intended, is not enough, is what is being said by the All India residents and junior doctors who have gone ahead and signed a forum calling for a comprehensive overhaul as far as the system is concerned. And to get more on this, we have Tanushka joining us from Kolkata to get us more on this. Tanushka, when we talk about what really happened in the Supreme Court, very strong words that were used by the Chief Justice of India asking for doctors to resume and come back to work. But what is really being said now is that they will not, come back to work, and that, they will continue with their protest and they will wait up until, the Supreme Court delivers its verdict, which is expected on Thursday.
What has indeed urged all the doctors across the country to come back to work. This is definitely an issue and a concern of their safety, but also such that of patients across the country who are also suffering because of this entire strike. While hearing the Kolkata doctors' rape murder case, today Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud also referenced the 1973 rape case of Aruna Chandwal. And this incident he referred to highlight the attacks on women and women at work, women doctors over the years. And Chandrachud, CJI Chief Justice also said that due to ingrained patriarchal biases, women doctors are targeted more and more. As more women also join the workforce, the nation cannot wait for another way for real changes to happen on ground. So these are some very strong statements that were made by the Chief Justice of India. And while he has urged all the doctors to finally return to work, what has happened is that, of course, because this incident, has developed such a movement, and rightly so, the doctors aren't really keen on returning until their demands are met. So what the RGK Medical College and Hospital, wherein this gruesome rape and murder happened, is maintaining that they will watch the situation until Thursday, which is when the Supreme Court has asked the CBI to submit a status report of the progress of the investigation into the case until now. And only after Thursday will they again have a general body meeting to finally decide on their further action plan. Across the country, be it other resident doctors associations, be it the FODA, AIMS Delhi RPA, they've all decided that after rigorous JVM meetings, that they will continue their strike in majority. And this action includes suspension of academic activities, elective services, OPD ward services, and OT services. But they will maintain emergency services, ICUs, and other emergency OT services. For today, AIMS Delhi RDA as well as Lady Hardinge Medical College RDA will be performing OPD services for free at Jantar Mantar from 11 a.m. onwards. So while there is this urging from the Supreme Court the Resident Doctors Association do not seem to be standing down on their cause, on their demands for a central protection law. And they also want a cohesive list of very stringent laws such that this sort of a crime has no scope to be perpetuated again. So until and unless their demands are met with for justice, for punishment for every single culprit who is involved and who is accused, and for the central protection law to be brought about, the doctors do not seem to be stepping down from their stride.
Right, Tanushka, what's really been said in, to that directive by the Supreme Court is that it might be well intended, but it does not address the core problems that are plaguing the healthcare system, and that is what is being said. And what they're really calling for is a comprehensive overhaul of the system. And also, what has really been ordered by the Supreme Court is the removal of the name, the photographs, and the videos of the trainee doctor who was raped and murdered in Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital from all social media platforms. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Now, at a time when the nation is debating a workplace safety for women, comes the HEMA committee report in Kerala that has made some scathing remarks on the lack of safety and dignity for women in the film industry in Kerala. The report, which had been delayed for years, shed lights as far as the harrowing experience is concerned of women working in the industry. According to the report, the industry is controlled by a mafia that includes top actors, directors, producers, creating a hostile environment for women. The Kerala government, do remember, constituted this panel after the 2017 actress assault case involving actor Dileep to study issues of sexual harassment and gender inequality as far as the Malayalam film industry is concerned. And now it is the opposition that has set out, as the Congress said, UDF, questioning whether the government had kept the report confidential to shield the accused and alleged that the government was siding with the hunters rather than the victims. So we have my colleague Uma joining us. Uma, when it comes to this, the report, take us through the findings of this report. As per the report, there were code names given to those who would comply, as far as the sexual advances are concerned, and then the ones who wouldn't comply were the ones who were sort of, ousted out of the industry altogether.
Yes, indeed. This report, in fact, is a very scathing kind of a comment on the workings in the Malayalam film industry. And what is a matter of concern is that one would think that this is probably the untold story of not just the film industries, but across sectors and across cities as well. And it is not to do just with the Mollywood, as the Kerala or the Malayalam film industry is called. The report itself talks about the testimonies that have been given by the women, and the report expresses shock about the kind of things that these women have shared with the commission, which of course was headed by Justice K. Hema, and also senior actress, national award winner Urvashi, and also senior IAS officer Valsala Kumari. And the contents of the report suggest that casting couch is very much a very significant part of the Malayalam film industry, that the women are intimidated, they are shamed, they are forced into situations that put them under tremendous pressure. Sexual kind of intimidation is also there. Women have reported that, in fact, when they were given accommodation at night, they have multiple times seen their doors being banged and a lot of pressure being put on them to cooperate, so to speak. And as you mentioned, the artists who cooperated were called cooperating artists, and the rest were in fact literally banned from the cinema industry itself. They would not get work, they would not get not just for the actors but also for the technicians, the film directors, and also the producers. They have reported a lot of kind of steps that were being taken that makes it very difficult for these women to continue in the cinema itself. So that's why the Women in Cinema Collective was in fact formed in 2017 after the incident on February 17, 2017 of an actress who was allegedly molested and taken around in a car. And one of the accused in that case was actor Dileep, was accused number 7 out of the 10 accused, and he even went to jail for that. Subsequently, the women had gone to the Chief Minister and this commission was formed, and the report was in fact ready by 2019, but it took 5 years for that report to come out, and that itself is a commentary on the kind of situation that prevails in the Malayalam film industry, where the report itself says that there is a kind of a mafia that's controlling it. It says 15 men, that includes actors, producers, directors, all of them male, who were controlling the industry and not allowing anyone else to come in who had a differing point of view, who stood up against the kind of diktats of this particular mafia, as the report has called. So what this would now mean is that the government would be forced to take cognizance of the contents of the report. In fact, V.D. Satishan, opposition leader of the Congress in the assembly, he has said that police should register FIRs based on the testimonies given by these women, because that would also include sections of POCSO under which cases would now have to be registered. The founder members of the Women in Cinema Collective, on whose initiative in fact this probe had been done, they in fact say that there are very important recommendations in the commission that would apply not just to Kerala but across the country, and they are talking about structural changes that need to be brought in. As far as we know, we are talking about internal committees that look into allegations of sexual harassment, and they say that is something that's not happening in the Malayalam film industry, because very often they say shooting is for a very short period and we are not going to constitute this kind of committees, and they don't exist. And therefore, Hema committee has spoken about structures that need to be formed that can play the role of what an internal committee would do, but they would be permanent structures that can ensure that. And the WCC says for that there may be legislative changes that are required. So what I would say is that this report is something that would probably open our eyes, or at least to the kind of happenings that may be there in the other industries as well, and we could take the recommendations from there for initiating policy measures and creating regulatory bodies which would ensure that safety at the workplace for women, not just in cinema but elsewhere also, can be addressed now at a time when we are actually debating about safety for women in the workplace, specifically with regard to hospitals. Back to you.
Right. Well, of course, this report also highlighted, how widespread the issue is. And like you were saying, it's not just the film industry, it's the safety and security of women in the country at large. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the Prime Minister who's taking off for Poland. He is going to then from there take on a journey to Ukraine via a train. That's going to be a journey that's going to last over 10 hours. We'll get you all the details. But for now, we're slipping into a short break.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once.
Welcome back. The Prime Minister is about to take off for Poland this morning. He's expected to take off at 9:30. From there, he's going to be going to Kiev. This is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister since 1979. That is over 45 years. That the first Indian Prime Minister is going to be visiting Poland in order to strengthen ties in Poland, seeing Poland as a gateway to Europe as far as India is concerned. And from there, the Prime Minister is also going to be going to Kiev. He's going to be taking a train journey from Poland to Kiev. He's going to be spending about 7 hours there, and this comes just on the heels of when India has gone on to say that India is willing to provide all possible support required to help find a peaceful solution when it comes to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. My colleague Vishnu Som is also, he's travelled on that train. That's going to be the distance that the Prime Minister is going to be covering from Poland to Kiev. He's going to be in Kiev on the 23rd.
The train en route to Kiev in Ukraine. We are still in Poland. We get off in a station called Kelm. We then transfer on to a train by the Ukrainian railways, and then it's a straight 16-hour journey. It's a journey throughout the night. But this is in fact the most efficient way of actually getting into Ukraine. It's been very, very difficult in the past. I've covered the war on 2 occasions. On each occasion in the past, I've had to get onto buses and on the way back with refugees looking to get out of Ukraine and into Poland. Very, very difficult border crossings, but I believe the situation has become more regulated right now. But for India, the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Ukraine is of huge import. It comes at a time when India has made it absolutely clear that our interests lie in being entirely independent in our foreign policy. That while we talk about the territorial sanctity of countries including Ukraine and the need for a negotiated settlement to the crisis, we do continue to maintain very close relations with Russia. But the visit of the Prime Minister to Ukraine, the first time an Indian Prime Minister is visiting this country, very, very important, because India in the process, and the Prime Minister in a sense, is establishing himself as an important global leader, certainly a leader of the G20, certainly a leader of the Global South, in sending an important message that the war must come to an end. He will of course be meeting President Zelensky as well and continue conversations across a range of issues. Not least of all the defense relationship between India and Ukraine. It's something not spoken about very much, but it's a relationship that's important. Remember, the Indian Navy's destroyers and frigates are powered by gas turbine engines provided by Ukraine. The Indian Air Force uses AN-32 transport aircraft for decades. These are manufactured by Ukraine, the company Antonov. These are just some aspects of what is an important relationship between India and Ukraine. Certainly students and their welfare. There were thousands studying in this country. That's something that the Prime Minister may be talking about as well. But for now, it's a very long journey all the way to Kiev, a journey which will take us close to 20 odd hours by the time we are there tomorrow. For the moment, this is Vishnu Som for NDTV.
Thank you, Vishnu, for getting us all those details, and all eyes on that very crucial visit of the Prime Minister to Kiev, which is going to take place on the 23rd. And before that, he's going to be taking off to Poland this morning. Moving on now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi will begin their 2-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir in order to take stock of the party's preparation for the upcoming assembly elections in the Union Territory. The two Congress leaders are also expected to explore possibilities of alliance with the regional parties, whether it's the National Conference and the People's Democratic Party. The two parties are part of the India bloc but are rivals in Jammu and Kashmir, and voting will be held in 3 phases. Do remember, voting begins on the 18th of September. The next 2 phases will be on the 25th of September, followed by the 1st of October, while the results will be announced on the 4th of October. As many as 24 seats will vote in the first phase on the 18th. The BJP appointed its former party General Secretary Ram Madhav as election in charge in the coming assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, a return to the state for him as he had handled the state in the past on behalf of the BJP and was instrumental in the BJP forming a coalition government there in 2015 along with the People's Democratic Party. And we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, both the leaders expected to reach Jammu and Kashmir, and that's expected this afternoon about 1 o'clock. Take us through what's on the agenda, and a meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah also expected.
Well, today in the forenoon, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge would be reaching Jammu, and then they will have an interactive session with the party functionaries, leaders in Jammu to get their feedback on elections. And then they are going to come to Srinagar, and while they will stay here for night besides meeting party leaders. It is expected they may also meet Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah. Based on the progress the both parties, National Conference and the Congress made on alliance front. For last 2 days, talks between National Conference and the Congress are going on seat sharing arrangement, on alliance for these elections. Our sources tell us they have covered a large areas. There have been certain friction points on account of seat sharing, where Congress should contest, where National Conference should contest, and there are some contentious seats where both parties wanted to contest. So sources say there is also possibility of friendly contest on some seats also, where both parties are insisting their candidate should contest, because there are internal pressures for both the parties, and both the parties, sources say, feel it is a win-win situation for them if they enter an alliance. And broadly, both the parties have agreed to have an alliance for these elections. This is what the sources in the both parties, National Conference and Congress, are telling us. So when amid this alliance talks between Congress and National Conference, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge visiting Jammu and Kashmir is very, very crucial. So it would be depend on the progress of these talks. They would be meeting for Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah. So this is Congress in Parliament elections. Rahul Gandhi did not visit Jammu and Kashmir. He did not campaign here. But this time, it's expected they are extensively campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. And BJP has also indicated that there would be a massive campaigning by the Prime Minister. He's holding almost 10 rallies. Then there would be Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, and the BJP President JP Nadda. All would be holding series of rallies across Jammu and Kashmir. So the ahead of these elections, as the notification for first phase of elections has already been issued yesterday. So it is election season, and senior Congress leaders visiting today Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you so much, Nazir. All eyes on that, crucial visit of the leader of the opposition and Mallikarjun Kharge there. Both Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who are expected to be there this afternoon at about 1 o'clock. Well, switching tracks now, a very shocking incident has come to light of an SUV in Thane district of Maharashtra, where an SUV driver hit and dragged a man in Thane. The driver then takes a U-turn and collides with another car and hits that car which had a child sitting inside. The man standing on the road also hit by the SUV, a pedestrian, dragged for several meters in this very shocking incident of this video that has now surfaced and has gone completely viral. We're talking about this chilling incident of road rage that was caught on camera in Thane's Badlapur. This is an incident that took place with at least 4 people appear to have been injured after that SUV that rammed that white Toyota Fortuner twice. The incident appeared when the mother and the child were sitting in the back seat of that Fortuner. And to get more on this, we have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us. Radhika, another incident being reported from Thane. This time, this is a hit-and-run case. Take us through the details of what really happened here. It was a case of road rage.
Absolutely, very shocking incident of road rage and hit-and-run on Ambanath Road. This is in Thane district. This happened sometime last evening, and it is as a result of family dispute which led to this collision. As you can see in those visuals, that black SUV rammed into that particular white SUV, which was almost parked there. The white SUV had women and children inside it, and it was the driver who was hit, and then he was crushed and then later dragged on, and then the black SUV once again reversed itself and hit the white SUV again. The white SUV therefore got pushed ahead, in fact pushed behind, as a result of which people who were behind that particular white SUV, which included some bikers as well as bystanders, they were crushed. They came under the car. So it all happened in a matter of minutes. Of course, this shocked a lot of bystanders there. They went to the rescue of all those people who were crushed and dragged. At least about 5 people were injured, which also included the driver of one of the cars. And the others who were injured include people who were standing there, bikers who were behind the targeted car. So at this point, of course, the police is investigating. They say that it is family dispute between the two groups that led to this collision in the middle of the street. Of course, inquiry is on, investigations are underway, and the said person who in fact went ahead and collided with the car has also been taken into custody by the Ambernath police.
Right, of course. Thank you so much, Radhika. We will keep coming back to you for more regarding, this incident that's come out of Thane. Thank you for the details. Now let's just get you breaking news coming in regard to the Kolkata rape and murder case of the trainee doctor at the RG Kar Medical College. Breaking news coming in at the moment in regard to now 3 policemen have been in fact suspended. This is the suspension of 3 policemen. This comes on the heels of the Supreme Court coming down heavily as far as the handling of the case is concerned. Do remember the Supreme Court yesterday brought up why was the FIR registered 3 hours after the body was handed over for cremation? Why was there a delay in filing that FIR? So many questions have been raised in the Supreme Court as of yesterday, talking about the action as far as the police is concerned, as far as the government of West Bengal is concerned. And now finally some action is being taken against the police that was handling the case. 3 policemen have now been suspended. The Supreme Court came down very heavily on the government of West Bengal in regard to the kind of action that was taken, the kind of delay as far as registering the case is concerned, as far as handing off the body is concerned. Do remember that the cremation took place, but it was only 3.5 hours after the cremation that took place was the body. After the postmortem was done, there was a delay as far as the postmortem is also concerned. Many hours after the postmortem is when the body was handed over, and then finally a cremation that took place at 11:45 p.m. at night. So a lot of questions that are being raised in regard to the handling of this particular case, which has which has in fact caused so much massive outrage amongst people who have taken to the streets, highlighting issues that plague the country, whether it is the safety of women or the safety of medical staff in general. So the Supreme Court yesterday went on to clearly say that it can't take another such incident, another such rape for things to change on the ground. So many things need to change on the ground, and one such change that we are seeing in particularly as far as the handling of the case is concerned, where now the 3 policemen have been suspended due to the delay that was caused as far as filing of the FIR is concerned, as far as handing over of the body is concerned after the postmortem was conducted. We have my colleague Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, from changes that are now being demanded by the Supreme Court, of course, a national task force has been set up, a CBI report is being asked for. But today what we are seeing after the Supreme Court came down very heavily as far as the government and the police in Kolkata is concerned, as far as the handling of the case is concerned, now 3 policemen today have been suspended.
Right, yes, Divya, the Kolkata police has suspended 2 assistant commissioners of police as well as an inspector. So a total of 3 cops have been suspended for dereliction of duty during the attack on the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. This action comes 5 days after the mob vandalism at the hospital premises, which happened on the night of 14th August, the eve of Independence Day. And this is also the night when a lot of women came onto the streets to protest. However, what we also must note very strongly how the Supreme Court has heavily come down upon the Kolkata police on not being able to manage or manage the situation when the mob vandalism happened at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. And the Supreme Court has also said very clearly that this was Kolkata police's failure to safeguard the hospital at that night. So in questions to this, the court has also deployed and has directed for CISF personnel to be deployed at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital for in a move to amp up the security. And this is certainly a development into the case as well, wherein people are being held accountable with these 3 cops being suspended.
Anushka, it's not just the delay as far as the filing of the FIR is concerned, but the procedural lapses that were highlighted in the Supreme Court yesterday. Take us through them.
Exactly. The Supreme Court has also pointed out the failures on multiple levels, which is also certainly builds a sort of a pressure onto the Central Bureau of Investigation as well. The hearing was yesterday, and the Supreme Court bench has asked the CBI also to file in a status report of progress into the investigation, which they're expected to submit tomorrow. So just 2 days of time given into the CBI as well to file in their reports. And also regarding the Supreme Court also came down upon the Kolkata police with respect to the filing of the FIR, that it was 20 hours after the incident. So major questions were raised on this front as well, that how is it and why is it that when the incident happened from between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., then why is it that the FIR was filed at 11:45 p.m. the next morning, the next night? And these are some questions that the Supreme Court has raised, definitely also upon the mob vandalism, that how is it that, so many people, just like a mob, just breaks into a hospital, gets inside the premises, and not just premises, this gets to the crime scene as well. They did not make it to the seminar hall, but they did vandalize the other department rooms. So this was, of course, in an attempt to tamper with the evidence. And how is it that mob gets by under the nose of Kolkata police? And the Supreme Court has also come down upon the West Bengal government and questioned the governance as well with respect to not just the incident safety infrastructure, but also post-incident the lapses that have happened in the entire investigation and the due process with which things have been delayed.
Right, Tanushka, we also have Saurabh with us. Saurabh, whether it was the registering of the FIR, which was delayed for hours together, the parents were made to wait. Why was there that delay as far as the FIR is concerned? How were the vandals allowed to enter the hospital where the crime had taken place? In regard to also the handling of the body and handing over the body to the parents, which was delayed in the first place. How is it that, finally the cremation had to take place at 11:45 p.m. at night? So those are the questions that were raised by the Supreme Court, and now we are seeing some sort of action playing out in regard to the authorities.
Well, let me just correct you there. Obviously, the Supreme Court has raised very important questions, and these questions are something that the Kolkata police will have to answer to. As far as the delay in registering the FIR is concerned, the court also questioned the role of the administration of the hospital. Now, the police say, and this is what, again, the state government's lawyer in the Supreme Court also argued, that they immediately, registered a UD case. And obviously, in the absence of a complaint, they carried out their investigation, and then, of course, the body was handed over. But the FIR was registered only 3 hours later, after the body was handed over around 8:40 or whatever, and the FIR was registered at around 11:40, having received a complaint from the parents. So the Supreme Court questioned that why was there the need to wait for a complaint from the parents? Why didn't the hospital file a complaint in the first place when it was a clear case of murder, sexual assault, etc.? That is, prima facie, if you saw the body, you would have, immediately seen. And also, this was not someone who was unidentified, etc. This was someone who was a student of the hospital, who was very much there at night, having completed a very, very long shift. So all of these questions are valid questions that the Supreme Court has asked. Now, the handing over of the body, I'm not sure if there was a delay in that, because obviously the body was handed over after the post-mortem, and the post-mortem ended and the body was handed over. But definitely there was a delay in registering the FIR in a case of sexual assault murder, which is prima facie visible. But the police say they registered a UD case and started the investigation, while the parents came and filed a complaint later, and they of course then registered an FIR. But the Supreme Court obviously questioning that delay, that why not an FIR straight away when something like this is so clearly visible. Now, as far as the police are concerned and the vandalism is concerned, the Supreme Court also questioned the inability of the police to prevent vandalism. But let me again correct you there. The crime scene of the hospital wasn't touched. It was the first ground floor and other departments in that very same building where the crime scene is located. But the miscreants weren't able to reach the crime scene. As per the police clarification that was clarified by the police commissioner on record. But they got very close, and ideally they shouldn't have been able to get into the hospital with the presence of police there. And that is why now, of course, what we've learned from the police is that after the Supreme Court rap, this comes obviously after the Supreme Court rap on the police on why they couldn't prevent these vandals from entering the hospital. And in the Supreme Court it was also argued that some of these groups of men who entered the hospital also went and threatened doctors in the hospital, something that was mentioned in the Supreme Court. Very, very serious allegations, and the Supreme Court did mention and ask this question to the state government's lawyer as well. But now the police have suspended 3 officers for failing to stop the vandalism at Medical College, RG Medical College and Hospital. This includes 2 assistant commissioners and 1 inspector who've been suspended for dereliction of duty. These 3 officers, we are being given to understand, were on duty at the RG Medical College and Hospital that night. Now, the Supreme Court has also deployed the CISF. And earlier, of course, the police had accepted an assessment failure and said they couldn't use force as there was huge crowds and peaceful protests under the Reclaim the Night banner. So, obviously, action following the Supreme Court rap.
Right, Saurabh, also questions being raised because if the autopsy was conducted between 1:45 in the afternoon till about 4 o'clock, how is it that the body was handed only 3 hours later, and then the cremation had to take place close to almost midnight, 11:45 at night? Thank you so much for joining us, Saurabh and Tanushka, with all those details. Switching tracks now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the national capital. So it is the Delhi government versus bureaucracy, and it is the health department staff that is flagging issues alleging inaction and delays by the minister. It is the Delhi's health minister that has hit back, saying that those allegations are misleading. Health officials have flagged delays as far as Delhi's projects are concerned, and it is the health staff which has gone on to allege that the blame is being shifted by the minister. The minister, this is the health staff, has gone on to say that the minister sits on files and the health infra project has been delayed. The health minister there denying those charges. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, take us through, this war of words that continues. And of course, it is the health minister there completely denying all those charges that are being alleged.
Well, it's yet another chapter in Delhi government versus the bureaucracy here, this time over the health infrastructure of the national capital. And in fact, 3 officers of the health department in a note to Saurabh Bhardwaj have written here that in fact the minister sat on files for long period of time, and when he returned the files, he did not give any concrete reasons. Now, in this particular note, they have in fact also flagged the issues in the health infrastructure, saying that the constructions of hospitals are not happening, which is why the cost escalations are happening here. Not just that, let me also tell you that in fact the PM Ayushman Yojana, that has not been implemented here in the national capital. And tragically is what in this note it says, that tragically Delhi comes under those 3 states where PM Ayushman Yojana is not is not implemented.
Right, let's just get you news coming in, and this is in regard to news coming in from Tripura. 7 people have died due to flash floods, and several others are feared to be missing due to the incessant rainfall that's taken place. 1,000 people have been affected. As far as Tripura is concerned, flash floods have been reported, and hundreds have now been shifted to relief camps. About 200 rescue teams are conducting operations, and do remember that it has rained incessantly over the last 24 hours. That's led to severe flooding in various parts. Low-lying areas, particularly those adjacent to the Havra River, have been affected due to severe waterlogging. So from what we're hearing so far is that 7 people have been killed due to those flash floods, while many others are believed to be missing. The rivers across the state are swelling, and which is why people have now been moved to relief camps. They are being evacuated from the affected area. So the NDRF and the SDRF have swung into action.
अभी हमारा फोकस ये कि जहाँ भी शेल्टर है, जहाँ भी फ्लड की सिचुएशन है, वहाँ से इमीडिएटली इवैक्यूएट किया जाए। शासन की तरफ से टोटल 200 टीमों को हमने ऑलरेडी ऑपरेशन में है, कोई ज़्यादा भी हो सकती है क्योंकि डिपेंडिंग ऑन द नीड जहाँ भी जैसा भी होता है, ऑलरेडी राउंड द क्लॉक काम कर रही हैं। और पिछले ये बहुत सारी टीम्स ने पिछले 24 घंटे में मैं बोलूँगा बहुत काम किया है। रात में बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया, आज भी नॉन स्टॉप लोग काम फील्ड पे लगे हुए हैं कि कैसे लोगों को बचाया जाए। लैंड्स में लगभग लाइट टू मॉडरेट यानी थोड़ा बहुत बारिश होने की अभी भी संभावना है, और उसकी वजह से साउथ त्रिपुरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में रेड अलर्ट जारी है, और बाकी 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ पर अभी भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट है।
And to get more on this, we have Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, from the clouds that we see behind you, it looks like it's going to continue raining over the next couple of hours.
That's right. In fact, for the past 3 days, there have been rainfall across parts of northeast. You can see behind me there are very heavy clouds. It has been raining in Guwahati, but Tripura has received very heavy incessant rainfall for the past 2 days, and that triggered flash floods across the state since yesterday, and there have been massive destruction to properties as well. There have been landslides, there have been waterlogging in low-lying areas. The national highway that links Tripura to Assam has been snapped in different areas. Thankfully, rail network is still working. Now, government has pressed up at least 200 teams, including NDRF, to rescue people. In fact, what we are picking up from state government sources this morning, that close to 6,000 people have been evacuated. 7 people have died in the last 24 hours. We have reports of about 2 to 3 people missing. In fact, there is red alert in South Tripura district bordering Bangladesh. For the rest 7 districts in the state, including West Tripura, where the state capital Agartala is, there is orange alert. In fact, in Agartala, the state capital, in low-lying areas, we have been told by our official sources, there have been waterlogging. Water level is rising in some areas. However, the respite since this morning is that the rains have weakened. So people would be praying there that the rains don't come again. And if there are no rains, that would lead to receding in water level, and the government will be able to reach out to people who are still stranded. The situation, the state government says, is under control, but it is a difficult situation. State's Chief Minister, Dr. Manik Saha, is monitoring the situation. He has already done a couple rounds of review meeting. That's what we have been given to understand. And at this moment, Center has told the state government that they are ready to help the state. NDRF has been pressed, but already 7 people are dead in the last 24 hours.
Right, very tragic news regarding 7 people who have died due to the kind of rainfall that's been reported. And of course, the dark clouds behind you, Ratnadeep, suggesting that very heavy showers are expected to continue in the area, which could pose to be a challenge when it comes to the rescue operations. Well, moving on to more news now, and this is in regard to and KTR, the row over Rajiv Gandhi's statue. The controversy as far as the statue of Rajiv Gandhi's installation is concerned, it is Revant Reddy who had announced in honor of the former Prime Minister that statue to be installed in front of the Secretariat in Hyderabad. The KTR has gone on to say that would replace it with Telangana's hero statue. So it is a war of words when it comes to KTR and Revant Reddy there, as regarding the placement of that statue.
అది కాంగ్రెస్ వాళ్ళకు తెలుసు, మీకు తెలుసు, మాకు తెలుసు. 4 ఏళ్లలో మళ్ళీ కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో తిరిగి తెలంగాణలో ప్రభుత్వం కూడా మనది ఏర్పడుతుంది. ఏర్పడ్డ తర్వాత వెంటనే తప్పకుండా రాజీవ్ గాంధీ గారి విగ్రహాన్ని అక్కడి నుంచి సకల మర్యాదలతో తొలగిస్తాం. అక్కడి నుంచి వారు కాంగ్రెస్ వారు ఎక్కడికి కోరుకుంటే అక్కడికి తరలిస్తాం. అక్కడ మాత్రం ఖచ్చితంగా తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహాన్ని పెడతాం.
నిన్నటికి నిన్న సన్నాసి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం తొలగిస్తాం మేము అధికారంలోకి వస్తే అని అంటున్నాను. నేను ఒక్క మాట చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఇక నాకు మంచి మాటలు రావు కానీ ఒక్క మాట అయితే చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఎవడైనా శాతనైతే వచ్చి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం మీద చేయి పెట్టండి బిడ్డ, చెప్పు దిగకపోతే చూస్తా నేను. నీ అయ్యా విగ్రహం కోసం దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిన రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తావా నువ్వు? నీకు అధికారం అనేది కళలో మాట, కళలో కూడా నీకు అధికారం రాదు. అసెంబ్లీ ఎన్నికల్లో 39 సీట్లు ఇస్తే పార్లమెంట్లో వస్తే 7 సీట్లలో డిపాజిట్ పోయింది, 15 సీట్లలో థర్డ్ ప్లేస్లో వచ్చిన సన్నాసి నీ పార్టీ మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తుందా? నీవు మళ్ళీ రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తా అని మాట్లాడతావా? చింతమడక పోతావు బిడ్డ, నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు ఈ చింతపండు అవుతుంది అక్కడికి గిన వస్తే. ఆయనకి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఇన్ని రోజులు గాడిదలను కాసినవా? 10 సంవత్సరాలు తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహం పెట్టాలని సన్నాసి తెలంగాణ గురించి మాట్లాడే నైతిక హక్కు నీకు ఎక్కడదని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్నా.
Now, the proposed installation as far as the statue of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi is concerned has triggered quite a controversy and quite a slugfest when it comes to the politics. This is in regard to the installation in Telangana. We will keep tracking the story. For now, we slip into a very short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. Ten years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vava. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Stop This Shame campaign that NDTV has started. You can raise your voice. You can raise your voice against the system in the country regarding the safety of women. Well, this is NDTV that started Stop This Shame campaign. We will get you all the details. But first, the headlines. NDTV Stop the Shame campaign that has been launched. It is a campaign in order to raise your voice against the issues plaguing the country regarding the safety of women. This at a time when the Supreme Court's directive for increased security at hospitals, while well intended, the reaction that's coming out is that it does not really address the core problems. That is what the All India residents and junior doctors have gone on to say. They are asking for an overhauling of the system. While the Kerala Chief Minister has gone on to say that action will be taken post the HEMA report on the actors when it comes to the Malayalam film industry, and there is protest that continues after that molestation case that has come out of Maharashtra's Thane. in the Kolkata horror case. 3 policemen have now been suspended. This is after the Supreme Court came down heavily regarding the filing of the FIR, allowing the vandals to enter the scene of the crime, that is the RG Kar hospital, and also the delay as far as handing off the body to the parents is concerned. Now 3 policemen have been suspended in the case. And protests that erupted in Maharashtra's Thane due to the alleged sexual harassment of 2 4-year-old girls, and now arrests have been made. 28 people have been arrested for blocking railway tracks. The man accused of that sexual assault has now been arrested. The government promises a fast-track action will be taken as far as this case is concerned. Congress brass heads to Jammu and Kashmir. It will be Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge who will be meeting party leaders. The BJP names RSS veteran Ram Madhav as the Jammu and Kashmir polls in charge. The Prime Minister will be leaving for Poland. He will be leaving at about 9:30 this morning. This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister since 1979. Well, the Prime Minister from there will be taking on a train journey to go to Kiev, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in over 30 years. And it is Barack Obama who has spoken on day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. He has gone on to say that the torch has been passed, and he says that it is Kamala Harris who is one of the most qualified people. That is what is being said by Michelle Obama, his wife. Fall in food and vegetable prices in July is not enough in order to cut rates, is what the RBI governor has said in an exclusive interview to NDTV Sanjay Pugalia on NDTV Profits, saying that inflation, however, is being brought under control. Let's get to our top focus, and it's from West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala. Women's safety has become the need of the hour, and now it's time to act. Join NDTV Stop This Shame campaign, where we demand an end to this crime against women. This is a crime against society, not just women. Join us and raise your voice against any sort of injustice. Now, let's just also get you an update when it comes to crime that is being committed, that has been reported from different parts of the country. It is the CBI that will be submitting a status report in the 31-year-old doctor's rape and murder case in Kolkata, while on the other side, 2 minors allegedly have been sexually assaulted in Maharashtra's Thane. And Justice Hema's report has highlighted how women actors are being exploited in the Malayalam film industry. Hence, we demand that action be taken now in order to ensure safety of women, not just in certain states of the country, but across the country. Women's safety should be of prime concern, and you can raise your voice, you can join NDTV's voice in order to ensure safety when it comes to the women in the country. Now, in the Kolkata rape and murder case of the 31-year-old trainee doctor, 3 policemen have now been suspended. Suspension has taken place as far as the vandalism that took place at the hospital. Do remember that the Supreme Court had come down heavily as far as the authorities, whether it's the police in Kolkata or even the government of Kolkata, in regard to the vandalism that took place at the hospital, where the 31-year-old lady doctor was raped and murdered. So how were the vandals allowed to enter the hospital was a question that was raised in the Supreme Court. It was also in regard to the kind of delay one saw as far as the registering of the FIR is concerned, and also the handing over of the body after the autopsy was conducted on the lady doctor. So all these questions that were raised, now action has finally been taken, and it is this is in regard to the Supreme Court coming down heavily. Of course, now 3 doctors have been suspended. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us, and we also have Tanushka joining us to get us more on this. Of course, when it comes to the Supreme Court's directive for increased security at hospitals, while well intended, the doctors there are saying that it does not really address the core problems that is really plaguing the healthcare system. This is what has been said by the All India Residents and Junior Doctors Joint Action Forum, stating that they are asking for a comprehensive overhaul overhauling as far as the system is concerned. So many questions that were raised by the Supreme Court, of course, that national task force that is being set up, also in regard to many changes on the ground, because the Supreme Court had gone on to say that we cannot wait for another case of this nature. We can't, there cannot be another case of rape that surfaces before action is taken on the ground. So, you know, in regard to the delays that took place as far as the handling of this case is concerned, not just the delay as far as the FIR is concerned, but the procedural lapses that have been reported as far as the rape and murder case of the 31-year-old trainee doctor is concerned. Many questions being raised about the name and the identity, the picture and videos that are being circulated on social media. So the Supreme Court has asked for the removal of the name, the identity of the rape victim in this case from all social media platforms as well. And we have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, now finally some action is being taken in regard to the authorities on the ground. Now 3 policemen who were handling the case have now been suspended. Take us through the grounds on which they have been suspended.
The 3 policemen who have been suspended yesterday include 2 assistant commissioners of police as well as an inspector. So the 3 cops have been suspended on the basis of dereliction of duty. This is with respect to the mob vandalism that had happened at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital on the eve of Independence Day on August 14th. And this is also at the same time when women had come onto the streets to reclaim the night in protest against this gruesome rape and murder of this young trainee doctor at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. So now, in view of the mob vandalism that went out of hand and was not managed or contained by the Kolkata police, these 3 cops have been suspended, and the Supreme Court has also, in its hearing yesterday, after it took suo motu cognizance of the case, said that raised questions rather on Kolkata police management of the mob vandalism that happened at the hospital. And what must also one note is that this mob did come in with the intentions of tampering with evidence. However, they did not get to the incident, the scene of crime, that is the seminar hall wherein this murder happened. However, they did cause a lot of vandalism at other parts of the building and in other department rooms.
From what we are hearing now also is that the lie detector test that will be conducted to the whole and soul person so far who has been arrested in the case, that lie detector test has now also been postponed.
Right, yes Divya, that's the case right now, and we also must understand that this lie detector test, polygraph test, is really integral to the case. The court has given permission to the Central Bureau of Investigation to conduct this polygraph test onto the primary accused Sanjay Roy, who is also the only person who has been arrested in the case so far. And early on, the CBI also conducted a psychological test on the primary accused, and only after that was the court given permission for conducting a polygraph test. We're still to wait details of the polygraph test, when will it be finally conducted, and it is integral to the case also because the parents of the deceased have raised allegations and claims that they believe that this is not the doing of one person alone. They believe that more people are involved in this crime, and to find out answers to the same, as the polygraph test will be measuring heart rates, muscle tensions and even nervous system tensions of the person on whom it is conducted upon. So that will be able to give clarity on whether the answers that the main accused Sanjay Roy is giving is true or false.
There are questions being raised as far as the principal of the former principal of this medical college is concerned. And when we talk about, the principal, from what we're hearing now is that he took a 20% cut when it came to students. He was also recycling syringes, are some of the claims that are being made. And in regard to a protest that has been planned today from 12 o'clock in the afternoon till about 9 o'clock at night. So Saurav Ganguly and his wife are expected to be taken to the streets and also participating in that protest that is going to be taking place in regard to asking for justice for the deceased. Switching tracks now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to another sexual assault case that has come to light. We are talking about a case that came to light from Badlapur in Maharashtra's Thane district. 4 two-year-old girls were allegedly sexually assaulted at school. From a case that has now been reported, this has resulted in a massive protest that took place yesterday at the Badlapur train station. This was an incident that had come to light of that janitor who was responsible for taking the girls to the restroom. There were no lady attendants. There was no CCTV camera that was working at the school. So many lapses that have come to light. But the reason for this agitation was the delay as far as the filing of the FIR is concerned, and the muted response that the parents got from the authorities at the school. So our first information report that was to be filed, there was a massive delay to the tune of 11 hours before that FIR could be registered, is what is being claimed by the parents of the victim. But this is something that has enraged the protesters. They took to the streets. They were there at the Badlapur train station protesting, but 28 people out of the 300 who had gathered there have been arrested in this particular incident due to the agitated lot. The police had to retort to tear gas as well in order to disperse the crowd. They had to use lathi charge, and that is when the crowd finally dispersed in the evening from a very crucial railway station in which about 1800 trains are operational on a daily basis, and they were all impacted and affected. Trains were delayed for hours on end, and it is only later in the evening when the services were resumed. And we have my colleague Anuj. We have my colleague Anuj joining us to get us more on this. Anuj, take us through the kind of lapses that have come to light in regard to this man who was apparently a new recruit, and also the fact that they, allowed a man to take young little girls to the restroom, and now it is the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Education Minister. They've all stepped in saying that this case will be fast-tracked, and that they're looking into the matter. They're going to bring about changes on the ground when it comes to schools in Maharashtra.
Yeah, you see, the person involved in this case was included in the school, in the school staff on a contractual basis earlier this month. It had not been more than 12 to 13 days since he had become a part of the school staff on a contractual basis. And when this incident came to light, a lot of frustration and the angst of the people was a result of several things. You see, it was not just, of course, it was primarily the incident that took place, but besides that, it was also about the inactivity by the authorities in the school, and by especially inactivity or the delay by the police officials. We see that when the parent of one student got to know about this, they contacted the parent of another student, and when they found out that there are 2 children involved in this, they made their way through to the police station, where they were reportedly made to wait for close to 11 to 12 hours. And as a result of that, a wave of frustration spread all across Badlapur, and that resulted in what happened yesterday. And of course, all of the political intervention which we see happening, which might be perceived as very prompt yesterday, but then it is important to note that it happened almost a week after the incident came to light. The incident had happened on the 12th and 13th, and it had come to light on the 14th and the 15th of August. So it was close to 5 days of delay when the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Ministers gave their statements and talked about putting either an SIT committee or, fast-tracking the entire case. It needed the people and the agitators in the Badlapur city to come on the ground. And the primary reason for them to get on the ground was also the same. There were 2 major centers of their protest yesterday. One was, of course, the school, and the other was the railway station. Earlier this day, of course, the NDTV team was present at the railway station, but we were unable to show the visuals from there because there has been a jammers been put in place here across Badlapur by the authorities and by the police, just to make sure that no sort of video circulate putting out any sort of wrong information. So it has not been possible for us to show the live footage, but it will be possible in a while. But what we saw there happen today was very different from yesterday. Yesterday we saw that the entire Badlapur had come to a standstill. In the afternoon, all the shops, all the major commercial shops were closed. There were no auto rickshaw drivers there on the road, and they were all supporting the cause of the protest. But in the evening, we saw lathi charge happen on the protesters, which resulted in the dispersion of not just the protesters, but it also brought back the the system of railways to the normalcy. Today we are seeing that the city is coming back to a bit of normalcy, but then the police is still there making sure that the railways and the school is kept safe. Of course, the school was attacked yesterday by the protesters because they will be keeping a very close eye on the next activity of the protesters. Finally, action has been initiated against 300 protesters and 28 have been arrested by the police. What action will...
Right, Anush, we will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. And what is really, really shocking is amid this outrage sweeping the nation as far as the Badlapur child abuse case is concerned, there is another case that is now being reported from Maharashtra. And we're talking about Akola's Zilla Parishad Higher Secondary School, in which a teacher has been accused of molesting 6 girl students. These are girls belonging to the 8th class. The accused teacher, Pramod Sardar, has now finally been arrested. While the case of sexual exploitation of small girls is carrying on as far as this particular area is concerned, we're talking about the Zilla Parishad teacher and this incident came to light. This case was registered against the accused teacher. The allegation is that he was harassing girls studying in the school for the last 4 months. The accused teacher has been sexually assaulting and exploiting the students for the last 4 months in the Zilla Parishad school campus in Akola in Maharashtra. So another very horrific incident that's come to light, and the teacher has now been accused of showing them obscene pictures and touching them inappropriately. He has the accused has been taken into custody and has been booked under the POCSO Act. And at a time when this nation is debating workplace safety for women, comes the HEMA committee report in Kerala that has made some scathing remarks on the lack of safety and dignity of women in the film industry in Kerala. The report, which had been delayed for years, shed light as far as the harrowing experience of women is concerned working in the industry. According to the report, the industry is controlled by a mafia that includes top actors, directors, producers that have been creating a hostile environment for women. Do remember the Kerala government had constituted the panel after the 2017 actress assault case involving actor Dilip to study the issues of sexual harassment and gender inequality as far as the Malayalam cinema is concerned. And switching tracks now, it's Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi who will start their 2-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir. Well, they will be taking stock of the party's preparation for the upcoming assembly elections in the Union Territory. The two Congress leaders are also expected to explore possibilities of alliances with the regional parties, the National Conference and the People's Democratic Party. The two parties are part of the India bloc, but they are rivals when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. So the voting that will be held in 3 phases. To remember, the first round starts on the 18th of September, the second on the 25th, followed by the 1st of October, while the results will be announced on the 4th of October. So as many as 24 seats will be going to vote on the during the first phase, which is on the 18th of September. The BJP has gone ahead and appointed Ram Madhav as their election in charge for the upcoming assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir. We have my colleague Nazir joining us to get us more on this. Nazir, both the Congress leaders will be in Jammu at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Take us through what's really on the agenda.
Well, Congress is gearing up for polls and the top leadership is visiting Jammu and Kashmir today. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are reaching Jammu this afternoon, and then they are holding a meeting there with the workers and the leaders of the party to take their feedback, and also then reach Srinagar this evening. And besides meeting the political party leaders, it's expected that they may also meet Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah as the talks between Congress and National Conference for an alliance are going on. There are already 2 rounds of talks have taken place. Sources say a lot of ground has been already covered by both the sides. There are certain friction points, seats where both parties want. They have to resolve them. But sources say it is both the leadership of both the parties have conveyed to the negotiators that they want this alliance to happen. So it is both even though I spoke to a senior Congress leader, he said, look, there's a clear instructions from the party high command that alliance with the National Conference should happen. And same is the thing with the National Conference. So at the leadership level, it appears that the both want alliance. Now it is the question of who will concede more and who wants to, because everybody wants more seats in such an alliance. So that remains a challenge for them. And sources say, as they have been talking, there has been also talk that there could be some friendly contest at some seats as well. So while the Congress leadership will be in Jammu and Kashmir for 2 days, BJP has also made a big move. They have getting back the old hand, Kashmir hand, Ram Madhav, who held ran Kashmir politics for long for BJP and was the architect of the PDP-BJP alliance in Jammu and Kashmir in 2015. So he has been brought back as the election in charge, along with the Union Minister G.K. Reddy, who was already there. So clearly, getting return of Ram Madhav is not just about polls. It goes beyond elections. It also shows kind of a shift in BJP's, the way BJP wants to handle Kashmir. Ram Madhav had more nuanced approach on Kashmir. And after his exit from Jammu and Kashmir, there was more, hardline rhetoric post abrogation of Article 370. So as elections are being held, so return of Ram Madhav also indicates a shift in the BJP's policy as well, because he has so many contacts in Jammu and Kashmir. He has more nuanced approach, and he understands Jammu and Kashmir better than many leaders within the party.
Right, all eyes on that very crucial visit of the Congress's top brass, which will be in Jammu and Kashmir over the next 2 days. Nazir, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching our tracks now, it is the Delhi government versus bureaucracy, and that has erupted all over again. The health department staff has flagged issues alleging inaction and delays by the health minister. The minister has hit back and gone on to say these allegations are misleading, and that the officials that are flagging the delays as far as the projects are concerned, the health staff has alleged there's been a blame shifting by the minister, and that the minister has been sitting on files. So that is the latest that has come out when it comes to the Delhi government versus bureaucracy. And we have my colleague Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, take us through the allegations that are being made against the health minister, who has gone ahead and denied any sort of wrongdoing whatsoever.
Well, Divya, in yet another chapter of Delhi government versus bureaucracy, 3 senior officers of the health department here in Delhi have written a note to Saurabh Bharadwaj, where in fact they have said that Saurabh Bharadwaj sat on the files for a long period of time and then he returned it back without giving concrete reasons. Now, in this particular note, in fact, they have also highlighted here, the issues with the health infrastructure here in the national capital. They have mentioned that there have been delays in the construction of various hospitals that have only led to cost escalation. They have also, in fact, mentioned in this particular note that Delhi is only, among those 3 states where PM's Ayushman Yojana has not been implemented yet. Not just that, in fact, let me tell you that the officials also have mentioned that the hospital information management system has not been implemented yet, even after 8 years of announcement. So these are the various issues that have been flagged by the senior officers. But Health Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj has also now responded to this and said that all of these claims that are being made by the officers are misleading, and now has directed them to in fact prepare a chart as to what are these factual points and what were the suggestions that in fact were given by Saurabh Bharadwaj to these officers. So certainly the war of words between the bureaucracy and the Delhi government continues to intensify. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And switching tracks now to Bihar, and the law and order situation is under the lens with the ward councillor who's been shot dead at his own residence. We're talking about local councillor Pankaj Rai, who was at a clothing shop near his residence when 3 men on a motorcycle pulled over next to him and began firing at him. He tried to take cover, he tried to run to his house, but they followed him there and they shot at him. Well, this is a very shocking incident that has come to light.
मेरे भाई साहब है पंकज राय, वार्ड नंबर 5, दुकान पर बैठे हुए तो बगल में कपड़ा का दुकान है, भाइये का है। बैठे हुए थे हम 5 मिनट पहले मिल के हम गए थे दुकान में सामान लेने, और सामानों ने हम नहीं लिए। इसके अंदर में घटना हो चुका था। फिर हम वहाँ से सामान छोड़ के हम दौड़ के यहाँ आए कि क्या बात है, देखे तो ऐसा घटना है। हम लोग फिर गाड़ी निकाले, गाड़ी में लादे और लेके आए हैं सदर अस्पताल।
एक मामला लगभग 8 बजे शाम में प्रतिवेदित हुआ है, जिसमें कि सदर थाना क्षेत्र के दिग्गी वार्ड नंबर 5 में एक वार्ड पार्षद जो है उनकी हत्या कुछ मोटरसाइकिल सवार अपराधियों द्वारा कर दी गई। अभी तक जो पता चला है उसमें 3 व्यक्तियों के होने की सूचना सामने आई है। जो मामले के बारे में डिटेल्स हम लोग ले हैं, परिवार वालों से भी कुछ बातचीत हुई है, तो उसमें कुछ इनपुट मिला है, उसके आधार पर पुलिस द्वारा कार्रवाई की जा रही है। 3 गोली चलाई गई।
हाजीपुर नगर परिषद के वार्ड पार्षद पंकज राय जी का अभी हत्या हुआ है। काफी दुखद घटना है। सामाजिक न्याय के वो मजबूत स्तंभ रहे हैं और राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के साथी रहे हैं। उनका हत्या कहीं न कहीं पुलिस प्रशासन को ये चुनौती दे रहा है अपराधी कि घर पे भी अब लोग सुरक्षित नहीं है। जनप्रतिनिधि जो अपने दरवाजे पर बैठा हुआ है उसको शाम के 7 साढ़े 7 बजे 4-4 गोली दरवाजा पे मार देना कहीं न कहीं लगता है कि महाजंगल राज का आगाज हो चुका है। उसी का नतीजा है कि कोई भी जनप्रतिनिधि अपने घर पर भी अब नहीं सुरक्षित रह रहा है। तो कहीं न कहीं हमको लगता है कि अब पब्लिक का जो है पुलिस प्रशासन से भरोसा उठ गया है।
And to get more on this, we have my colleague Prabhakar joining us. Prabhakar, it is Tejasvi Yadav who's accused the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar of failing to maintain the law and order in the state, given a very shocking incident that has come to light of this ward councillor being shot at his very own house.
Yeah, it was bound to happen because Pankaj Rai, who has been shot dead, he was associated with RJD at the district level, at the local district level, which is the Vaishali district, and he was politically active guy. So he was not a very high up as far as RJD political party is concerned, but he was certainly associated with it. So the political parties would make such allegations. That was bound to happen. And remember, it's a clear case of lawlessness, of a deteriorating law and order situation in Bihar, because here is a guy who is sitting just outside his house at 7 p.m. at a busy roundabout, and 3 criminals, motorcycle-bound criminals, they arrive at the spot, shot him dead, and they easily flee from the scene. So it is a case of deteriorating law and order, and if the opposition is making hue and cry about it, they are very right in doing so.
Prabhakar, very shocking incident, of course, there, and it is Tejasvi Yadav hitting out at Nitish Kumar for the situation as far as the law and order in the state is concerned. Switching tracks now to Telangana, the proposed installation of the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's statue in front of the Telangana State Secretariat in Hyderabad has resulted in a political row which has erupted between Revanth Reddy and KTR. It is KTR that has gone ahead and gone on to say that the installation should not take place in front of Hyderabad's Secretariat. He has gone on to say that it should be replaced with Telangana's hero statue instead. And also the claims that are being made is in regard to the language that was really being used by Revanth Reddy.
నిన్నటికి నిన్న సన్నాసి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం తొలగిస్తే మేము అధికారంలోకి వస్తే అని అంటున్నాను. నేను ఒక్క మాట చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఇక నాకు మంచి మాటలు రావు కానీ ఒక్క మాట అయితే చెప్పదలుచుకున్నా. ఎవడైనా శాతనైతే వచ్చి రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహం మీద చేయి పెట్టండి బిడ్డ, చెప్పు దిగకపోతే చూస్తా నేను. నీ అయ్యా విగ్రహం కోసం, దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిన రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తావా నువ్వు? నీకు అధికారం అనేది కలలో మాట, కలలో కూడా నీకు అధికారం రాదు. అసెంబ్లీ ఎన్నికల్లో 39 సీట్లు ఇస్తే పార్లమెంట్లో వస్తే 7 సీట్లలో డిపాజిట్ పోయింది, 15 సీట్లలో 3rd ప్లేస్లో వచ్చిన సన్నాసి నీ పార్టీ మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తుందా? నీవు మళ్ళీ రాజీవ్ గాంధీ విగ్రహాన్ని తీస్తా అని మాట్లాడతావా? చింతమడక పోతావు బిడ్డ, నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు ఈ చింతపండు అవుతుంది అక్కడికి దిన వస్తే. ఆయనకి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఇన్ని రోజులు గాడిదలను కాసినవా? 10 సంవత్సరాలు తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహం పెట్టాలని సన్నాసి తెలంగాణ గురించి మాట్లాడే నైతిక హక్కు నీకు ఎక్కడదని నేను అడగదలుచుకున్నా.
Kate here, they're claiming that once he's back in power, that he would remove that statue of Rajiv Gandhi. In fact, he will also rename the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Telangana. Moving on to more news coming in, and another incident coming to light as far as Thane is concerned, this time of a road rage that has been captured on camera. Well, at least 4 people appear to have been injured in that incident that took place when a mother and child were sitting inside the back seat of that car. That is when this SUV driver hit and dragged a man for meters and then collided with another car, and that is a car in which a man and a child were sitting. The man standing on the road was also hit by the SUV. The pedestrian was dragged for several meters, as you can tell in that video.
Absolutely very shocking incident of road rage and hit and run on Ambanath Road. This is in Thane district. This happened sometime last evening, and it is as a result of family dispute which led to this collision. As you can see in those visuals, that black SUV rammed into that particular white SUV which was almost parked there. The white SUV had women and children inside it, and it was the driver who was hit, and then he was crushed and then later dragged on, and then the black SUV once again reversed itself and hit the white SUV again. The white SUV therefore got pushed ahead, in fact pushed behind, as a result of which people who were behind that particular white SUV, which included some bikers as well as bystanders, they were crushed. They came under the car. So it all happened in a matter of minutes. Of course, this shocked a lot of bystanders there. They went to the rescue of all those people who were crushed and dragged. At least about 5 people were injured, which also included the driver of one of the cars. And the others who were injured include people who were standing there, bikers who were behind the targeted car. So at this point, of course, the police is investigating. They say that it is family dispute between the two groups that led to this collision in the middle of the street. Of course, inquiry is on, investigations are underway, and the said person who in fact went ahead and collided with the car has also been taken into custody by the Ambanath police.
Right, thank you so much, Radhika Ramaswamy, for getting us all those details. But that was slipping in a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you details of the Prime Minister taking off for Poland. He will be in Poland, the first Prime Minister, the Indian Prime Minister to be in Poland since 1979. Also from there, he's expected to go to Kiev. We'll get you all that and more on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, Listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as the Kolkata rape and murder case of the trainee doctor is concerned at the RG Kar Medical Hospital. Well, it is the former principal, Sandeep Ghosh, who has now gone in for questioning yet again to the CBI. Do remember that he has been questioned over the last 5 to 6 days. And to get more on this, as far as the matter is concerned, the latest so far from what we are hearing is that 3 policemen, 3 cops have been suspended in the case after the Supreme Court came down very heavily on the action that has been taken and the delays that have come to light as far as this case is concerned. So we have Tanushka joining us from Kolkata. Tanushka, take us through, a lot of things are being said in regard to the ex-principal of the college, Sandeep Ghosh, who is now going in for questioning for yet another day to the CBI.
Right, yes, Divya, the former principal of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, wherein the gruesome murder and rape of this young 31-year-old trainee doctor happened, has been called into interrogation by the CBI for a 6th straight day. This is the 6th consecutive day that former Principal Sandeep Ghosh has been called to the CBI office for questioning, and even yesterday he was questioned for 11 hours at a stretch. He's being questioned every day since 6 days now for 10 to 12 hours at a stretch. And Sandeep Ghosh in the past 5 days has been questioned for a total of 64 hours. So today as well, he's expected to be grilled by the Central Bureau of Investigation as he arrives at their office for the questioning.
Claims are being made that he used to recycle syringes, and certain other claims are also being made. But also, when it comes to the Supreme Court's directive for increased security at hospitals, what is really being said here is that might be well intended. However, it does not address the core problems, and which is why the All India Residents and Junior Doctors Joint Action is asking for a comprehensive overhaul of the system. And the action that we've really seen on the ground after that suo motu cognizance of the case by the Supreme Court as of yesterday, we are now seeing that 3 policemen have been now suspended.
Right, yes, 3 policemen have been suspended, and that was with regard to the mob vandalism that happened at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital on the eve of Independence Day on 14th August, when women had taken to the streets to reclaim the night as a sign of protest against this gruesome murder and rape. And while all of this, happened because of the mob vandalism, and how it was that a mob got into the college premises, the hospital premises, and went and caused damage inside the buildings. The mob did not reach the seminar hall wherein the incident had happened, but they did managed to damage a lot of other parts of and departments in the building. So in view of the lapse on this mob vandalism that had happened, these 3 police officials in Kolkata Police, 2 assistant commissioners of police as well as 1 inspector have been suspended.
Right, Tanushka, we will keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, a decision as far as reducing the policy rate is concerned will depend on keeping inflation in check, is what the Reserve Bank of India's Governor, Shaktikanta Das, has said in an exclusive interview to NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Sanjay Pugalia. He explained any reduction in the policy rate will also depend on future data, with inflation being the biggest influencer. Listen in to this exclusive interview.
इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में जैसा आपने कहा है, तो उसमें एक तो यह कि आप कहते हैं कि आप फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग गाइडेंस नहीं देंगे, लेकिन मैं जैसे रीड करता हूं, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जब तक 4% के नीचे सस्टेन्ड बेसिस पे नहीं रहता इन्फ्लेशन, जो एक्चुअली वेजिटेबल्स को छोड़ दें तो सर 3.3% है सीपीआई के लेवल पे, तो आप कब तक इंतजार करेंगे कि ग्रोथ का नुकसान किए बगैर, इन्फ्लेशन पर आपकी कड़ी नजर है कि रेट कट के लिए वो कौन से नेसेसरी कंडीशंस होंगे जिसमें आप कंसीडर करेंगे?
इससे पहले तो ये है कि 4% के नीचे हम जाएंगे, वो हमने कभी नहीं कहा। आप अगर केयरफुली देखेंगे हमारा मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ड्यूरेबल अलाइनमेंट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन टू द टारगेट। अलाइनमेंट मतलब वो 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें एक ड्यूरेबल बेसिस में, ये नहीं कि वन ऑफ, मतलब आप देखिए पिछले जुलाई का इन्फ्लेशन 3.5% आ गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मतलब प्रॉब्लम ओवर हो गया है, क्योंकि दैट इज प्राइमरीली बिकॉज ऑफ बेस इफेक्ट, सॉलिड बेस इफेक्ट एडवांटेज था। तो आवर टारगेट, आवर अप्रोच जो है 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें थोड़ा ड्यूरेबिलिटी, हमको कॉन्फिडेंस आए कि हाँ अभी 4% के आसपास रहेगा। एक वन ऑफ 4% के नीचे चला जाए फिर हम इंटरेस्ट रेट को ये कर देंगे, वो बहुत बड़ा सीरियस पॉलिसी मिस्टेक होगा। वी हैव टू बी पेशेंट, बहुत पेशेंट रहना, और भी थोड़ा डिस्टेंस अभी कवर करना है। और जहां तक ग्रोथ की सवाल है, ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस, अभी तक जो ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस है वो बहुत ही मतलब मिनिमल है, बिल्कुल ना होने की बराबर है। क्योंकि इस साल आप देखिए 7.2% हम प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, और इंडिया विल रिमेन द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी 24-25 में। तो इसीलिए ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस जो है, या तो उसको आप मिनिमल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हिसाब से कोई मेजर, कोई ज्यादा मतलब ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस नहीं हुआ है। ग्रोथ रिमेन्स इंटैक्ट, ग्रोथ इज स्टेबल एंड रेसिलियंट, और इन्फ्लेशन को हमको कम करना चाहिए। देखिए वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस या फूड आइटम्स को अगर आप निकाल देंगे और फिर आप कहेंगे कि नहीं इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, फिर आप एक आम जनता के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप सोचिए, अगर फूड प्राइसेस ज्यादा है, हम सिर्फ जिसको कहते हैं कि कोर इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, ठीक है इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, अगर वो कहेंगे, वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा जी, वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा। लोगों के, आम जनता के माइंड में ये रहेगा, कैसे आप कह रहे हैं मेरा तो इतना खर्चा हो रहा है, मेरा सैलरी इतना है, और उसमें से इतना परसेंटेज जा रहा है फूड कॉस्ट में, फूड इन्फ्लेशन, कैसे सरकार कह रही है, कैसे आरबीआई कह रही है कि इन्फ्लेशन जो है कम हो गया। इसीलिए फूड इन्फ्लेशन, हमारा जो हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन जो टारगेट है, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। उसका कारण ये है क्योंकि अभी जिस सर्वे के आधार पर हमारा कंज्यूमर जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है, जिसके ऊपर टारगेट इन्फ्लेशन नंबर कैलकुलेट करते हैं, जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है उसमें फूड इन्फ्लेशन का शेयर 46% है। तो मान लीजिए एक साधारण परिवार में 50% ऑफ कंजम्पशन, जितना खर्चा हो रहा है, 50% खाने के चीज में फूड कॉस्ट में जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये बहुत ही जरूरी है कि हम फूड इन्फ्लेशन को मन में रखें, और रेट कब हम कम करेंगे या कब पॉलिसी चेंज करेंगे वो फ्यूचर डेटा के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। लेकिन फिलहाल हमको ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इन्फ्लेशन कम हो रहा है और 4% के आसपास पहुंच जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इस साल का एवरेज हमने 4.5% दिया है। बहुत सारे अनसर्टेनिटीज है, आगे जाके हम देखेंगे कैसे इनकमिंग डेटा स्टडी करेंगे, उसके आधार पर आउटलुक क्या बन रहा है।
And switching tracks now to the situation as far as Mpox is concerned. Do remember a case now has been reported outside of Africa, and which is why concerns are being raised. But as far as India is concerned, what is really being said is that there is no case of Mpox that has been reported so far. In fact, authorities are going on to say there's no reason to panic because India is fully prepared to deal with Mpox, and testing facilities have also been set up, as well as isolation wards are being set up in different hospitals of Delhi. Let's listen in to Dr. Atul Goel.
Monkeypox is a zoonotic disease which generally is restricted to the continent of Africa in the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, this year it has moved out of Africa, and case has been detected in Sweden, due to which WHO has declared a public health emergency of international importance on 14th August 2024. This disease spreads from skin to skin contact.
And time it is for the Prime Minister to take off for Poland. He is going to be visiting Poland. There visuals on your screen coming live of the Prime Minister taking that flight to Poland. He is the first Indian Prime Minister to be visiting Poland since 1979, the first in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited Poland back in 1979. And the focus, of course, is shared cultural ties that will be highlighted. And of course, from India's point of view, Poland can be the gateway to Europe, and there is a lot of potential to expand trade. The Prime Minister from Poland is expected to go to Ukraine, and he is going to be taking that train journey. In fact, that is the journey that the Prime Minister is going to be taking via the rail tracks. This is a journey that he's going to be taking to Kiev. This is also the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Kiev in over 30 years. Of course, this is at a time when India has gone on to say that they are ready to provide any kind of assistance and any kind of support when it comes to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. And the Prime Minister is going to be in Kiev for a matter of 7 hours. He's going to take on a journey which is going to take about 10 hours from Poland, from Warsaw to Kiev. The journey is going to take about 10 hours. But in all, the Prime Minister is going to spend about 7 hours in Ukraine. This is the first visit by an Indian leader in Kiev in over 30 years, in over 3 decades now. And of course, that very crucial visit when it comes to Poland as well. And this comes at a backdrop when India's relationship with Russia is very well known. India has maintained a very good relationship with Russia, but here Ukraine is also an important nation that India is now going on to say India is ready to provide all sort of support and assistance when it comes to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So a very crucial visit there by the Prime Minister. This is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister when it comes to Poland in 45 years, since 1979. He is going to be in Poland, but on the 23rd is when he is going to reach Ukraine. He is going to be in Kiev for about 7 hours, and a visit that is the first in 30 years as far as an Indian leader is concerned. So a very crucial visit that's coming about as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. Visuals on your screen that we just showed you of the Prime Minister, taking his journey as far as Poland is concerned. He's going to be taking off any a minute now. He's just, getting onto that flight to take off to Poland. So a very crucial visit there. The External Affairs Minister announced the visit, revealing that the Prime Minister will spend about 7 hours in all when it comes to Kiev. Of course, he will be meeting with President Zelensky when he is in Kiev. He is going to be taking on a journey which is going to be on Rail Force 1, and that journey is going to be overnight. He's going to be taking that journey from Poland to Ukraine, all of 10 hours. Do remember, the war as far as Ukraine is concerned is now in its 3rd year, and this is a very significant move when it comes to India, which is now finally taking a stand and has gone on to say that it is going to be providing all kind of help that could be needed in order for settling as far as the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is concerned. So Prime Minister Modi there taking off for Poland. This is a very crucial visit that's coming about. Trade, defense and cultural ties will be the focus as far as the visit of the Prime Minister in Poland is concerned. This visit will be high on symbolism, even as geopolitical issues, trade and defense aspects will be discussed at the highest levels. He is scheduled to be there in Warsaw between today and tomorrow. He is going to be there, and of course from there the Prime Minister is expected by train overnight to travel for about 10 hours to reach Kiev. And while he is in Poland, the focus is going to be on the defense ties, which are also on the upswing, with India recently posting as far as the Polish companies are concerned, securing orders and looking to set up joint ventures when it comes to India. Poland has an Indian population of about 25,000, out of which 5,000 are students. So Poland plays a very pivotal role when it comes to helping the Indians who were stuck in Ukraine during the onset of the Russia invasion back in 2022, when 4,000 Indian students were evacuated through Poland. So Poland is on the border of Ukraine, so it had played a very crucial role as far as Poland is concerned. So Poland is being seen as a gateway to Europe by India, and which is why it is a very, very important visit of the Prime Minister. We have my colleague Vishal joining us. Vishal, take us through what all is on the agenda when it comes to the Prime Minister's visit. I mean, we do know trade, defence, cultural ties, all will be the focus during that visit, and also of that very crucial visit that's coming up from Poland to Kiev.
That's correct. So both the visits will be important. So we've been reporting that he has just started his visit. He's just starting to leave for Poland. When he lands there, it will be a historic moment, as this will be the first time in the last 40 years since any Indian Prime Minister would have visited Poland. And this is the first time any Prime Minister will be visiting from India to Poland ever since Poland gained independence. So that was in 1989. So it has to be noted that this visit has, it encompasses a lot of areas such as defense and other sectors, trade also. So then Prime Minister Modi will head to Ukraine, which is probably a far more important visit, because just last month he was in Russia and he had met Vladimir Putin also there. So just within a space of 1 month, he'll be visiting both the countries who are at war with each other. So many experts have also suggested that this is sort of India's way of saying that India could play a big role in bringing peace to that region. And Prime Minister Modi has been vocal about the war in the past, has confronted Putin and said that this is not the era for war. So bringing back the visit to Poland now. So both the Prime Minister and the top minister of Poland, they have all been saying that they are looking forward to the visit and they want to cooperate on various areas. They are excited about PM's visit to the nation, and the top minister of Poland, the top vice foreign minister of Poland, spoke exclusively with NDTV yesterday and said that they are awaiting PM and they want this visit to be fruitful. They want to take the relationship to the next level, because Poland and India historically have never had problems on any scale. So they want that relationship to build and grow in the near future, and this visit will sort of solidify that stance.
When we talk about his visit to Poland, that's the first in 45 years as far as the Indian leader is concerned. But, I'm just reading the letter by the Prime Minister in which he's gone on to say this is the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine. Like, there's never been an Indian Prime Minister who's visited Ukraine before.
Yes, as I mentioned, that's a far more important visit because the war has been going on for more than 2 years now. It's been 26 months. Thousands of people have been killed. Each month, Russia and Ukraine are losing thousands of their troops. So if this visit in some sort of way, tries to calm the situation down, it will be a big win for India. And Zelensky last month had sort of condemned when Indian Prime Minister had visited Russia. But this visit to Ukraine might calm him down, because he will definitely meet Zelensky. Prime Minister Modi will definitely meet Zelensky and try to bring calm to the whole situation. As I mentioned, this whole area, Russia-Ukraine border, it's filled with dead bodies, and every day thousands of people are dying. And recently, Ukraine had made an incursion into the Russian territory. That was the first time since the World War II that any country has made an incursion into Russia. So that and all will be focus how the situation is calmed down in the next few days. That will definitely be one of the focus.
Right, of course, and it is, well, the Prime Minister has gone on to say, as a friend and a partner, he hopes for peace and stability to return to the region as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us all those details. And in other news, this is on day 2 of the Democratic Convention that is being held in the United States. It is Barack Obama who went on to speak and said that the torch has been passed. And while it was his wife, Michelle Obama, who's gone on to call Kamala Harris one of the most qualified people, Barack Obama has gone on to talk about Donald Trump's calling him dangerous. He's also gone on to say that Donald Trump doesn't care about women's freedom. History will remember Joe Biden, is what Barack Obama had to say. Let's just listen in.
If we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. And Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal.
It's same old con, doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better.
Well, switching tracks to sports news now, and the Women's T20 World Cup, which was scheduled to be held in Bangladesh, has now been moved to the United Arab Emirates because of the situation as far as the political turmoil in Bangladesh is concerned. A number of participating countries had issued travel advisories for Bangladesh, effectively preventing the country from hosting the tournament, and Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina fled the country earlier this month amid the protests, and an interim government led by Muhammad Yunus has taken charge. The Women's T20 World Cup, which is scheduled between the 3rd of October to the 20th, will be the 9th edition of the Global Championship, with 10 countries that will be participating.
No, she didn't, but she might regret bringing that long one up.
Now, it's clear that ICC is keen to promote cricket in the United States with a clear eye on cricket in Olympics in Los Angeles 2028, and that is perhaps the much maligned New York pitch during the World Cup in June at the County Stadium that has got a satisfactory rating from the game's governing body. The ratings were released on Tuesday after much deliberations. All 8 games in New York ended up being low-scoring affairs, drawing scathing criticism from experts and fans during and after the ICC event. The surface came under fire for its unpredictable bounce and sluggish outfield throughout the tournament for the 8 games in New York. The average first innings score was 107.6. India played 3 games in New York, including the one versus Pakistan. And with that, we're taking away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bafa. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Supreme Court's appeal that the doctors return to work, with notwithstanding the protesting doctors of the country are not ready to relent. The court, which initiated a hearing on the massive row today, had tried to balance security of doctors with patient care, calling for a national protocol for safety at workplaces. But the doctors made their position clear. Their protests over the molestation case in Maharashtra, 28 people have been arrested. Meanwhile, in Kerala, the Chief Minister has vowed action after the Hema report on Mollywood. In fact, in the Kolkata horrific rape and murder case, 3 cops have been suspended hours after the Supreme Court wrapped suspensions over the violence and vandalism at the RG Kar hospital. The top court also questioned Kolkata police's role and ordered CISF deployment. Arrests have been made after protests over molestation case in Thane. 28 people have been arrested for blocking railway tracks. A man has been accused of sexually assaulting 4-year-olds. He has been arrested. The government promises swift prosecution. The Prime Minister is expected to begin his tour of Poland and Ukraine. He departs for Poland. His departure statement clearly says that Poland is a key economic partner in Europe and there's a hope for early return to peace in Ukraine meanwhile. Congress's top brass is heading to Jammu and Kashmir for poll prep. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to meet party leaders. This as the BJP names RSS veteran Ram Madhav as the JNK polls in charge. The power couple headlines day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Both Michelle and Barack Obama address the convention. Barack clearly says the torch has been passed, while Michelle highlights that Kamala Harris has been one of the most qualified people to take on this role. From West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala, women's safety has become the need of the hour. It has always been, but it's time to act. The Supreme Court, hearing the Kolkata rape murder incident, has said that the nation cannot wait for another rape for changes on the ground. Join NDTV's campaign, Stop This Shame, where our demand is to end this crime against women, end crime against society. Join us and raise your voice against any injustice. The CBI, meanwhile, is to submit a status report in the 31-year-old doctor's rape and murder case in Kolkata. 2 minors allegedly have been sexually assaulted in Thane. And Justice Hema's report highlights how women actors are being exploited in different ways in the Malayalam industry. We demand action now to make sure all women are safe. Well, the Supreme Court, hearing the Kolkata rape murder incident, said the nation cannot wait for another rape for changes on the ground. In fact, the D.Y. Chandrachud-led bench also expressed strong dissatisfaction with the West Bengal government and the authorities at the hospital over the delay in filing the FIR and other procedural lapses in the handling of this case. The Supreme Court's directive for increased security at hospitals, while well-intentioned, does not address the core problems plaguing the healthcare system. This is what the All India Residents and Junior Doctors Joint Action Forum has stated, while calling for a comprehensive overhaul of the system. One of the doctors' bodies, the All India Residents and Junior Doctors Joint Action Forum, has not minced words. It's clearly said that the top court's directive for increased security at hospitals, while it may have been well-intentioned, it does not address the care problems plaguing the healthcare system, further adding that the real issue is a public healthcare system that has been systematically neglected, underfunded, and understaffed for decades. My colleague Tanushka has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Tanushka, what details can you disclose to our viewers from the ground?
So as of now, the CISF DIG have arrived at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital after the Supreme Court's order to take over protection of the premises. These are the directions that came in from the Supreme Court yesterday in its hearing after taking suo motu cognizance of the gruesome murder and rape of this 31-year-old young trainee doctor at the RG Medical College and Hospital. The Supreme Court directed CISF forces to be deployed to amp up security at the RG Medical College and Hospital. And this is also in view after the mob vandalism that happened at the college premises on the eve of Independence Day on 14th August night, when women had come down on the streets to reclaim the night in protest against this murder and rape. And the Supreme Court has also asked CBI for a status report until tomorrow, and the report will, get on with the progress details of the investigation into the case. So these are the major developments right now, and what we also know is that 3 Kolkata police officials have been suspended in view of the lapse in the dereliction of duty in with respect to the mob vandalism that had happened on 14th August. And this action comes 5 days after the mob vandalism, and what we also know is that 2 assistant commissioners of police have been suspended along with an inspector. So these are the actions that are being taken on currently. Security measures are also in place now at the RG Medical College and Hospital.
Thanks so much, Anushka, for joining us with that quick update. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from Kolkata. With that, let's turn our attention now to Maharashtra, where there were massive protests in Thane over the sexual assault of 2 4-year-old girls at a school, which saw a rail roko for several hours at the Badlapur train station. It was finally quelled in the evening with a lathi charge and tear gas. But the 2 young children, the 2 young girls, were allegedly sexually assaulted on the 16th of August in the school bathroom by a cleaner who has been arrested. But what enraged the protesters is the claim that the parents of these 2 young girls were made to wait 11 hours at a local police station for an FIR and a muted response from the school. My colleague Anuj has further details for you.
The Badlapur market might look very happening here today, but that was not the case 24 hours ago. Yesterday, this entire city had come to a standstill because of the agitation of the protesters, which included a lot of people from the city. On the 12th and the 13th of August, assault case was recorded against 2 kids here in one of the local schools. 2 girls aged 3 and 4 complained of having pain in their private part, as a result of which the parents approached the school and then later filed an FIR. This entire controversy began when they were made to wait for as much as 11 to 12 hours to file an FIR, and certain reports also state that they were threatened by the police against filing the FIR. As an outrage against whatever had happened, be it the inactivity of the school or the delaying in action by the police officers, the Badlapurkars, they came down on the street to protest against not just the police and the authority, but also against the school. The FIR against the victim was lodged on Friday night, and the victim was taken into custody by the police. But the demand by the protesters here yesterday was very clear. They wanted the guilty here to be handed over to the crowd. Of course, something which is not completely feasible, but then that was their demand. Today, of course, as we are seeing that as a precautionary measure, the police or the authority have kept the internet services off here. They've put jammers at different places, especially in and around the station and the school area, which were the center points of the protests which took place yesterday. But unlike what was the case yesterday, today we can see that the city is functioning as normally as it usually does. Most of these shops were closed, and today, of course, these are still early morning hours, but we can see that the city seems to be getting back to normal. But what will be the next step of the protesters now, considering that a lot of protesters have already been taken into custody by the police, and action has been initiated against as many as 300 protesters? Considering all of this and the fact that the case has been put in the fast track court and an SIT committee has been named to look into the case, what is it that the protesters will base their complete argument on?
Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to Akola, where the police has arrested a government school teacher for molesting 6 girls in the school in Akola in Maharashtra. The accused, allegedly used to harass the girls by showing them obscene videos. 6 female students then went and complained that their teacher had been showing them these obscene videos for the past 4 months. This is what officials have disclosed to us. Further investigations are currently underway. But amidst the outrage sweeping the nation over the Badlapur incident, the Kolkata horrific rape and murder case, now a teacher in a government school in Akola has been arrested and a case has been registered against this accused teacher. As I just mentioned, the allegation is that he has been harassing very young girls studying in this school for the last 4 months. A horrific molestation case emerging from Maharashtra where 6 girls were molested in their school. The accused teacher has now been arrested. In fact, the police has arrested a government school teacher for molesting 6 girls in a school in Akola. The accused allegedly used to harass these girls by showing them obscene videos. This was not a one-off though. This was happening over a few months. 6 female students then went and complained that their teacher had been showing them obscene videos for the past 4 months. Officials have disclosed that further investigations are underway as we speak. But this, as there's outrage sweeping the nation over the Badlapur incident, the horrific rape and murder from Kolkata, and other such horrific tragic incidents coming in from across the country. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking the finer details for us. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Radhika, as I was just informing our viewers, there are allegations against this government school teacher for showing obscene videos to these young girls. And this wasn't a one-off incident. These obscene videos were shown to these minors over 4 months.
Yes, absolutely. Horrific incident now being reported from Akola. In fact, 6 girl students were victim to this sexual abuse by a teacher. In fact, this is a Zilla Parishad teacher who's been accused of allegedly sexually assaulting 6 girl students of class 8 in a Zilla Parishad school. In fact, this incident happening over a period of 4 months, as you rightly pointed out, and this man used to show them pornographic videos as well as other obscene stuff, and then would inappropriately behave with them. This happened over a period of time, after which, of course, the girls spoke about this ordeal to their family members, and then the family approached the Child Welfare Commission, who in fact went ahead and filed a complaint before the police. The police immediately swung into action, registered an FIR under POCSO and took this man into custody. This is a 43-year-old teacher who's been taken into custody in this particular case. Of course, further investigations are underway to understand if he's done, similar activities in the past as well, whether he had in fact allegedly sexually assaulted other students as well. So at this point, of course, 6 victims coming forward. These are class 8 students, little children from a school. A Zilla Parishad teacher is the main accused. So very, very shocking incident coming soon after the Badlapur incident, where 2 4-year-olds were allegedly sexually assaulted by a cleaning staff of that particular incident, of that particular school, which led to a lot of outrage and uproar yesterday in Badlapur. In fact, protests erupted on the streets and on railway tracks as a result of this incident. Of course, police did swing into action in Badlapur as well, but delayed FIR, and school administration also not really taking accountability for the incident, which is what led to anger spilling on the streets. A similar incident coming to the fore in Akola. Of course, action has been taken. This man has in fact been arrested by Akola police.
Radhika, as always, thanks so much for taking us through the latest details you've accessed. With that, let's turn our attention now to the Prime Minister's plan of action. Well, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Poland and Ukraine will be high on symbolism, even as geopolitical issues, trade and defense aspects will be discussed at the highest levels. Mr. Modi is scheduled to land in Warsaw later this evening. It is the first trip by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited the country back in 1979, and the shared cultural ties are expected to be in focus. Poland, meanwhile, experts highlight, can be a gateway to India, to Europe, and there is a lot of potential to expand trade as well. But next up, he will be in Ukraine. He will be in Ukraine on the 23rd, which is day after, in what's going to be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the country in over 30 years. The External Affairs Ministry has announced the visit, revealing that the Prime Minister will spend 7 hours in Kyiv. Now, his trip will involve a 20-hour train journey, during which he will travel on the Rail Force One overnight train. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is tracking the Prime Minister's plan of action. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, take us through the Prime Minister's departure statement and his agenda over the next 2 days.
See, as far as the trip to Poland is concerned, certainly it is high on symbolism at a time when Europe has seen this conflict going on for more than 2 years. Now, Poland is normally also a gateway through which you'll enter into Ukraine or Kyiv. With Poland, Prime Minister or India will start enhancing its bilateral ties, be it with the trade. And as you rightly pointed out, it's also a gateway to sort of improvise your relations, your bilateral ties, and even trade prospects in the European region as well. But what is more important, all eyes will be on his trip to Kyiv, to his trip to Ukraine. Why? Because we know that how he was criticized by the Ukrainian President, Mr. Zelensky, when he went to Moscow. But later on, we saw the ties warming up between the two countries. And now, once he will be visiting Ukraine, all eyes will be on Prime Minister Modi, whether he has some peace plan with him or not. Because India also participated in that Swiss Peace Summit, where India had sent his highest representative there. But India didn't sign that agreement there, because India has always advocated for dialogue and peace. But by involving all the stakeholders, India was criticized for going for Prime Minister's visit to Moscow and the way he was warmly received by Mr. Putin and his administration there. But this time around, when he will be going to Kyiv, all eyes will be on the peace plan, whether India has a peace plan or not, because China and other nations had proposed a peace plan, but India has always advocated that for any peace plan, both Russia and Ukraine will have to be on the same page. And that also signifies one thing, that though West has been criticizing India for balancing act or something, but India says that it has got its own open stand when it comes to bilateral ties, be it with the Western nations or be it with the nations with whom West doesn't ally well, like Ukraine, like Russia. So India has its independent ties with two varying nations, both hostile to each other. But India has always maintained that peace, negotiations, and dialogue are the three, or diplomacy is the channel through which peace can be achieved or issues can be resolved. So all eyes will be on the conversations the Prime Minister will be raising with Mr. Zelensky, because he has always spoken that this is not the time of war. Solutions can't be found on the battleground. And perhaps on the same tunes, similar statements are expected when the Prime Minister meets the President of Ukraine in Kyiv.
Ghazali, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the detailed plan. Now, in other news, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and leader of the opposition Rahul Gandhi will begin their 2-day visit to Jammu and Srinagar today to take stock of the party's preparations for the upcoming assembly elections in the Union Territory. The two Congress leaders are also expected to explore possibilities of alliances with the regional parties, National Conference and the People's Democratic Party. The two parties are part of the India bloc but are rivals in Jammu and Kashmir, as you are well aware. Voting will be held in 3 phases, with the first round on the 18th of September. The next 2 phases will be held on the 25th of September and the 1st of October. The results consequently will be announced on the 4th of October, and as many as 24 seats will vote in the first phase, which, as I mentioned, is on the 18th of September. The BJP, meanwhile, has appointed former party General Secretary Ram Madhav as the election in charge for these upcoming assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir. A return to the state for him, as he had handled the state in the past on behalf of the BJP and was also instrumental in the party while forming a coalition government there in 2015 along with the PDP. Nazir Masoodi, thanks to him we have the finer details. Listen in to his report.
They may also meet Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah as the talks between Congress and National Conference for an alliance are going on. There are already 2 rounds of talks have taken place. Sources say a lot of ground has been already covered by both the sides. There are certain friction points, seats where both parties want. They have to resolve them. But sources say it is both the leadership of both the parties have conveyed to the negotiators that they want this alliance to happen. So it is both. Even though I spoke to a senior Congress leader, he said, look, there's a clear instructions from the party high command that alliance with the National Conference should happen. And same is the thing with the National Conference. So at the leadership level, it appears that the both want alliance. Now it is the question of who will concede more and who wants to, because everybody wants more seats in such an alliance. So that remains a challenge for them. And sources say, as they have been talking, there has been also talk that there could be some friendly contest at some seats as well. So while the Congress leadership will be in Jammu and Kashmir for 2 days, BJP has also made a big move. They have got getting back the old hand, Kashmir hand, Ram Madhav, who held ran Kashmir politics for long for BJP and was the architect of the PDP-BJP alliance in Jammu and Kashmir in 2015. So he has been brought back as the election in charge, along with the Union Minister G.K. Reddy, who was already there. So clearly, getting return of Ram Madhav is not just about polls. It goes beyond elections. It also shows kind of a shift in BJP's, the way BJP wants to handle Kashmir.
Meanwhile, 3 IAS officers of the Delhi government's health department, 2 special secretaries and a secretary wrote to Health Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj on the 8th of this month, blaming the failures of the city's health infrastructure in the capital on the Aam Aadmi Party government. However, the minister has hit back at the officials, stating that the letter was misleading. My colleague Ishika Verma has further details for you. Listen in.
3 senior officers of the health department here in Delhi have written a note to Saurabh Bhardwaj, where in fact they have said that Saurabh Bhardwaj sat on the files for a long period of time and then he returned it back without giving concrete reasons. Now in this particular note, in fact, they have also highlighted here, the issues with the health infrastructure here in the national capital. They have mentioned that there have been delays in the construction of various hospitals that have only led to cost escalation. They have also, in fact, mentioned in this particular note that Delhi is only, among those 3 states where PM's Ayushman Yojana has not been implemented yet. Not just that, in fact, let me tell you that the officials also have mentioned that the hospital information management system has not been implemented yet, even after 8 years of announcement. So these are the various issues that have been flagged by the senior officers. But Health Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj has also now responded to this and said that all of these claims that are being made by the officers are misleading, and now has directed them to in fact prepare a chart as to what are these factual points and what were the suggestions that in fact were given by Saurabh Bhardwaj to these officers. So certainly the war of words between the bureaucracy and the Delhi government continues to intensify. Over to you.
Well, in other crucial news, a nationwide strike called a Bharat Bandh was called for today in response to a recent Supreme Court ruling on the SC/ST reservations. The Reservation Bachao Sangharsh Samiti has called for this protest, which is supported by SC/ST groups mainly from Rajasthan. Now, I must mention to our viewers that it is not a complete nationwide strike. Yes, certain shops are shut, certain areas are shut, but this is specifically in states like Rajasthan. Law enforcement agencies are preparing to deal with the bandh. In fact, Rajasthan's Director General of Police has instructed district superintendents of police to maintain order and engage with local organizations as well. Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back in a moment with much more. Do stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. The Congress government's decision to install a statue of the former Prime Minister, late Rajiv Gandhi, in front of Telangana Secretariat has set off a heated exchange between Chief Minister Revant Reddy and former BRS Minister K.T. Rama Rao. Mr. Reddy has said that a statue of Mr. Gandhi would soon be installed on the Secretariat premises. A statue of Telangana Thali, the state's mother goddess, will also be installed at the Secretariat. This is what he said. Mr. Rao, though, has said the spot chosen by the Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi's statue had been earmarked for Telangana Thali statue. In fact, KTR has said, mark my words, Chief Minister Revant, we will clear out the trash from the surroundings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Secretariat the very same day we are back in office. KTR said this in a post on X. I beg your pardon. Let's turn our attention now to Bihar, to Hajipur, where the ward councillor Pankaj Rai was brutally murdered by criminals who shot him multiple times, leaving him riddled with bullets. The incident occurred in the Digekala Western area within the Sadar police station jurisdiction, where assailants on motorcycles opened fire on the councillor before fleeing the scene. Pankaj Rai, who was actually serving as the councillor for ward number 5, was the son of Chandrika Rai and had been elected for the first time. The former Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav has now slammed Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his deputies as well for the deteriorating law and order situation. In fact, Tejashwi Yadav has said NDA goons led by Nitish Kumar shot dead ward councillor Pankaj Kumar in Hajipur at night. The CM and 2 deputy CMs are sleeping peacefully while their goons are creating mayhem.
मेरा भाई साहब है पंकज राय, वार्ड नंबर 5, दुकान पर बैठे हुए तो बगल में कपड़ा का दुकान है, भाई का है, बैठे हुए थे। हम 5 मिनट पहले मिल के हम गए थे दुकान में सामान लेने, और सामानों ने हम नहीं लिए। इसके अंदर में घटना हो चुका था। फिर वहाँ से सामान छोड़ के हम दौड़ के यहाँ आए कि क्या बात है, देखे तो ऐसा घटना है। हम लोग फिर गाड़ी निकाले, गाड़ी में लादे और लेके आए हैं सदर अस्पताल।
एक मामला लगभग 8 बजे शाम में प्रतिवेदित हुआ है, जिसमें कि सदर थाना क्षेत्र के दिग्गी वार्ड नंबर 5 में एक वार्ड पार्षद जो हैं उनकी हत्या कुछ मोटरसाइकिल सवार अपराधियों द्वारा कर दी गई। अभी तक जो पता चला है उसमें 3 व्यक्तियों के होने की सूचना सामने आई है। जो मामले के बारे में डिटेल्स हम लोग ले हैं, परिवार वालों से भी कुछ बातचीत हुई है, तो उसमें कुछ इनपुट मिला है, उसके आधार पर पुलिस द्वारा कार्रवाई की जा रही है। 3 गोली लगा है कि चलाई गई।
Prabhakar is tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Prabhakar, Tejashwi Yadav has slammed Nitish Kumar and said NDA goons led by Nitish Kumar shot dead Pankaj Kumar in Hajipur.
Yeah, very rightly so, because the opposition, he was associated with RJD as a political worker of Vaishali, under which the Hajipur town falls, and he was an active member out there. He was a ward councillor of one of the wards of Vaishali, and Pankaj Rai was an active RJD member. Now, here's a case of complete lawlessness. This is a sheer crime. at 7 p.m. in the evening, he was sitting outside his house when he was shot dead by unidentified gunmen. 3 of them actually rode there on the motorbike and they shot him dead, and nobody could actually catch them. So if the opposition attacks government on these kind of incidents, they're well within their rights to do so, and that is what they're supposed to do. Now it is for the government to answer, for the police administration and the local administration over there to answer as to why this incident happened and what breakthrough they have achieved in this particular incident so far.
As always, for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. With that, let's turn our attention now to Tripura. Incessant rain for the last 24 hours has led to severe flooding in various parts of the state. The low-lying areas, particularly those adjacent to the Howrah River, have been affected due to severe waterlogging. Now, according to local media and reports, 7 people were killed due to severe flooding. And with rivers across the state swelling rapidly, the threat of further casualties looms large as we speak. Meanwhile, to deal with the current situation, the National Disaster Response Force and State Disaster Response Force teams have been pressed into service to evacuate residents from the affected areas.
अभी हमारा फोकस है कि जहाँ भी शेल्टर है, जहाँ भी फ्लड की सिचुएशन है, वहाँ से इमीडिएटली इवैक्यूएट किया जाए। शासन की तरफ से टोटल 200 टीमों को हमने ऑलरेडी ऑपरेशन में है, कोई ज़्यादा भी हो सकती है क्योंकि डिपेंडिंग ऑन द नीड जहाँ भी जैसा भी होता है, ऑलरेडी राउंड द क्लॉक काम कर रही हैं। और पिछले ये बहुत सारी टीम्स ने पिछले 24 घंटे में मैं बोलूँगा बहुत काम किया है, रात में बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया, आज भी नॉन स्टॉप लोग काम फील्ड पे लगे हुए हैं कि कैसे लोगों को बचाया जाए। बैंड्स में लगभग लाइट टू मॉडरेट यानी थोड़ा बहुत बारिश होने की अभी भी संभावना है, और उसकी वजह से साउथ त्रिपुरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में रेड अलर्ट जारी है और बाकी 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ पर अभी भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट है।
For the past couple of days, there have been heavy rains in parts of northeast, and the northeastern state of Tripura has received very heavy rainfall for the last 2 days, which has resulted into flash floods since yesterday. That has triggered landslides and very heavy inundation in the low-lying areas of the state, particularly in South Tripura district where there is a red alert. In the rest 7 districts there is orange alert. The state government has pressed teams for rescuing people since yesterday. In fact, over 200 teams are operating at this moment. NDRF has been sent to Tripura, and also Centre has assured all help to the state, even as 7 people have died in the last 24 hours due to rains and landslides, which includes 3 from a family. We are hearing that at least 2 to 3 people are missing. So therefore, there are growing concerns with, particularly in southern Tripura, the water level rising. Although since this morning, what we are hearing from state capital Agartala, that the rains have weakened, and that should be a good news. However, there is inundation in many areas. The national highway that links Tripura to the rest of the country through Assam has waterlogging in different areas, which has disrupted traffic. Although the train traffic is moving, that is a good respite, but there is a challenge there for the administration to shift people from low-lying areas near the borders, near the rivers like river Bhaura, river Gomti, which are in full spate, and close to 6,000 people have been evacuated. That's what we are hearing from state government sources, and the focus at this moment in Tripura remains on the rescue operation, even as the situation remains grim, with Met Department predicting more rains in Tripura, particularly in the coming 2 to 3 days and across northeast. This is caused by a depression which has been created in Bay of Bengal, and Tripura at this moment is reeling under flash floods with at least 7 people dead in past 24 hours.
Well, let's turn our attention now to Maharashtra, where a chilling incident of road rage was caught on camera in Thane's Badlapur, Ambernath Road on Tuesday. At least 4 people appear to have been injured in this video that's playing out on your screens after a black Tata Harrier SUV was seen ramming a white Toyota Fortuner twice. This incident happened when a mother and child were sitting in the back seat of the Fortuner. My colleague Radhika was tracking the finer details for us. Listen in to her report.
Absolutely, very shocking incident of road rage and hit and run on Ambernath Road. This is in Thane district. This happened sometime last evening, and it is as a result of family dispute which led to this collision. As you can see in those visuals, that black SUV rammed into that particular white SUV which was almost parked there. The white SUV had women and children inside it, and it was the driver who was hit, and then he was crushed and then later dragged on, and then the black SUV once again reversed itself and hit the white SUV again. The white SUV therefore got pushed ahead, in fact pushed behind, as a result of which people who were behind that particular white SUV, which included some bikers as well as bystanders, they were crushed. They came under the car. So it all happened in a matter of minutes. Of course, this shocked a lot of bystanders there. They went to the rescue of all those people who were crushed and dragged. At least about 5 people were injured, which also included the driver of one of the cars, and the others who were injured include people who were standing there, bikers who were behind the targeted car. So at this point, of course, the police is investigating. They say that it is family dispute between the two groups that led to this collision in the middle of the street. Of course, inquiry is on, investigations are underway, and the said person who in fact went ahead and collided with the car has also been taken into custody by the Ambernath police.
Well, we have breaking news coming in. Jai Shah will be taking over as the next ICC chairman. Jai Shah will indeed be taking over as the next International Cricket Council chairman. That's the breaking news information we're tracking on NDTV 24/7. The current ICC chairman, Greg Barclay, on Tuesday he had opted out of a third term following the end of his tenure on the 30th of November. That fueled speculations, and now we can confirm that Jai Shah is expected to take over as the next ICC chairman. My colleague Rika Roy is with us over the phone line. Rika, what further details can you disclose to our viewers?
Well, what we do know now is that Jai Shah has garnered support from Australia and England, the two other very crucial parties when it comes to ICC's chairmanship, and he is in all likelihood going to secure the seat of ICC chairman. He's not going to be the first chairman of Indian chairman of ICC, because we do know Jagmohan Dalmia was there, so was N. Srinivasan and Shashank Manohar, but it's been a while. New Zealand's Greg Barclay will step aside, even though he could have done another couple of years, but he's going to be stepping aside, and Jai Shah will be getting into the post for 3 years. In fact, there's a statement from ICC that was there, which was announced on August 27th. It said that ICC chair Greg Barclay confirmed to the board that he will not stand for a third term and will step down for the post when his current tenure finishes at the end of November. Barclay was appointed as the independent ICC chair in November 2020 before being re-elected in 2022. And the current directors are now required to put forward nominations for the next chair. By 27th of August, Jai Shah had put in his nomination. So Greg Barclay is going to step aside. Jai Shah, the Secretary of Board of Control for Cricket in India, is going to step in as the next chairman of ICC once his tenure is over in November.
Right, Rika, also at just 35 years of age, is Jai Shah now the youngest ICC chairman ever? Like you mentioned, joining the likes of Jagmohan Dalmia, Sharad Pawar and Srinivasan?
Well, when you talk about Mr. Dalmia, he was a very senior administrator. Mr. Srinivasan, a very well-known businessman. Shashank Manohar, of course, a legal luminary. They have spent a lot of time in their respective professions before going on to, the ICC chair. Jai Shah, yes, he's going to be the youngest ICC chairperson at 35. He will lead the game's governing body. There are a lot of changes that have happened in ICC following the ICC Cricket World Cup in the US. There have been questions raised about the money that was spent during the course of the tournament, particularly for the US leg of the tournament. Two of ICC's key personnel have resigned. Questions of impropriety a lot of things that, Jay Shah, as he takes over as the chairman, has to now fix within the ICC. Of course, it still remains a cozy club. We'll really have to see whether Jay Shah is able to expand the game further and make ICC look beyond a cozy club of a few elite nations. Apart from the elite countries, there are a few associate and affiliate nations that play cricket, but the impact of the game hasn't been really high. It's not been a high impact game, though. We know that with 2028 Olympic Games, it'll make its entry in Los Angeles, and it'll be a big moment for cricket to enter Olympics and be regarded as one of the key global sports, even though, there is a huge fan following so far as cricket is concerned, but it is still a long way to be called a global sport. And that is one of the things that the games administrators have to look into. That is one of the big responsibilities that Jay Shah will have.
Right, Rika, also, are we aware of when Jay Shah's tenure will start?
Well, Greg Barclay's tenure will end in November, and as soon as his tenure ends, Jay Shah will be taking over.
Right, and if Jay Shah decides to move to ICC with a year of his secretaryship still left, he'll have 4 years left in the BCCI?
Well, really, I mean, if BCCI doesn't have elections and gets in a new secretary, he can continue. He will continue as the secretary of BCCI till the next elections happen.
Right, Rika. Also take our viewers through what this means for Indian cricket and the future of Indian cricket.
Well, India is already a superpower when it comes to cricket. 80% of cricket's revenue comes from India. There are other nations who look forward to India for the revenue that India generates. We'll really have to see with Jay Shah becoming the chairman of ICC how better that revenue is now utilized by ICC, and how well he is able to lead the other nations into the future.
And also, Rika, how influential is Jay Shah considered as far as the ICC boardroom is concerned? We know he's currently the head of the ICC's all-powerful Finance and Commercial Affairs Subcommittee, but what further details can you disclose?
Well, we all know that he is the Indian Home Minister's son, and of course, with that comes a lot of power, responsibility. He has been the secretary of BCCI for a while, and in the BCCI scheme of things, secretary is the most powerful person, more powerful at times than the president, because he's the one who signs off on all important engagements and on all important decisions. So he's played that role as the key person in BCCI, and now is going to head ICC and have a very key role to play. Having said that, I think the kind of free hand that he had in BCCI, it'll be less in ICC. There will be other nations to look after. They will have their views as well. He is currently being supported by England and Australia, and that's the news that has come in this morning, that he has garnered their support. So there'll be crucial players in terms of Jay Shah's engagement in ICC is concerned, because he has to keep the other stakeholders happy even when he's a part of the ICC.
Rika, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest breaking news information coming in. Thanks to my colleague Rika Roy, we now have a confirmation that at just 35 years of age, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's son Jay Shah has become the youngest ICC chairman ever, thus joining the likes of Jagmohan Dalmia, Sharad Pawar, N. Srinivasan and Shashank Manohar in the list of Indians who have headed the ICC in the past. With that, let's turn our attention now to a crucial interview. A decision on reducing the policy rate will depend on keeping inflation in check. This is what the Reserve Bank of India Governor Shaktikanta Das has informed NDTV in an exclusive interview. Speaking to us, he explained any reduction in the policy rate will also depend on future data, with the inflation being the biggest influencer. Listen in.
इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में जैसा आपने कहा है, तो उसमें एक तो यह है कि आप कहते हैं कि आप फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग गाइडेंस नहीं देंगे, लेकिन मैं जैसे रीड करता हूं, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जब तक 4% के नीचे सस्टेन्ड बेसिस पे नहीं रहता इन्फ्लेशन, जो एक्चुअली वेजिटेबल्स को छोड़ दें तो सर 3.3% है सीपीआई के लेवल पे, तो आप कब तक इंतजार करेंगे कि ग्रोथ का नुकसान किए बगैर, इन्फ्लेशन पर आपकी कड़ी नजर है कि रेट कट के लिए वो कौन से नेसेसरी कंडीशंस होंगे जिसमें आप कंसीडर करेंगे?
इससे पहले तो ये है कि 4% के नीचे हम जाएंगे, वो हमने कभी नहीं कहा। आप अगर केयरफुली देखेंगे हमारा मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ड्यूरेबल अलाइनमेंट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन टू द टारगेट। अलाइनमेंट मतलब वो 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें एक ड्यूरेबल बेसिस में, ये नहीं कि वन ऑफ, मतलब आप देखिए पिछले जुलाई का इन्फ्लेशन 3.5% आ गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मतलब प्रॉब्लम ओवर हो गया है, क्योंकि दैट इज प्राइमरीली बिकॉज ऑफ बेस इफेक्ट, सॉलिड बेस इफेक्ट एडवांटेज था। तो आवर टारगेट, आवर अप्रोच जो है 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें थोड़ा ड्यूरेबिलिटी, हमको कॉन्फिडेंस आए कि हाँ अभी 4% के आसपास रहेगा। एक वन ऑफ 4% के नीचे चला जाए फिर हम इंटरेस्ट रेट को ये कर देंगे, वो बहुत बड़ा सीरियस पॉलिसी मिस्टेक होगा। वी हैव टू बी पेशेंट, बहुत पेशेंट रहना, और भी थोड़ा डिस्टेंस अभी कवर करना है। और जहां तक ग्रोथ की सवाल है, ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस, अभी तक जो ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस है वो बहुत ही मतलब मिनिमल है, बिल्कुल ना होने की बराबर है। क्योंकि इस साल आप देखिए 7.2% हम प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, और इंडिया विल रिमेन द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी 24-25 में। तो इसीलिए ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस जो है, या तो उसको आप मिनिमल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हिसाब से कोई मेजर, कोई ज्यादा मतलब ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस नहीं हुआ है। ग्रोथ रिमेन्स इंटैक्ट, ग्रोथ इज स्टेबल एंड रेसिलियंट, और इन्फ्लेशन को हमको कम करना चाहिए। देखिए वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस या फूड आइटम्स को अगर आप निकाल देंगे और फिर आप कहेंगे कि नहीं इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, फिर आप एक आम जनता के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप सोचिए, अगर फूड प्राइसेस ज्यादा है, हम सिर्फ जिसको कहते हैं कि कोर इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, ठीक है इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, अगर वो कहेंगे, वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा। वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा, लोगों के, आम जनता के माइंड में ये रहेगा कैसे आप कह रहे हैं मेरा तो इतना खर्चा हो रहा है, मेरा सैलरी इतना है और उसमें से इतना परसेंटेज जा रहा है फूड कॉस्ट में, फूड इन्फ्लेशन, कैसे सरकार कह रही है, कैसे आरबीआई कह रही है कि इन्फ्लेशन जो है कम हो गया। इसीलिए फूड इन्फ्लेशन, हमारा जो हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन जो टारगेट है, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। उसका कारण ये है क्योंकि अभी जिस सर्वे के आधार पर हमारा कंज्यूमर जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है, जिसके ऊपर टारगेट इन्फ्लेशन नंबर कैलकुलेट करते हैं, जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है उसमें फूड इन्फ्लेशन का शेयर 46% है। तो मान लीजिए एक साधारण परिवार में 50% ऑफ कंजम्पशन, जितना खर्चा हो रहा है, 50% खाने के चीज में फूड कॉस्ट में जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये बहुत ही जरूरी है कि हम फूड इन्फ्लेशन को मन में रखें, और रेट कब हम कम करेंगे या कब पॉलिसी चेंज करेंगे वो फ्यूचर डेटा के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। लेकिन फिलहाल हमको ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इन्फ्लेशन कम हो रहा है और 4% के आसपास पहुंच जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इस साल का एवरेज हमने 4.5% दिया है। बहुत सारे अनसर्टेनिटीज है, आगे जाके हम देखेंगे कैसे इनकमिंग डेटा स्टडी करेंगे, उसके आधार पर आउटलुक क्या बन रहा है।
Well, let's turn our attention now to the political power couple in the US. Well, the Obamas made their pitch for Kamala Harris during the Democratic National Convention's second night. The former US president is still considered a North Star in the Democratic Party as the Illinois' Lieutenant Governor. But both Michelle and Barack addressed a huge crowd. Listen in to the highlights from day 2 of the DNC in Chicago. Now,
the ties that bind us together are still there.
We also have a live update from Voice of America's Kane at the moment. He joins us live from Chicago. Thanks so much, Kane, for joining us on the World 24/7. Take our viewers through how Obama's DNC speech is likely to inject some hope into Kamala Harris's campaign.
Well, it actually comes on the 20th anniversary of President Barack Obama, then candidate Barack Obama's ascendancy onto the national political stage. 20 years ago in 2004, Barack Obama was a state senator here in Illinois. He was running for a U.S. Senate seat in Illinois. And he gave a speech at the Democratic National Convention that year that was an energized, energetic speech that wound up becoming a defining moment in his career. It is the thing that launched him onto the national stage. It gave him prominence, and it actually gave him the springboard by which he could seek the presidency. So Barack Obama, as he comes here to Chicago tonight, he is going to speak about that 20th anniversary, that moment 20 years ago, and the bridge from him to Kamala Harris here in Chicago in 2024. So for the Democrats and the delegates that have gathered here at the United Center, you can see it behind me, they're here to listen to what some people have referred to as the rock stars, the current rock stars of the Democratic Party. Not just Barack Obama, but Barack Obama himself makes jokes that his wife, former First Lady Michelle Obama, sells out auditoriums better than him and sells more books than him. She will speak before President Obama does tonight, and there's a lot of people here eager to hear what she has to say.
But many argue that Obama is actually in a position to do for Kamala Harris what former President Bill Clinton did for him at the 2012 Democratic Convention, which was to essentially lay out the rationale for a second Obama term and explain Obama's economic program to voters who were skeptical of the pace of recovery after the recession we saw that in 2008, 2009. Is this considered a sort of turning point tonight?
Well, inflation has been very high here in the United States for a while. It is definitely the economic policy of the Biden administration, in which Vice President Kamala Harris has been a part of. And so it is a moment for Barack Obama to perhaps help Kamala Harris differentiate how she will create her own administration's policies that will combat some of these things that are concerning voters. But it's also a moment really to create party unity. There are still factions of the Democratic Party that are concerned about the war in Gaza and other issues. And so this is the moment perhaps for Barack Obama not to really talk about his past, not for him to sort of dwell on what happened during his administration. This is a moment for Barack Obama to sort of be the standard bearer of unity in the Democratic Party. And that's the message that perhaps he's going to deliver tonight to these delegates here in Chicago.
Kane, you just briefly touched upon Gaza. We're also hearing that thousands of people have actually converged in Chicago to voice their concerns about Biden administration's stance on the Israel-Gaza war. But have the protests been smaller than expected so far?
The size of the protests wasn't necessarily determined before this event happened here. There were thousands of people that protested yesterday. The protests here, they're still continuing today, but there doesn't seem to be as many people. The motions on the floor. The interesting thing about tonight, it really was the focus or the showcase of the Democratic Party. And tonight was the roll call vote. And so there were a lot of delegates, a lot of people here that came to the United Center to participate in the roll call. We heard a lot about the protests yesterday. We've heard less about it today. But there's still 2 more days left of this convention here in Chicago.
Right. Also, just a little over 4 weeks ago, Republicans were confidently eyeing victory in this upcoming election. Is it fairly safe to say that now it's Democrats' turn to take an early victory lap, or too early?
So this is the convention for Democrats. And typically, as it was for the Republicans in Milwaukee, this is the moment in which they're able to be in prime time on television here in the United States. They're able to reach voters. They're able to send their message out. And so there's always a bump in polling. There's always a sort of momentum that each party carries when they leave these conventions and head back on the campaign trail. So not only has the Democratic Party benefited from there being a change in the top of the ticket, as Joe Biden has agreed to step down and Kamala Harris is now the nominee, that momentum that she had coming into this could be buffered by even more momentum heading out of this week of this convention as she heads out onto the campaign trail. Something to keep in mind here, too. We're less than 80 days away from Election Day, November 5th here in the United States. But the interesting part about this is that early ballots and mail-in ballots, they actually begin in September, in the middle of September, in some of the states here in the United States. So the momentum that this ticket carries out of this convention could translate into votes in just as little as 3 weeks from now as people start to cast ballots. And so it shouldn't really be understated the sort of polling numbers that you'll see in the coming days after this convention. And if they show an increasing margin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, that could be good news for the Democrats in November.
Right, Kane, as we wrap, I just want to ask, is it all that rosy for Kamala Harris? Because an ABC Washington Post survey actually published on the eve of the convention put Trump 9 points ahead of Kamala Harris when asked who they trust more to handle the economy and inflation. But you're on the ground, what are you picking up on?
Yes, the economy right now is definitely a primary issue for voters that are independent or voters that, each of these parties need to turn out. People are having kitchen table issues here in the United States in which they're concerned about the price of groceries. They're concerned about the cost of gasoline, petroleum. They're concerned about all of these costs that they need to pay for to live day to day. And so that is going to be a challenge for Kamala Harris to address because she will be carrying on the Biden administration. And so these are things that will have to be addressed on the campaign trail, at least to satisfy those voters whom each of these parties is going to need to turn out to vote for them when they do actually cast those ballots. Because Republicans, they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Democrats, they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. Who each of these candidates needs to reach is the independent voter or the non-aligned voters in this country that haven't necessarily chosen their candidate yet. Those are the people that these candidates are trying to sell their message to.
Kane, thank you so much for joining us with that detailed update from the DNC. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from Chicago. Thanks so much.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting
Hi there, a very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bell. Let's start this edition with the headlines at the top of the hour. Protests erupt over Maharashtra molestation case. 28 people have been arrested. Kerala Chief Minister vows action post Hema Committee report on Mollywood. Join the NDTV campaign against injustice against women. 3 cops were suspended hours after SC rap in the Kolkata rape murder case. Suspensions have taken place over violence and vandalism at the RG Kar hospital. Supreme Court had questioned Kolkata police's role and had ordered CISF deployment. Heat on Medical College ex-principal in the Kolkata rape murder case. Sandeep Ghosh has been questioned by the CBI for 6 straight today. In Telangana, political slugfest continues over Rajiv Gandhi statue. KTR says it's an insult to the people of Telangana, while Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy says they want to install the statue of a drunkard. Prime Minister Modi begins his tour of Poland and Ukraine. PM Modi has already departed for Poland visit. Prime Minister Modi has said Poland is a key economic partner in Europe and he hopes for early return to peace in Ukraine. Day 2 of Democratic National Convention. Barack Obama tells DNC that the torch has been passed. Michelle Obama says Kamala Harris is one of the most qualified people. Key world body role for BCCI Secretary Jai Shah. Jai Shah is all set to be the chairman of World Cricketing Body ICC. Shah will be the 3rd Indian chairman of ICC. From West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala, women's safety has become the need of the hour. And now it is the time to act. Join the NDTV Stop This Shame campaign, where our demand is that there must be an immediate stop to the crimes against women. Women in our society must be able to live without any fear and shame. Join us and raise your voice against any form of injustice against our women, against our daughters in the society. Well, our top focus continues to be the Kolkata rape and murder case. We are learning now 3 cops have been suspended in connection with this case. The action comes just a day after the Supreme Court had slammed the Bengal government over the manner the case was being handled and also the vandalism at RG Kar hospital in Kolkata. What we are also learning at this point in time is that the CBI has grilled RG Kar's former principal for the 6th day today. Former principal Sandeep Ghosh is being questioned by the CBI for the 6th day consecutively. That is what we are learning. At this moment, there are more updates coming in. We are learning the CISF DIG is also at the RG Kar hospital. That is the latest coming in at this point in time. That is what we are learning. The suspensions that have taken place, 3 cops that have been suspended so far in connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case. This has happened over the violence and vandalism that was witnessed at the RG Kar hospital few days back, and the action comes just a day after the Supreme Court had questioned the role of Kolkata police over the manner the case has been handled as well as the vandalism that took place at the RG Kar hospital. That is the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, we'll be getting more on that in just a bit. My colleague Tanushka will be joining us and she'll be getting us more in just a bit. But what we are learning at the moment is that former principal Sandeep Ghosh is also being questioned by the CBI at this point in time. And it's the 6th straight day that he's being questioned in connection with the case. He is also going to be appearing before the Kolkata police, as we learn. All right, more information coming in. The CISF DIG is also at the RG Kar hospital at this point in time. The top CISF official is at the Kolkata hospital where this heinous crime had taken place. Now, Supreme Court had asked for the CISF deployment at the hospital, and after that CISF DIG has reached the hospital at this point in time. That is the latest coming in. We'll be getting more on that in just a bit. Remember, a 31-year-old trainee doctor was raped and murdered at the RG hospital in Kolkata, after which huge unrest and protests have erupted in Kolkata, and not just Kolkata but all across the country. We've been witnessing these protests by doctors, by women, asking for justice for the 31-year-old trainee doctor from RG hospital, as well as demanding for the safety and security of women all across India. Well, latest updates that are coming in from Kolkata at this point in time is that, 3 cops have been suspended so far, and this comes just a day after Supreme Court had rapped the Bengal authorities over the manner the case was handled, and also the vandalism that had taken place at the RG hospital. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. This is from Maharashtra's Thane, where we do understand there have been massive protests taking place in Thane, where the 2 4-year-old girls at a school were sexually assaulted. Well, there was a rail roko abhiyan also for several hours that was witnessed at the Badlapur train station. It was finally quelled in the evening with a lathi charge and tear gas. The 2 young children were allegedly sexually assaulted on the 16th of August in the school bathroom by a cleaner now who's been arrested. But what enraged the protesters is the claim that the parents of the girls were made to wait about 11 hours at a local police station for an FIR and a muted response from the school. Well, my colleague Anuj gets us more on that.
The Badlapur market might look very happening here today, but that was not the case 24 hours ago. Yesterday, this entire city had come to a standstill because of the agitation of the protesters, which included a lot of people from the city. On the 12th and the 13th of August, assault case was recorded against 2 kids here in one of the local schools. 2 girls aged 3 and 4 complained of having pain in their private part, as a result of which the parents approached the school and then later filed an FIR. This entire controversy began when they were made to wait for as much as 11 to 12 hours to file an FIR, and certain reports also state that they were threatened by the police against filing the FIR. As an outrage against whatever had happened, be it the inactivity of the school or the delaying in action by the police officers, the Badlapurkars, they came down on the street to protest against not just the police and the authority, but also against the school. The FIR against the victim was lodged on Friday night, and the victim was taken into custody by the police. But the demand by the protesters here yesterday was very clear. They wanted the guilty here to be handed over to the crowd. Of course, something which is not completely feasible, but then that was their demand. Today, of course, as we are seeing that as a precautionary measure, the police or the authority have kept the internet services off here. They've put jammers at different places, especially in and around the station and the school area, which were the center points of the protests which took place yesterday. But unlike what was the case yesterday, today we can see that the city is functioning as normally as it usually does. Most of these shops were closed, and today, of course, these are still early morning hours, but we can see that the city seems to be getting back to normal. But what will be the next step of the protesters now, considering that a lot of protesters have already been taken into custody by the police, and action has been initiated against as many as 300 protesters? Considering all of this and the fact that the case has been put in the fast track court and an SIT committee has been named to look into the case, what is it that the protesters will base their complete argument on?
All right, we'll get you more on that. We have more information coming in from Kolkata at the moment. My colleague Tanushka is joining us on the broadcast there. Finally, some action has been witnessed now. Tanushka, 3 cops have been suspended just a day after the Supreme Court had questioned the Bengal authorities over the manner the case has been handled and the vandalism that was witnessed at the RG hospital. We do understand 2 assistant commissioners of police and an inspector have been suspended.
Right, Kitty, apart from these 3 cops that have been suspended over dereliction of duty with respect to the mob vandalism that happened right here at RG Medical College and Hospital on the eve of Independence Day, today what has also happened after yesterday's direction from the Supreme Court for CISF forces to be deployed right here at the Medical College and Hospital in order to amp up the security and safety measures. The CISF forces have assembled at the Medical College premises and they are inspecting different buildings here. They held a press conference right here at the hospital premises just a short while back, wherein they said that they will be looking into the matters here and they will be taking charge shortly and they will give out further details soon. So as of now, the Deputy Inspector General of the CISF forces is present here along with the team, and as you can see behind me, the structure, the temporary setup that the resident doctors and students here had done and made as a memoriam sort of a place for the deceased, wherein they sat and protested day in and long hours into the night, is now being dismantled. All the bamboo structure is being taken down now by the workers, and this is being done in view that the CISF forces have come into the hospital premises now after the Supreme Court's direction yesterday. But what we know from the RG Medical College Hospital student body is that they are watching the situation until Thursday, which means they are waiting until the CBI submits its status report to the Supreme Court, which will detail the progress of the investigation. So they're watching the situation until then, and only after tomorrow will they take a final call of action on their next plans with respect to the strike and their protests.
The former principal of the college, who's been in the dock over this case, has also been grilled by the CBI. It's the 6th consecutive day that he's been grilled by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and we do understand, as per information coming into NDTV through sources, there have been some sort of inconsistencies. That is what the agency is reflecting, that in his statements, and because of which he's being questioned again and again. Any more information that is coming out, we do believe he is going to be appearing before the police as well.
What we understand from the situation right now is indeed that he has been called again for the 6th consecutive day by the Central Bureau of Investigation for interrogation and questioning. He's being grilled for 10 to 12 hours every day. This is the former principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh. And with respect to Sandeep Ghosh, there have been many claims and allegations also of corruption that have been made by his former colleague, who was the Deputy Medical Superintendent here, Akhtar Ali, as well. And the CBI is also, the Kolkata police is also now looking into the financial irregularities that has happened in the college ever since January 2021. So while the investigation and the interrogation continues of the former principal, it's also because the parents of the deceased have raised questions on the claims, whether or not this crime, this heinous crime that happened with their daughter was the doing of one person or not. We know that Kolkata police has arrested just one person as of now, which was the primary accused in the case, which is Sanjay Roy. And Sanjay Roy is also to undergo a polygraph test by the CBI after getting permission from the court for the same. So the lie detector test will also play an integral role in the investigation in order to clarify and get clarity on a lot of answers with respect to were there more people involved? How is it that, right under the charge of a principal of a college, someone walks in at night and knows exactly where to go in and has access also to the seminar hall? All of these questions need answers, which will be clear from these CBI interrogations as well as the polygraph test to be performed on the primary accused.
Absolutely. The case status report is supposed to be filed by tomorrow, by Thursday. That is what the Supreme Court has asked the CBI to do. And after that, further course of action is expected. As you've been pointing out earlier that the CISF now has taken over the security at RGKar Hospital. The DIG, there's a statement also that came in just a while back from the DIG who said that he's doing the job mandated to him by higher authorities. We do believe there are some protests planned at around the area. We do believe around the RGKar Hospital today as well in Kolkata. Could you give us more information about that?
Right, Kitty. Yeah. Protests certainly to happen throughout the day as well in Kolkata in different pockets. However, in the periphery area of the RGKar Medical College and Hospitals, Kolkata police had imposed section 163 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which means that assembly of large gatherings and protests is not permitted. Yes. However, in the stretch ahead on this road that is called the Sham Bazaar area, there will be resident doctors and students who will congregate and who will march to the Health Minister's office in Kolkata, which is in Salt Lake area. So that is also shortly to begin, and later in the day Saurav Ganguly will be leading a protest from which will be starting from his house, from his residential area point, and that protest is also to be, it's expected to have a major gathering in crowd and naturally some sort of trouble with such huge gatherings.
All right. So Saurav Ganguly is also expected to join the doctors protesting over Kolkata rape and murder case. All right. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. We also have more news now coming in from Maharashtra. The police has arrested a government school teacher for molesting 6 girls in the school of Akola in Maharashtra. Amidst outrage sweeping the nation over the Badlapur incident, a teacher in a government school in Akola has been arrested. A case has been registered against the accused teacher. The allegation is that the teacher had been harassing the girls studying in the school for the last 4 months. Well, that is what we are learning at this point in time. We'll try and get more details about that. My colleague Radhika will also be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the latest information coming in from Akola in Maharashtra. The police has arrested the government school teacher who's been accused of molesting these 6 students, the girl students in the school of Akola in Maharashtra. There has been a huge outrage over the Badlapur incident. We do understand that there were protests also witnessed in parts of Maharashtra yesterday, and today we do believe now after the Akola incident has come to light, the accused teacher has been taken into custody. Shifting our focus now to news coming in from Telangana now. The Telangana government decision to install a statue of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi in front of Telangana Secretariat has set off a heated exchange between Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and former BRS Minister K.T. Ramarao. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has said that a statue of Rajiv Gandhi would be installed on the Secretariat premises. He said a statue of Telangana Thali, the state's mother goddess, will also be installed at the Secretariat. Well, KTR meanwhile has said the spot chosen by the Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi's statue had been earmarked for Telangana Thali's statue. And he said, mark my words, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, we will clear out the trash from the surroundings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Secretariat the very same day we are back in the office. This is what KTR, former BRS minister and son of KCR, had said in a post on Twitter a while back. Well, that is the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. However, we do understand there is a huge controversy and a war of words that has erupted between Revanth Reddy and KTR. KTR has slammed Revanth Reddy amid this Telangana statue war, saying that he had an uncouth upbringing. K.T. Ramarao has said the spot chosen by Congress government for Rajiv Gandhi statue had been earmarked for Telangana Thali's statue. However, we do understand CM Revanth Reddy has maintained that a statue of Rajiv Gandhi is going to be installed on the Secretariat premises and a statue of Telangana Thali will also be installed at this Secretariat. All right. I am being joined by Krishank Mane, spokesperson of the BRS on the broadcast, and spokesperson of the Congress party will also be joining us, Asma Taslim, in just a bit. Let me go across to Krishank Mane here. First of all right. We do believe Mr. Mane is with us on the broadcast here. All right. Mr. Mane, how do we see this? There is a war of words that has taken place between the BRS, former BRS Minister KTR and the present Chief Minister Revanth Reddy over the spot that has been chosen for Rajiv Gandhi's statue. What is the problem?
Well, Kitty, number one, Chief Minister Revanth is unwell. The language he is using in the presence of school children is really uncalled for. You cannot speak politics, abuse, use motor mouth words when school children are there. That CM Revanth has to be understanding, or someone has to treat him. Well, coming about the statue, the secretariat was built by KCRG's government. A martyr's memorial there was built by KCRG's government. Ambedkar statue, the longest 125-foot Ambedkar statue, was built at the same premises. So the entire lands were marked for different cause. Same as well for Telangana Tali statue. Now here, now the government has changed. Why do you want to change and remove Telangana Tali statue's landmark place, which we have decided, and you want to keep Rajiv Gandhi ji statue? See,
but
the issue is not Rajiv Gandhi ji.
The Tali statue will also be at the same spot. Has he not said that?
Not at the same spot. Now they have come up after BRS has protested. They say that they'll keep it inside, and they want to change the Telangana Tali statue also and see that it resembles Sonia Gandhi ji, showing the hand symbol with Congress colors. Now their claim is Rajiv ji is the father of Telangana and Sonia Gandhi garu is Amma of Telangana, mother of Telangana. What kind of psychophancy is this? I mean, see, when Chhatrapati Shivaji Airport is named after a warrior, when there is Kempegowda Airport, there are names of, regional stalwarts. Here, you still want to earn brownies with Rahul ji and Sonia ji because they've given you the
KTR has
support.
also called him
Why
a
don't
Delhi Gulam. Can't expect a Delhi Gulam like you to ever understand self-respect and pride of Telangana. And that is what you are also referring to. Let me take a response from the Congress party here. Let me go across to Asma Taslim here. Asma Taslim, how would you like to respond to that? We've been speaking to Mr. Krishank Mane here. Well, he's reiterating what Mr. KTR has said, using words like Delhi Gulam in his post.
These are just petty claims of BRS party, which was in slumber for almost a decade when Rajiv Gandhi Airport was already in place. So they did not have an idea of changing the name at that time. Now, because they have lost 2 consecutive elections one by one, and the recent parliamentary polls which have reduced the party to 0. And this is the frustration which is coming out from BRS because they can't tolerate the failure. And targeting Congress, leave about the politics aside. Let us speak about late Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. His contribution was not limited to just one state; it was for overall India. The man had a vision for 21st century, and he was the one who bought telecom.
But why is it that now that the Congress party has come to power in Telangana, they want to install Rajiv Gandhi's statue at the same spot, which was chosen for...
It is the way of honoring the martyrs, or it is the way of honoring the martyr like we did for the others also. It is not something
let Mr. Krishank Mane respond. Krishank Mane wants to come in.
It is not something that
Asma Taslim, I'll just come back to you. Yes, Mr. Mane.
Kitty ji, there's an airport named after Sri Rajiv ji, a stadium named after Rajiv ji, there's a university, Triple IT University. Please don't be so impatient and frustrated. Have some
Asma
basic
Taslim,
manners
I'll
to
come back
listen.
to
You're
you.
on a national channel.
Let the gentleman speak. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, please. See, you have already named so many, and again you want to honor him. We are just saying that Telangana Tali statue was landmarked there. See, they are frustrated today because the American... ask her to please behave little civilized on a national
Okay,
channel.
Mr. Krishank Mane, you go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah. One, they are frustrated today because the American tour of CM Revant is failed. He did 1,000 crore deal with his own brother, and that is caught, and ED is going to investigate it. The farm loan waiver is a fraud. They've cheated farmers. So now they want to divert, and that frustration is looking in CM Revant's language. How CM Revant is talking in front of children against KCRG is really condemned by journalists across the state and across India too. I mean, someone like a chief minister cannot talk in such an uncivilized and uncultured manner. So the whole point is, if they are placing a statue, the Telangana Talli statue, well and good. But, you know, you call Telangana Talli Sonia Mother Telangana, Rajiv Ji as Tandri Telangana, father of Telangana. This is all still psychophancy at this era, because honestly, the same Revant ji has called Sonia Gandhi Garu as Bali Devata, the lady who has taken 12,000 lives of Telangana martyrs. This is said by Sri Revant Reddy himself.
Okay.
And today, suddenly, because they've given you a post, you want to, do chest thumping and drum beating. This is not acceptable.
Okay, let me take a response from Asma Tasleem here. Asma Tasleem, KTR also said that in 4 years, a BRS government will be formed under KCR. As soon as that happens, we will remove the statue of Rajiv Gandhi with due respect and move it wherever the Congress party wants and reinstall Telangana Thali statue. The Chief Minister also has...
Thali statue is always there at the different locations. These people do not have to give us sermons on Telangana Thali. The Telangana statehood was granted by Srimati Sonia Gandhi. So we don't need any kind of sermons on separation of Telangana or the regionalism of Telangana. Okay, we know where it is, we know what it is. So we have rightly honored Telangana Talli.
Please know the difference between Telugu Talli and Telangana Talli. I think you are getting confused with the Telugu Talli. Telangana Talli statue is not there, madam, there. Please first know the geography of Telangana, know the history of Telangana.
You are just manipulating. I have seen the videos of Revant Reddy ji showing the directions of the directions to his team.
Revant Reddy Garu was not in Telangana movement. You were not in Telangana movement.
Come on, Krishank. And now you don't discredit the people.
Okay, there is no end to this spat, it seems. Okay, all right. We're just diverting from the topic here. All right. Meanwhile, that is what we're learning at this point in time. A huge war of words that has taken place between the BRS and the Congress party here in Telangana. Former BRS Minister KTR engaging in this spat with Revant Reddy, and this seems to have intensified now. Where this really ends, that of course remains to be seen. Meanwhile, that is what is coming in at this point in time. Thank you so much, Krishank Mane, as well as Asma Tasleem, for joining us here on the broadcast here. All right, my colleague Uma Sudhir is also going to be joining us on the broadcast in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details on that. All right, Uma Sudhir joins us on the broadcast here with more details here. Uma, we've been speaking to the BRS spokesperson as well as the Congress spokesperson here just a while back. And as I was saying, there doesn't seem an end to the spat or the war of words between the two parties. It started with Revant Reddy and KTR, and it seems to have intensified now.
Yes, indeed. What happened was that, as a goodwill gesture, the announcement had been made that Telangana Talli, which is Mother Telangana, her statue would be installed in front of the secretariat. That was the initial plan. But what Revant Reddy is pointing out is that in the last 10 years, the BRS government had not bothered to do that, and now was objecting to the installation of Rajiv Gandhi's statue, which is what Revant Reddy had announced earlier as well. And last week he said that on Rajiv Gandhi's birth anniversary yesterday, Sonia Gandhi would be coming down, and that you would be having the statue of Rajiv Gandhi installed there. But subsequently, what has happened is now, because some civil society organizations as well, they have raised objection to Rajiv Gandhi's statue being put up there, and they said that instead it is a pride of Telangana culture and tradition that would be reflected if Telangana Talli statue is put up. And therefore now, in a sense, the Congress government trying to assuage those sentiments as as well, and telling that they will be now installing a statue of Telangana Talli inside the secretariat, for which the Chief Minister has in fact gone round the secretariat and seen a suitable location, and he said on the December 9th is when the statue of Telangana Talli will be installed, and Sonia Gandhi's birthday is also on that day, and that is the day in fact in 2009 that the announcement was made for a separate Telangana, and therefore that is a chosen day when Telangana Talli will be statue will be installed inside. What I must point out is that after the announcement, because KTR made those comments saying that we will remove the statue of Rajiv Gandhi, the Chief Minister was very provoked and in fact dared anyone to touch the statue of Rajiv Gandhi, and he also mocked the former Chief Minister and used certain language that was considered as unparliamentary by the BRS, where he said that someone who has looted Telangana and someone who was in fact seen in a drunken stupor, his statue is being sought to be installed there, whereas that is not what KTR had suggested. He had said Telangana Talli statue should be put there, and that's why the BRS has now lodged a police complaint on the issue of the statue being installed there, and the comments that were made subsequently by the Chief Minister regarding that police complaint has been issued by the BRS leaders in a police station here in Telangana. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi is in Poland today, the first visit by an Indian PM in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited the country in 1979. Prime Minister Modi is also going to be visiting Ukraine on August 23rd in what's going to be the first visit by an Indian PM to Ukraine in over 30 years. Well, my colleague Vishnu Som is also now joining us on the broadcast here from Kyiv, getting us more from the ground. Vishnu, how significant, first of all, I would like to ask you, is this visit of Prime Minister Modi to Poland and then to Ukraine?
These are very, very important visits indeed. As you mentioned, it's the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. Prime Minister Modi will be meeting the Polish Prime Minister and the Polish President as well. Both sides looking to step up that relationship, which has a historic connect. Let me tell you a little bit about that historic connect because it is important. Way back in the Second World War, Indian and Polish soldiers fought in one of the landmark battles of the Second World War, the Battle of Monte Cassino, which was fought in Italy. In fact, we should have some images and shots of archive footage of that right now. Lots of Indian soldiers at that stage had died. Of course, India was under the British then. But in this battle, which was eventually won by the Allies, Indian and Polish soldiers fought together. Subsequently, during the course of the Second World War, 6,000 Polish women and children were given refuge in India by royal families in India, at a time of great distress across Europe. So there is that historic connect, and of course there's the economic relationship as well. The Prime Minister, subsequent to his visit to Warsaw, will be traveling to Ukraine. Remember, there are no flights to Ukraine, so he will be traveling most likely on a special train. He'll be in Ukraine for meetings with President Zelensky for a short period, approximately 8 odd hours. That will take place at some stage tomorrow. He is in Kiev, or he will be in Kiev at the invitation of President Zelensky. India's point is very clear in this. There needs to be territorial the territorial sanctity of all nations and sovereignty needs to be ensured at any cost, number one. And number two, there needs to be a negotiated, peaceful, diplomatic solution to the war, which has cost tens of thousands of lives and has gone on now for well more than 2 years. So two important visits that are now taking place.
Right. And what seems to have changed in the last 2 years, Vishnu, if I may ask?
Well, this is my third visit to Ukraine. I've covered the war 2 years back on two consecutive occasions where we've traveled the length and breadth of Ukraine. Kiev itself looks like any European capital, but what I can tell you is not too far away, just a couple of hours drive, are areas which are far more vulnerable, where we've seen a great deal of Russian attacks and bombing. At this stage now, the war has gone perhaps more out of control than what anybody would have thought a couple of years back. The loss of life has been absolutely immense on the Ukrainian side and on the Russian side. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen Ukraine make a massive incursion into the Kursk region of Russia. That perhaps is being done for tactical reasons at a time when Ukraine finds that its front all along the east of the country has been coming against fairly strong Russian attacks. So is that a tactical move to relieve pressure on the eastern front? That's certainly one line of thinking. But it is a war which Ukraine depends heavily on as far as Western military assistance is concerned, by which I mean weapon systems, bombs, bullets, certainly missiles, fighter aircraft as well, such as the F-16, which has recently been inducted into the Ukrainian service. But it is a war that isn't ending anytime soon. It's gone well past 2 years at this stage, and the entire world wants this to end. So will Prime Minister Modi, speaking on behalf of the Global South and certainly India and our foreign policy, which is independent entirely, come up with any out-of-the-box solutions to actually see an end to this conflict?
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. All eyes will be on that. Vishnu, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi has already left for Poland and is going to be visiting Ukraine after that. That is on August 23rd. A lot is on the cards and a lot of issues that are expected to be raised and discussed in this significant visit of Prime Minister Modi to Poland and Ukraine. We'll be keeping an eye on the developments there and get you more. Meanwhile, Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. U.S. political power couple Barack and Michelle Obama will make their pitch for Kamala Harris during the Democratic National Convention second night. The former president is still a North Star in the party. Illinois Lieutenant Governor told the press, and his voice will be integral to rallying Democrats, independents and moderate Republicans behind Harris.
The hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride.
America, hope is making a comeback. Yeah. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Kamala Harris is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. No one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one.
All right, some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi will begin their two-day visit to Jammu and Srinagar today to take stock of the party preparations for the upcoming assembly elections in the Union Territory. While the two Congress leaders are also expected to explore possibilities of alliances with the regional parties, that is National Conference and the PDP. The two parties are part of India bloc but are rivals in Jammu Kashmir. Voting will be held in 3 phases, with first round beginning on September 18. The next 2 phases will be held on September 25th and October 1st. Well, the results are going to be announced on October 4th. As many as 24 seats will vote in the first phase on September 18th. All right, we'll be getting more on that. My colleague Nazir gets us this report.
They may also meet Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah as the talks between Congress and National Conference for an alliance are going on. There are already 2 rounds of talks have taken place. Sources say a lot of ground has been already covered by both the sides. There are certain friction points, seats where both parties want. They have to resolve them. But sources say it is both the leadership of both the parties have conveyed to the negotiators that they want this alliance to happen. So it is both. See, even though I spoke to a senior Congress leader, he said, "Look, there's a clear instructions from the party high command that alliance with the National Conference should happen." And same is the thing with the National Conference. So at the leadership level, it appears that the both want alliance. Now it is the question of who will concede more and who wants to, because everybody wants more seats in such an alliance. So that remains a challenge for them. And sources say, as they have been talking, there has been also talk that there could be some friendly contest at some seats as well. So while the Congress leadership will be in Jammu and Kashmir for 2 days, BJP has also made a big move. They have getting back the old hand, Kashmir hand, Ram Madhav, who ran Kashmir politics for long for BJP and was the architect of the PDP-BJP alliance in Jammu and Kashmir in 2015. So he has been brought back as the election in charge, along with the Union Minister G.K. Reddy, who was already there. So clearly getting return of Ram Madhav is not just about polls. It goes beyond elections. It also shows kind of a shift in BJP's, the way BJP wants to handle Kashmir.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye on that visit at around 1 p.m. Both the leaders are expected to visit Jammu Kashmir. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, news coming in from Tripura. Incessant rain for the last 24 hours has led to severe flooding in various parts of Tripura. The low-lying areas, particularly those adjacent to the Havra River, have been affected due to severe waterlogging. As per reports, 7 people were killed due to the downpour and flooding there in the area, with rivers across the state swelling rapidly. The threat of further casualties looms large. Meanwhile, to deal with the situation, the NDRF and SDRF teams have been pressed into service to evacuate residents from the affected areas. My colleague Ratnadeep gets us more on that.
अभी हमारा फोकस है कि जहाँ भी शेल्टर है, जहाँ भी फ्लड की सिचुएशन है, वहाँ से इमीडिएटली इवैक्यूएट किया जाए। शासन की तरफ से टोटल 200 टीमों को हमने ऑलरेडी ऑपरेशन में है, कोई ज़्यादा भी हो सकती है क्योंकि डिपेंडिंग ऑन द नीड जहाँ भी जैसा भी होता है, ऑलरेडी राउंड द क्लॉक काम कर रही हैं। और पिछले ये बहुत सारी टीम्स ने पिछले 24 घंटे में मैं बोलूँगा बहुत काम किया है, रात में बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया, आज भी नॉन स्टॉप लोग काम फील्ड पे लगे हुए हैं कि कैसे लोगों को बचाया जाए। बैंड्स में लगभग लाइट टू मॉडरेट यानी थोड़ा बहुत बारिश होने की अभी भी संभावना है और उसकी वजह से साउथ त्रिपुरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में रेड अलर्ट जारी है और बाकी 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ पर अभी भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट है।
For the past couple of days, there have been heavy rains in parts of northeast, and the northeastern state of Tripura has received very heavy rainfall for the last 2 days, which has resulted into flash floods since yesterday. That has triggered landslides and very heavy inundation in the low-lying areas of the state, particularly in South Tripura district where there is a red alert. In the rest 7 districts there is orange alert. The state government has pressed teams for rescuing people since yesterday. In fact, over 200 teams are operating at this moment. NDRF has been sent to Tripura, and also Centre has assured all help to the state, even as 7 people have died in the last 24 hours due to rains and landslides, which includes 3 from a family. We are hearing that at least 2 to 3 people are missing. So therefore, there are growing concerns with, particularly in southern Tripura, the water level rising. Although since this morning, what we are hearing from state capital Agartala, that the rains have weakened, and that should be a good news. However, there is inundation in many areas. The national highway that links Tripura to the rest of the country through Assam has waterlogging in different areas, which has disrupted traffic. Although the train traffic is moving, that is a good respite, but there is a challenge there for the administration to shift people from low-lying areas near the borders, near the rivers like river Bhaura, river Gomti, which are in full spate, and close to 6,000 people have been evacuated. That's what we are hearing from state government sources, and the focus at this moment in Tripura remains on the rescue operation, even as the situation remains grim, with Met Department predicting more rains in Tripura, particularly in the coming 2 to 3 days and across northeast. This is caused by a depression which has been created in Bay of Bengal, and Tripura at this moment is reeling under flash floods with at least 7 people dead in past 24 hours.
All right, that's quite unfortunate. We are learning, as confirmed by my colleague Ratnadeep, at least 7 people have died, and all is being done, done to help those who could be stranded, and in order to rescue them, efforts are being made. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some news coming in from the world of sports now. The Board of Control for Cricket in India, that's the BCCI, Secretary Jay Shah is all set to replace the incumbent Greg Barclay as the new chairman of the International Cricket Council. Well, Barclay has told ICC directors that he has no intention of running for the post for the 3rd time during a video conference. His decision comes after being informed of Jay Shah's intentions to replace him in November. Shah has the backing of cricket boards from England and Australia, we learn, and hence has the numbers to be crowned as the chief of the ICC. So Jay Shah is all set to take charge as the next ICC chief, and current ICC chairman Greg Barclay has opted out of a 3rd term following the end of his tenure on November 30. All right, my colleague Rika is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Rika, so Jay Shah all set to become the youngest ICC chairman ever, joining the league of Jagmohan Dalmia, Sharad Pawar, Indians who've headed the ICC in the past.
That's right. You know, it's a big, big moment for India. Once again, an Indian is going to take charge of the board's governing body, which is International Cricket Council. And as you rightly mentioned, Jai Shah is going to be the youngest ICC head, chairman in this case. Jagmohan Dalmia was the president of ICC, a historic one. He was the third ever president of ICC, and Jai Shah is going to become the third Indian chairman of International Cricket Council after Srinivasan, who was the first chairman, followed by Shashank Manohar. I think it's a big moment for him also because, he's been able to garner 9 votes. So there are 16 total votes that one for voting members in ICC, and there are 9 votes that one has to garner, 51%, and Jai Shah, it seems, has all of them now. What we did learn this morning was that the England and Australia cricket boards have come on board to support Jai Shah as well. Earlier, we were waiting to understand what their stance would be. Greg Barclay, of course, has set his intentions clear that he's not going to be contesting for another term. He's going to be stepping aside at the end of November. So this, the support from the two boards clearly paves the way for Jai Shah to become the chairman for International Cricket Council. And how is it important for India? Well, because Jai Shah plays a very crucial part in the commercial wing of ICC, and we all know 80% of the revenue for running of cricket comes from India. Yes. So we'll really have to see, as the chairman of ICC, how Jai Shah is able to ensure that from the 80% of the money, India gets a larger chunk for all the cricketing activities, and how much the other boards are also able to benefit by him being in power. Importantly, cricket has been included in the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. So he will be responsible for leading cricket into the games as well, and we will really have to wait and see how best he is able to do it.
All right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rika, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is what we are learning of as per information coming in. Well, Jai Shah is all set to take charge as the next ICC chief. This has been confirmed now, and we'll be getting you more on that in just a bit. Some more news coming in. The Women's T20 World Cup schedule for October has finally been moved to the UAE from Bangladesh, which has been rocked by political turmoil and violence in recent weeks. A number of participating countries had issued travel advisories for Bangladesh, effectively preventing the country from hosting the tournament. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina fled the country earlier this month amid protest, and an interim government led by Mohammad Yunus has taken charge. The Women's T20 World Cup, scheduled from October 3rd to 20th, will be the 9th edition of the Global Championship with 10 countries involved. It's clear that ICC is keen to promote cricket in the US with a clear eye on cricket in Olympics in Los Angeles 2028. And that is perhaps the much maligned New York pitch during the World Cup in June at the Nassau County Stadium has got a satisfactory rating from the game's governing body. The ratings were released after much deliberations on Tuesday. All 8 games in New York ending up being low-scoring affairs, drawing scathing criticism from experts and fans during and after the ICC event. Tennis world number 1 Jannik Sinner has been cleared of any wrongdoing for 2 anti-doping violations early in the season by the International Tennis Integrity Agency. Sinner provided an in-competition sample at the Indian Wells Masters on March 10th this year that contained the presence of a banned substance. A further sample conducted 8 days later out of competition also tested positive for low levels of the same. In a statement, the IATA said the player explained that the substance had entered their system as a result of contamination from a support team member who had been applying an over-the-counter spray containing clostebol to treat a small wound. All right, shifting our focus now, a decision on reducing the policy rate will depend on keeping inflation in check. This is what the RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das has told NDTV in this exclusive interview. Speaking to Sanjay Pugalia, he said that any reduction in the policy rate will also depend on future data, with inflation being the biggest influencer. Listen in.
Inflation के बारे में जैसा आपने कहा है, तो उसमें एक तो ये कि आप कहते हैं कि आप फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग गाइडेंस नहीं देंगे, लेकिन मैं जैसे रीड करता हूं, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जब तक 4% के नीचे सस्टेन्ड बेसिस पे नहीं रहता इन्फ्लेशन, जो एक्चुअली वेजिटेबल्स को छोड़ दें तो सर 3.3% है सीपीआई के लेवल पे, तो आप कब तक इंतजार करेंगे कि ग्रोथ का नुकसान किए बगैर इन्फ्लेशन पर आपकी कड़ी नजर है कि रेट कट के लिए वो कौन से नेसेसरी कंडीशंस होंगे जिसमें आप कंसीडर करेंगे?
इससे पहले तो ये है कि 4% के नीचे हम जाएंगे, वो हमने कभी नहीं कहा। आप अगर केयरफुली देखेंगे हमारा मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ड्यूरेबल अलाइनमेंट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन टू द टारगेट। अलाइनमेंट मतलब वो 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें एक ड्यूरेबल बेसिस में, ये नहीं कि वन ऑफ, मतलब आप देखिए पिछले जुलाई का इन्फ्लेशन 3.5% आ गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मतलब प्रॉब्लम ओवर हो गया है, क्योंकि दैट इज प्राइमरीली बिकॉज ऑफ बेस इफेक्ट, सॉलिड बेस इफेक्ट एडवांटेज था। तो आवर टारगेट, आवर अप्रोच जो है 4% के आसपास रहे, और उसमें थोड़ा ड्यूरेबिलिटी, हमको कॉन्फिडेंस आए कि हाँ अभी 4% के आसपास रहेगा। एक वन ऑफ 4% के नीचे चला जाए फिर हम इंटरेस्ट रेट को ये कर देंगे, वो बहुत बड़ा सीरियस पॉलिसी मिस्टेक होगा। वी हैव टू बी पेशेंट, बहुत पेशेंट रहना, और भी थोड़ा डिस्टेंस अभी कवर करना है। और जहां तक ग्रोथ की सवाल है, ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस, अभी तक जो ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस है वो बहुत ही मतलब मिनिमल है, बिल्कुल ना होने की बराबर है। क्योंकि इस साल आप देखिए 7.2% हम प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, और इंडिया विल रिमेन द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी 24-25 में। तो इसीलिए ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस जो है, या तो उसको आप मिनिमल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हिसाब से कोई मेजर, कोई ज्यादा मतलब ग्रोथ सैक्रिफाइस नहीं हुआ है। ग्रोथ रिमेन्स इंटैक्ट, ग्रोथ इज स्टेबल एंड रेसिलियंट, और इन्फ्लेशन को हमको कम करना चाहिए। देखिए वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस या फूड आइटम्स को अगर आप निकाल देंगे और फिर आप कहेंगे कि नहीं इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, फिर आप एक आम जनता के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप सोचिए, अगर फूड प्राइसेस ज्यादा है, हम सिर्फ जिसको कहते हैं कि कोर इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, ठीक है इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया, अगर वो कहेंगे, वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा। वो क्रेडिबल नहीं रहेगा, लोगों के, आम जनता के माइंड में ये रहेगा कैसे आप कह रहे हैं मेरा तो इतना खर्चा हो रहा है, मेरा सैलरी इतना है और उसमें से इतना परसेंटेज जा रहा है फूड कॉस्ट में, फूड इन्फ्लेशन, कैसे सरकार कह रही है, कैसे आरबीआई कह रही है कि इन्फ्लेशन जो है कम हो गया। इसीलिए फूड इन्फ्लेशन, हमारा जो हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन जो टारगेट है, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। उसका कारण ये है क्योंकि अभी जिस सर्वे के आधार पर हमारा कंज्यूमर जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है, जिसके ऊपर टारगेट इन्फ्लेशन नंबर कैलकुलेट करते हैं, जो कंजम्पशन बास्केट है उसमें फूड इन्फ्लेशन का शेयर 46% है। तो मान लीजिए एक साधारण परिवार में 50% ऑफ कंजम्पशन, जितना खर्चा हो रहा है, 50% खाने के चीज में फूड कॉस्ट में जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये बहुत ही जरूरी है कि हम फूड इन्फ्लेशन को मन में रखें, और रेट कब हम कम करेंगे या कब पॉलिसी चेंज करेंगे वो फ्यूचर डेटा के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। लेकिन फिलहाल हमको ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इन्फ्लेशन कम हो रहा है और 4% के आसपास पहुंच जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इस साल का एवरेज हमने 4.5% लिया है। बहुत सारे अनसर्टेनिटीज है, आगे जाके हम देखेंगे कैसे इनकमिंग डेटा स्टडी करेंगे, उसके आधार पर आउटलुक क्या बन रहा है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking at this hour. In the Kolkata rape and murder horror, 3 cops have been suspended hours after the Supreme Court wrapped the state government. Suspensions have been done over violence, vandalism at the RG Medical Hospital. Supreme Court questioned Kolkata Police's role and has ordered a CISF deployment at the hospital. Now, in the Kolkata rape and murder case, heat on Medical College former principal Sandeep Ghosh as he is being questioned by the CBI for the 6th time and the 6th day in a row. Ghosh will also appear before Kolkata police after they summoned him. And in Telangana, there is a political slugfest over Rajiv Gandhi's statue. KTR says it is the insult to the people of Telangana. Meanwhile, Telangana Chief Minister says they want to install statue of drunkard. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi begins his tour of Poland and Ukraine. He has departed for his Poland visit. His departure statement says Poland is a key economic partner in Europe and he hopes for early return to peace in Ukraine. Now, in a good news for India, key world body role for BCCI Secretary Jay Shah. Shah will be the chairman of World Cricketing Body International Cricketing Championship. Shah will be 3rd Indian chairman of ICC. And Barack and Michelle Obama headline day 2 of Democratic National Convention. The torch has been passed, says Barack Obama at the convention. Meanwhile, Michelle Obama praises Kamala Harris, says she is the one of the most qualified people. Viewers, from West Bengal to Maharashtra to Kerala, women's safety has become the need of the hour, and now it is the time to act. Join the NDTV's Stop the Shame campaign, where our demand is that there must be an immediate stop to the crimes against women. Women in our society should be able to live without fear and shame. Hence, join us and raise your voice against any form of injustice against women. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to the first incident and the topmost story here at NDTV, the Kolkata rape and murder case, where now heat is on the former principal of the RG Medical Hospital. He has been summoned and being grilled by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The former principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital has been so far questioned for more than 60 hours since Friday in connection with the alleged rape and murder of a 31-year-old trainee doctor in the hospital. Meanwhile, the Kolkata police, which registered 2 FIRs against Ghosh, have also summoned him on around 12 noon. He was likely to appear for the questioning. The Kolkata police have registered the cases for his alleged involvement in financial irregularities in the West Bengal government-run hospital, as well as for revealing the identity of the trainee doctor who was allegedly raped and murdered in the medical institute earlier this month. Now, this has been the case so far. Now, former principal of the RGKR Medical Hospital, his role has been under scrutiny since the time the incident surfaced, where many people questioned that he tried to divert and cover up the case. Some even went on to say that his corrupt behavior has also found many irregularities in the hospital as well. My colleagues Tanushka and Saurabh Gupta join me, who have been covering this incident right from day one. Saurabh, if I can come to you, I can see people are still angry at the way the probe is going on in the case, and they're demanding justice for the victim. Take us through what's happening.
Well, at this point, students from RGKR Medical College and Hospital have also reached this venue where, of course, we will be protesting. This is students from RGKR Medical College and Hospital here. Of course, action from the CBI. Now, the CBI office is located on the other side of the road. This is, of course, the CBI office, the Central Government Office. And here, of course, Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, is being questioned. And also, the CBI is located here. And you can see the very strong security outside the office here as, protests continue. And what they're saying is no more. What we need is justice. We won't settle for anything less than justice. No more silent rallies is the translation of the slogan that you're hearing. But you can see doctors also part of these protests who have come here. And let me just try and get in a word with one of them here, who of course will speak to.
No, we are students of NRS Medical College.
Okay. So many medical students. From what I hear is you're saying that you will not, that no more silent rallies. You all want justice. Outside the CBI office, what exactly is the demand from the CBI?
What, sorry?
What exactly is the demand from the CBI?
We want that CBI do the investigation at the earliest, so that the rapists get justice, rapists get maximum possible punishment, so that we can return to work, so that the common people get service from us, and the CBI should do this at the earliest. This is our primary demand.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So students continuing their protest, medical students continuing their protest here. And of course, this is right outside the CBI complex. As I said, I'll ask my camera person to show you the CBI complex on the other side, where there is a lot of security, and you can see the march also has started here as we speak. So these, of course, are people who will march from the CBI, the CGO complex here to the Shastha Bhavan, which is ahead of the road. And I'll try and give you pictures of the rally, from the front. And these are live pictures of the gathering here, and and also the pictures, of course, also of protesting doctors on the streets who say that they want the punishment for the accused in this case. And this is, of course, taking place as we speak. The CBI office is right here, and the protesters are here. They want to march to the Shastha Bhavan, which is the health department's office, and that's where the health department is administered from, and the RGKR Medical College also is administered by the health department. So you can see students here protesting. Doctors have duties. What about their rights is what the message is here. And of course, they're demanding safety and security after this horrific, brutal rape and murder of a postgraduate medical student at the RGKR Medical College and Hospital.
Right. Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us and bringing in those voices. The demand for justice continues while my colleague Tanushka is also joining me. Tanushka, there has been action that has been taken in this case. Two assistant commissioners of police and an inspector have been suspended after irregularities were found. Still, people are not happy with the way the probe is going. They're demanding that instant justice should be met. Tanushka, the probe is taking place. If you can hear me, the people are still not happy. We see how students and doctors are protesting at the RG Medical College. They're demanding instant justice despite Supreme Court coming down heavily on the state, and CISF DG also himself present at the spot, ensuring that proper security measures are being taken up.
Yes, Aditi, the CISF forces were deployed today at the RG Medical College and Hospital after the Supreme Court's directive with respect to the security issues that have come up at the medical college, not just with the instance of the gruesome murder and rape of this 31-year-old young trainee doctor, but even after that, the second instance of, mismanagement and a lapse of security on the eve of Independence Day on 14th of August at night, where mob vandalism happened at the RG Medical College premises inside the hospital buildings as well. I am currently at the stretch which leads up to the CBI office complex as well as the Health Minister's office, where in the entire stretch of this road has been cordoned off. So many protesters, students, these are citizen protesters, as you can see, are also walking to the protest site right now, and they're joining the protest site right now. Let us see if we can get talking to one of them. Hi ma'am, if you could please tell us, you're going for this protest, what is the main demand right now?
We need justice for the incidents which have happened, and that's all we are now going.
What are you going to protest for? You're walking onto the protest site right now, onto the Shastro Bhavan. What is, the major demands you think of as of now? All right then, so that is what we're seeing right now. All of these protesters are walking towards the site out there, wherein the resident doctors and the student body of the RG Medical College and Hospital are staging a protest in solidarity of the movement still. And meanwhile, the CISF forces as well as the Deputy Inspector General of the CISF forces was also present at the RG Medical College and Hospital, and they also said that they've come out there because it has been mandated for them to provide with their security services at the hospital premises.
Right, Tanushka, and so is the case going forward in the Kolkata rape and murder case, where now CISF DG is at the site. 3 cops have been suspended for the negligence, and also the demand for justice is growing, as we saw how my colleague Saurabh Gupta was covering the protest by resident doctors who are demanding that justice should be delivered in a speedy manner. My colleague Tanushka is still with us. Tanushka, if you can give us a perspective of how the CISF now is at the hospital, and if people are protesting nearby, then how are they ensuring that there is enough security measures? Will there be an overhaul? Will there be an overhaul of the security measures that were there inside the hospital premises, or will they, revamp the whole structure?
Well, Aditi, the major, place, the heart where the students and the resident doctors were sitting and protesting inside the RG Medical College and Hospital is now being taken down. It was a temporary structure that wherein there was also seating space wherein students and resident doctors and whoever it may be came and sat and protested day in and out, and that structure is now being taken down with the presence of the CISF forces at the medical college and hospital. The CISF forces shortly left for a while from the hospital premises, but the fact remains that they have been deployed there, and they have they even reached there and had a press conference wherein they stated that they will give out further details as and when, and they are there to do their mandated job, which is that of ensured security of the hospital, as well as not just the hospital but the staff, the workers, the doctors and the protesters who are present there. So the students and the resident body of the medical college have assembled outside the CBI office complex, and they are headed to the health minister's office to protest and to specify their demands, which continue to remain that of justice, firstly. Secondly, whoever is accused, whoever are the culprits, they may be sentenced to death and may be punished. That is what their major demand is. And of course, for a central protection law to be brought in.
Thank you for joining us and keep giving us those information and the updates as and when they are coming in the Kolkata rape and murder case. But shifting our focus to the second important aspect of our campaign, Badlapur. Schools have remained shut today in Badlapur as well after massive protests broke out in the district over rape of 2 minors in a school. Internet services were also snapped in the area after thousands of people had gathered at Badlapur railway station and stopped local trains as they protested the sexual abuse of 2 4-year-old girls by a sweeper at their school in Badlapur last week. The protesters also demonstrated on the streets of Badlapur, obstructing major roads and highways. They also demand that capital punishment should be given to the accused in the case. Meanwhile, the sweeper has been arrested while the state government has ensured that there will be a fast-track probe that will be done in the case. Meanwhile, renowned lawyer Ujjwal Nikam has been appointed as special public prosecutor in the Badlapur case by the state government of Maharashtra. My colleague Anuj Raite takes us through more details.
The Badlapur market might look very happening here today, but that was not the case 24 hours ago. Yesterday, this entire city had come to a standstill because of the agitation of the protesters, which included a lot of people from the city. On the 12th and the 13th of August, assault case was recorded against 2 kids here in one of the local schools. 2 girls aged 3 and 4 complained of having pain in their private part, as a result of which the parents approached the school and then later filed an FIR. This entire controversy began when they were made to wait for as much as 11 to 12 hours to file an FIR, and certain reports also state that they were threatened by the police against filing the FIR. As an outrage against whatever had happened, be it the inactivity of the school or the delaying in action by the police officers, the Badlapur girls, they came down on the street to protest against not just the police and the authority, but also against the school. The FIR against the victim was lodged on Friday night, and the victim was taken into custody by the police. But the demand by the protesters here yesterday was very clear. They wanted the guilty here to be handed over to the crowd. Of course, something which is not completely feasible, but then that was their demand. Today, of course, as we are seeing that as a precautionary measure, the police or the authority have kept the internet services off here. They've put jammers at different places, especially in and around the station and the school area, which were the center points of the protests which took place yesterday. But unlike what was the case yesterday, today we can see that the city is functioning as normally as it usually does. Most of these shops were closed, and today, of course, these are still early morning hours, but we can see that the city seems to be getting back to normal. But what will be the next step of the protesters now, considering that a lot of protesters have already been taken into custody by the police and action has been initiated against as many as 300 protesters? Considering all of this and the fact that the case has been put in the fast track court and an SIT committee has been named to look into the case, what is it that the protesters will base their complete argument on?
And we have some breaking input coming in now. Breaking news coming in as BJP prepares for key state polls. A meeting over Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana polls will be held. The BJP Central Election Committee will meet on August 22, and this will be on August 25, I beg your pardon. This will be a big boost towards BJP's poll preparations as elections are due in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana state polls. So my colleagues Gurpreet Chinna and Nazir are joining me for more on this. Nazir, if I can come to you first. The poll preparations of the Bharatiya Janata Party this key meeting comes after they appointed Ram Madhav back as the in charge.
Well, Ram Madhav's appointment as election in charge in Jammu and Kashmir is a big development which goes way beyond polls. It clearly indicates a shift in the BJP policy and realization of the ground realities from the rhetoric over the last 5 years to the reality, and it appears there's a gap between the two. So Ram Madhav, who has contact across political spectrum in Jammu and Kashmir, who has cobbled up an alliance with the PDP in 2014 after 2014 elections. Now that there was large, kind of, tussle or the animosity between the parties here. Now Ram Madhav is someone who can work with other parties also in case there's a hung, assembly and BJP wants to, form an alliance with any party. Having said that, BJP is in process of finalizing the list of candidates in Jammu and Kashmir. So this central leadership meeting is very important because first phase of election is on 18th of September and last date of nomination papers is on 27th. So it is a crucial meeting which will decide the first list of the candidates of BJP from Jammu and Kashmir. 24 seats are going to pose on 18th of next month. So BJP is actually trying to make certain amendments in Jammu and Kashmir and certain corrections. But the biggest move is appointment of Ram Madhav as the election in charge in Jammu and Kashmir, even as there was already, this Union Minister G.K. Reddy was already election in charge here. But now the Ram Madhav has been also appointed as election in charge of Jammu and Kashmir. So who knows this place so well and who had more nuanced approach than for the last 5 years of rhetoric or the hardline approach by the BJP.
Right, Nazir, thank you. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also joining me. Gurpreet, BJP Central Election Committee meeting on August 25. This will be a key meeting to discuss the BJP's strategy for election. Who is likely to spearhead this meeting?
Well, what we have learned that this is the central committee which they have decided to discuss a long strategy for Haryana Vidhan Sabha polls, and in Haryana we have seen there is a 90 Vidhan Sabha seats here, so they are trying to discuss the seats and first list is approximately they are going to discuss, and that will be released as early as possible so that the candidates will be able to do a proper campaign in their own areas. We have seen yesterday there was a Rajya Sabha meeting which was being conducted by the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, and today the nomination of a Rajya Sabha candidate as a Kiran Chaudhary, she has just filed. All the MLAs, all the ministers, they are here. They are also discussing each and every election strategy at length so that will be put before the central leadership, and on the seats they will be able to discuss. So this meeting has a crucial point where they will be able to get the feedback from all the leaders, and they will be able to finalize some of the names from the various constituency. That is very important meeting which is going to be held. So as of now, today we have seen the BJP is full in election mode. From today, from Chandigarh, specifically from Panchkula, one Sankalp Yatra is going to be flag off by the Chief Minister so that will go into all the constituency, and they will be able to go for the new mode of this campaigning so that they will be able to get in touch with all the grassroots level leaders and the voters also. So if we can talk about this meeting which is going to be happen, that is crucial for Haryana polls, and specifically for the 90 Vidhan Sabha seats, it will be more crucial, and a lot of people have already applied for the seats. So let's see what will come out of this meeting. But as of now, it seems it's the crucial meeting, and a lot of netas and MLAs, they are also expecting some names will be declared from some of the constituency in this meeting which is going to be happen. Back to studio.
Right. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. So big breaking news coming in at this hour. BJP Central Election Committee meeting will be held on August 25. This meeting will be important as the BJP leaders will discuss the strategy for the elections in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Now shifting our focus to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be in Poland today. This will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 45 years after Morarji Desai visited the country in 1979. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Ukraine on August 23rd in what's going to be the first visit by an Indian PM to Ukraine in over 30 years. The External Affairs Ministry announced the visit on Monday, revealing that PM Modi will spend 7 hours in Kiev. PM Modi's trip will involve a 20-hour train journey, during which he will travel on the Rail Force 1 overnight train. My colleague Vishnu Shom shares more details.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a very busy couple of days. He travels first to Warsaw. He'll be landing in Warsaw later today. It's an important visit, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. He'll be looking to step up the relationship, bring it to the next level between India and Poland. And subsequently, of course, he'll be traveling to Kiev, Ukraine, which is where I am right now. The visit to Poland is important for several reasons. There is a long historic connect over here. Indian and Polish soldiers fought together during the Second World War in the Battle of Monte Cassino, one of the greatest battles which was fought in Italy. He'll be laying a wreath at a memorial in Warsaw as well. Back in the Second World War, approximately 6,000 Polish women and children were given refuge by families in royal families in India, and so there is that understanding and the respect of that long culture and the long association that we both have. The Prime Minister will be meeting his counterpart, the Polish Prime Minister, also the Polish President, while he is in Warsaw, and he'll be subsequently departing tomorrow for Ukraine. It's a long journey, but he'll be over here for approximately 8 odd hours when he does actually come in to Ukraine. When he is over here, he'll be looking at perhaps out-of-the-box solutions to talking about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's over here when he does arrive at the invitation of President Zelensky. India, of course,